Hello and welcome back to Tyrion Cuthbert, Attorney of the Arcane. Last time, we finally got Tyrion's backstory as to how he got the Arcane Eye, the Eye of Horus, I mean. Oh, right. We've learned the origins of Horus, but next, we need to do Case 4, Severed Ties. Up until now, we've been following the story of Tyrion Cuthbert. We've experienced the world through his eyes and fought for justice through soul. This time, how about we start from the perspective of another? Episode 4, Severed Ties. Ah, interesting. Are we going to be through Ruby's perspective this time around? I can't believe Cuthbert read the client's mind without asking. It's starting to become a problem. He's becoming more and more reckless with each passing year. I wish Frey was still alive. She would know what to do. She made it look so effortless, and he loved her. He'd have listened to her if she was still here. Beatrice Frege. Is something the matter, Tamora? Oh, no, I was just thinking about something. Well, the trial is about to begin. I don't doubt your abilities, but appreciate if you remained focused. All of our futures are at stake here. Of course, Miss Frege. Occupation, freelancer. Beatrice Frege. Beatrice takes in a deep breath before she claps her hands together. What's wrong? Nothing. It's a ritual I use to calm myself. Right. I suppose we all deal with stress differently. More importantly, what are you doing here? My father sent me to guide Beatrice through the courthouse. Ah, we know her father is that gang leader. But apparently, if they're not, but since we have reason to believe they aren't even human now, what is her motive? It's a new environment for her, and we're both worried about her condition. I still can't believe you were the boss's daughter the entire time. Why didn't you say anything at the academy? Oh, knowing my true identity would have caused friction with your son, wouldn't it? He's not my... Anyways, I suppose I understand why you stayed quiet, but I still don't appreciate being kept in the dark about this. Oh, speak of the devil. You spot Cuthbert and McCoy walk in the courtroom with the other members of the gallery. McCoy spots you and gives a friendly yet awkward smile. However, Cuthbert ignores you entirely and walks silently in the courtroom. Rental troubles? We had an argument earlier. It's nothing to worry about. If you say so. You are wary about what he saw in Beatrice's mind, though. He's always been a good kid, but his idealistic sense of justice clouds his judgment at times. You just hope he's not planning to do anything reckless. The trial's about to begin. Do you really have time to be making small talk here? Prosecutor Steelwind approaches the three of you. She appears to be accompanied by someone else. Nightgrave, is that you? What are you doing here? Well... He's accompanying me as my aide for this case. I see, so I assume you'll be prosecuting then. Of course, I would never pass up the opportunity to face the infamous Rude Tamora. Really, if I recall correctly, you haven't beaten Tyrion once so far. Well, Miss Steelwind, don't strain yourself. What's that look for, Beatrice? You look almost surprised to see me here. Considering the circumstances, I thought you might recuse yourself. I am more than capable of being objective, especially for this case of much importance. Well, I hope your mind is as strong as you think it is. Miss Steelwind, please calm down. Oh, I love a good reunion. Court is now in session for the trial of Beatrice Frege. Steelwind, is the prosecution ready? Miss Steelwind? Of course. The prosecution's ready, Your Honor. The defense is also ready, Your Honor. Something seems off about her today. Is her personal attachment to this case distracting her? Very well, let us begin the proceedings. Prosecutor Steelwind, could you please list the charges? Your Honor, the defendant is charged with first-degree murder and grand theft. As you know, Beatrice Frege is the formerly missing daughter of the now late William Frege. The victim of the murder is William Frege himself. Oh, yes, I'm well aware of that. The people of Wyverngard certainly mourn the loss of the House Frege's head. Please, the only people mourning him are the bank house's shareholders. But anyway, you also said the defendant is accused of grand theft. Yes, Your Honor. The crimes took place during the Lord's Ball, an event that was hosted in Frege Manor yesterday evening. The Heraldson Hall of History had a gallery display within the manor, and they were showcasing several magical artifacts donated to the Wyverngard Historical Society. One of these items is the Sword of Spell Eating, a magical artifact that allows its wielder to nullify magical effects. Sword of Spell Eating. It's an ancient artifact when wielded by a creature. That creature and anything connected to them, physically or magically, are immune to magic effects. Legends say it was forged using a blood contract between a mage and a demon. We, the prosecution, believe that the defendant has stolen this item. She then used it to nullify the magical lock on the victim's study. After breaking into the study, she attacked the victim and slashed his throat open using a letter opener. He died of blood loss. So, shortly after, it's the autopsy report of William Frege. Died at 3:12 a.m. Cause of death was blood loss after his throat slash. Ooh, nasty. Both carotid arteries were severed, meaning death must have followed mere seconds after the wound was inflicted. He shows several scratch marks, traces of illusion magic also found in the body. Okay, so note to self, the death is practically instant, so it's unlikely he would have been able to write a message or anything if anything of that note comes up. I see, but what possible motive could the defendant have to murder her own father? William Frege and his daughter were not close. Saying that they had a strained relationship would be an understatement. In fact, 5 years prior, Beatrice abandoned and fled her home. She went into hiding and did not contact any member of her friends or family. Her whereabouts were unknown until she suddenly contacted her father a week ago. My client left the Frege household because of a toxic relationship with her father. She wished to create a life for herself that was free from his influence and abuse. I won't disagree with your claims, but that just highlights how desperate the defendant must have been. She clearly had fallen in hard times and begrudgingly contacted her father for financial aid. I can't possibly understand why they would schedule this meeting during the Lord's Ball. But nevertheless, several witnesses did see her that night, and the same witnesses saw her storming out of her father's study in anger. He must have refused her request for gold, so she decided to murder to claim his inheritance. Luckily, we prepared for this in advance. Yes, they're playing right into our hands. Inheritance? Beatrice Frege fled from her family 5 years ago and went to hiding. In retaliation, William told Miriam that he would remove Beatrice from his will. As a result, she would not receive any inheritance after his death. As per your agreement, this testimony will be confirmed by Miriam in court. Interesting, as per an agreement. What you're saying is all conjecture, Steelwind. You do not have any evidence or testimony that confirms what they spoke about. Yes, I'm well aware that you and your client have refused to tell us what was discussed during the meeting. As long as you both stay silent, my claims are plausible. Be honest, Steel. Do you honestly think that my client committed these crimes in spite of her condition? I do like that smug expression. I must say, I really like the general expressions the cast for this game has had. They're pretty, I guess I'm lost in my train of thought. The point is, I like all the expressions and just how much feeling they evoke. You can do quite a bit with good sprite work, and this game shows that, I think. Condition? What do you mean by that, Mr. Moore? Why don't you tell him, Steelwind? Tell the court of my client's disability. Your Honor, Beatrice Frege is considered legally disabled. However, legally, that's a convenient way of putting it, Miss Steelwind. My client isn't just legally disabled. She's completely blind. That is a rather major detail. Completely blind, is that true? We have several medical documents and testimony from surgeons attesting that fact. My client is unable to see anything. She's unable to see through her eyes. This was verified. What is the meaning of this, Miss Steelwind? Do you expect me to believe a blind woman perform any of the acts you're accusing her of? That would be quite a thing to have to get over for the prosecution. I'm glad you also see how ridiculous these claims are, Your Honor. If the court would let me elaborate. Steelwind, the prosecution's first charge is grand theft. My client would need to break into a magically secured display case. Performing such an act would be a difficult task for anyone, much less my client. And the second charge is first-degree murder. My client would have needed to use the sort of spell eating on the lock, leading to the victim's study. Then she would need to grab a letter opener, overpower the victim, and deliver a precise and fatal blow to the victim's neck. Does any of that sound like a reasonable theory, Your Honor? I'm compelled to agree with you, Miss Tamora. It sounds quite ludicrous if we're perfectly honest. This is awful. The Steel Ones are clearly attacking Frege as now their heads diseased. She must have something more solid if she thinks this is, if she thinks she has a case. Your Honor, the court has not seen the evidence that supports the case, nor have you listened to the Inquisition's testimony regarding the investigation. Until you have done so, you're in no position to pass judgment. Very well, Miss Steelwind, you have a point. Guess the young lady has some claws after all. What does it matter? The case against Beatrice is questionable at best. Frankly, it's surprising Steelwind even went through with this. It's only a matter of time before the judge sees things, our way. To begin, the prosecution would like to call Commander Orem White to the stand. Commander White, please testify to the court about the Inquisition's findings. Right. Witness testimony. We didn't want to cause a panic after the sword was stolen, so we activated the manor's silent security system. It put an anti-magic field over the entire manor. We did a search of the house and found the stolen sword in the defendant's bedroom. It didn't look like she was going to run, and Crown Prince Aster told us to stand down, so we just kept a close eye on her. William Frege was in a bad mood that night, so he'd already locked himself in the study, but an hour later, we entered the study and found him lying dead in a pool of blood. The lock was still engaged, no one teleported in. The purpose was to temporarily disable the lock using this sort of spell eating. Her testimony stating the defendant was seriously in debt. She must have murdered the victim to get part of his inheritance. The case against Beatrice is just as you predicted, and you already have the countermeasure to disprove any motive. All you have to do is present that to the court. I'm going to guess there's a lot more detail to this because that would be way too easy. Wait, doesn't the sword make the wielder immune to magic effects? An anti-magic field would have only disempowered everyone except the thief. Well, we didn't know what the sword could do until after the investigation. Up until then, we thought it was just a dusty old artifact. That seems pretty negligent. Are you sure you're qualified for position? The situation was unprecedented for everyone involved. One could hardly expect an ancient artifact to have magical capabilities. Anyways, what did you do after the theft, Commander? Poor Commander White. He doesn't strike me as goofy as Gumshoe, but he's certainly getting crapped on about as much. We searched the house after the stolen sword bedroom. That's how we knew it was her. Seems like a strange conclusion to jump to. My client hasn't stepped foot in the Frege Manor for years. After being gone so long, her bedroom had to have been repurposed for something else. I'm not sure about the details, but one of the defendant's sisters refused to let the servants disturb that room. I'm guessing she was hoping that her sister would come back one day. Hey, life. Looked like she was gonna run, and Crown Prince told her to stand down, so just kept close by. And why would the prince tell you to stand down, Orem? Well, Crown Prince Aster knew the defendant well. He was confident she wasn't going to flee the scene. Are you sure he just knew her well? If I recall correctly, the prince is still very adamant about her innocence. The Crown Prince is still vouching for the defendant? Is it true, Miss Steelwind? It is. However, I believe the evidence found throughout the investigation proves the contrary. Are you sure your judgment isn't being clouded by jealousy? Your fiancé was previously engaged to my client, after all. That's an interesting detail. You're enjoying this too much. I see. When she left her family and rejected her name, he was instead of given to Steelwind. But that wouldn't change regardless of whether or not Beatrice is found. Even if Beatrice was acquitted of the charges here, that wouldn't change. Just Steelwind is still engaged to Prince Aster. William Frege was in a bad mood. He locked himself in the study. Did anyone see him enter the study? A few people. The last one was Life Frege, the victim's second daughter. Said that he was really irritated that night, so he went to the study for some peace and quiet. I guess his meeting with the defendant put him in a bad mood. But the manor was covered in an anti-magic field. How did he lock the door magically? I'm not sure how, but locks in the manor aren't affected by the anti-magic field. How? Literally how? Magical locks generate a smaller anti-magic field around themselves. The two fields cancel each other out. It's like multiplying two negative numbers together. I'm gonna be honest, I have no understanding of these things whatsoever. Is what she's saying true, Beatrice? Yes. Overlapping anti-magic fields are a well-studied phenomenon. You'll just have to take her word for it. Okay, so what I'm getting here is basically two magic dispel fields can cancel each other out. About an hour later, we entered the study and found him lying dead in a pool of blood. Who was the person who discovered the body? The same person who saw him last, his daughter, Life Frege. Life. That must be traumatizing for her. Did anyone else accompany Life when she stumbled upon the body? Yeah, supposedly one of the servants got himself locked in a nearby storage closet. And he heard the violent attack through one of the air vents. When he got out, he told Life, and they went to the study accompanied by some knights. Something tells me that the, something tells me that the servant locked in the storeroom is plot relevant, because that seems like an oddly convenient time to be stuck in there for something unrelated. Lock was engaged, no one teleported in. The purpose of temporarily disabled the lock. The sword is integral to the case against my client, so why is the description of its capability so vague? To be honest, the sword is magic, but it doesn't seem to behave like any spells we know about, and we can't identify its magic like we usually do with artificial devices. According to Lord Haraldson, its powers are quote-unquote demonic in nature. If you ask me, it's all a bunch of hooey. Anyways, it's obvious it doesn't follow the normal rules of magic. Wait, what? What is Miss Tamora? It's nothing. Cuthbert's watching from the gallery. He must have heard that too. Could the Eye of Horus have something to do with demons then? No, focusing on quitting the client first. You can worry about Cuthbert later. Did Cuthbert's mom make a deal with demons? Even in a fantastical world, something like that would be rather rare, especially since most who try, I imagine, would not survive the process. At the very least, we have confirmation here that there are types of magic that don't follow human forms of magic. By the way, we've tested the sword's magic on similar locks. When used correctly, it is capable of disabling the lock in Lord Frega's study. Where's the murder victim get his hands? You have testimonies? Wouldn't an official record be more valid evidence? Tamara, you and I both know your client's creditors are not the type to keep such records. So you're admitting you're relying on hearsay. One could conclude that, yes. It doesn't matter if we can prove the debt exists. The Frege estate is unimaginably vast. Debt or no debt, that amount of wealth would be a tempting boon to any individual. She has a point. House Frege owns all the banking houses in Wyverngard. People can only dream of having that much power and wealth. The prosecution's case is already really weak. You're not even sure why they bothered bringing this to trial in the first place. And you already have testimony from someone else that directly contradicts. Testimony. Once you present this, the case is as good as yours.
Objection!
Your Honor, the prosecution's case against my client is riddled with holes, and the proposed motive is the largest among them. What do you mean, Miss Tamora? Well, the elements of the case, the motive is the most believable. Your client would have much to gain through her father's inheritance. That may be. But that's assuming my client had anything to inherit at all. What? Your Honor, my client fled from her psychologically abusive father 5 years ago. How do you think he would have reacted to that? Lord Frege was a petty and vindictive man. Do you honestly think he'd leave his inheritance to someone who dissipated it so egregiously? No, he'd do everything in his power to ensure she didn't see a shred of his wealth. Yes, we're already well aware of this. The moment her cane came down, you notice the prosecutor winced a little, but she quickly hides it and regains her composure. On the night of the murder, the victim made the decision to disinherit the defendant. However, his murder deprived him of the opportunity to submit his will to his attorney. This only further proves the defendant's motive. She would have needed to act quickly, lest her father had changed the will. I'm afraid you're mistaken, Sealwind. William Frege didn't disinherit my client that night. He disinherited my client 5 years ago. I have witnessed testimony from Miriam Frege, William's youngest daughter. By her own admission, her father disinherited my client shortly after she fled the house. What? She never brought anything during questioning. Perhaps she's not as amicable to you as you thought. If you don't believe me, why don't we call her to the stand and ask her ourselves? What are you planning, Miss Tamora? I have no idea what you're talking about. Well, it's clear we won't get anywhere until we hear from Miriam directly. Bailiff, please escort Miriam to the stand. The same one from the previous case. Miriam, is the defense correct? Did your father disinherit Beatrice 5 years ago? Yes. And you didn't think it was necessary to share this information with me? Well, you never asked. If I'll recall quickly, you were also very tight-lipped during the questioning this morning. Are you staying quiet for your sister's sake? The witness just lost her father. You can hardly expect her to recall every detail relevant to the case. Which raises a more concerning question. How did you extract this information? Who knows? Maybe I just have a way with people. Regardless, I suppose you have a point. I'll give the witness the benefit of the doubt for now. In any case, Miriam, please testify to the court about how you found out about Beatrice's disinheritance. Yes, of course. Witness testimony. One day, we all woke up and discovered that Beatrice fled from our house. She left a note for us, and in it she renounced her name and denounced my father. My father later called me and my sister to my study. He told us he'd completely disowned Beatrice and removed any claim she had to the Frege estate. It was probably a threat to us in case we ever chose to go down the same path. He wanted to make an example out of her. This all happened 5 years ago. Sure, this all happened 5 years ago? Yes, even now I can remember everything clearly. See, her speech is getting slower. Is she deep in thought? Nightgrave seems extremely concerned for some reason. Life was with you during this meeting? Yes, she was. However, life couldn't have possibly been there. Her words are getting more slurred. You notice her balance is slightly swaying. Hey, are you okay? Of course I... What? By the Scaled Lord, is that blood? Blood. Bailiff, find anyone capable of casting healing magic. Escort them in court immediately. After some scrambling, a couple of healers are able to help Nightgrave stabilize the prosecutor. In the chaos, you catch a glimpse of her. There are deep wounds and cuts all over her body. She must have used some sort of illusion to hide them, but her disguise is completely dissipated. Before Steelwind's taken out, you catch her whispering something in Nightgrave's ear. You see a look of confusion, but he nods and makes his way to the witness stand, but not before praying a message to the bailiff, who is equally confused. Just, what the hell is going on? Mr. Nightgrave, explain yourself. What's going on? Why was Miss Steelwind so gravely injured? I'm sorry, but I wasn't actually here as Miss Steelwind's aide. I was here as her healer. Healer? The truth is, she's violently attacked at noon today. She's in critical condition, but insisted on prosecuting the case anyways. I owed her a favor, and she asked me to channel my necromancy to keep her wounds closed during the trial. Scaled Lord, why did she just recuse herself? She must have known. If anyone else tried to prosecute Beatrice, you would have handily won the trial. Nevertheless, she showed to prosecute because no one else would, and she did despite the risk to her life. It almost makes you respect her a little. Almost. Anyway, is there any need to prolong this trial, Your Honor? What? Even you must acknowledge how weak the case against my client is. In addition to that, Miriam's testimony showed my client had nothing to gain from her father's death. Mr. Mora, Miss Steelwind's been gravely injured, and you're only concerned about... The only thing I'm concerned about is seeking justice for my client. Cruel as it might sound, I kind of get where Ruby's coming from. She's got a job to do, and it's to protect her client. Even so, we can't move forward until we find another prosecutor. And how long will that take, Your Honor? It's been almost 12 hours since the murder took place. That gives us, what, 36? After that, every magical trace will fully disappear. But there might be someone... If Steelwind had simply allowed another prosecutor to work this case, we wouldn't be in this situation. She took a risk, and now she must pay the price. Wouldn't you agree, Your Honor? I'm not exactly proud of winning this way, but this is what it takes. You won't let an opportunity like this pass you by. The judge is clearly unhappy with this turn of events, but it's out of his hands now. Alright, we'll do this today's unprecedented events. I have no choice. There aren't any prosecutors available to immediately take Miss Steelwind's place. We'll take a brief recess. After that, I'll deliver my verdict.
Objection!
Objection? Your Honor, I'm afraid you can't pass a verdict just yet. Mr. Cuthbert? Cuthbert, what the hell are you doing? I don't know. Well, what I do know is there's a massive contradiction in Miriam Frega's testimony. Looks like things won't be as simple as you expected. No wonder it's called Severed Ties. It seems him and his mentor are coming to blows. I wondered if this was a possibility. After all, the discussion with Orem White was that he only really had issues with her specifically and not Cuthbert himself. I feel so out of place here. Despite your clear hatred for the nobility, you found yourself at a party filled with aristocrats. You hardly recognize anyone, but many people clearly recognize you. Used to receiving dirty looks from other class, but you can feel everyone's disdain for you. In a corner by yourself. I can't believe I let you talk me into coming here. For reasons unknown, you lose your train of thought. Oh, that dress looks quite good on her. I've been waiting to wear this dress for a while. What do you think? Oh, what's wrong? You suddenly feel extremely flustered. It's difficult to make eye contact. Oh, I see. You're enchanted by my beauty? Oh, come on, say something. She was trying to be silly. She was trying to be cheeky, but he flew right past him. Ever since that night in Orano, you feel like something's been off between you two. Am I interrupting something? Miss Tamora, I want to check in on you before we met with Lord Frega. You spot a woman silently following behind her. Is she the client Miss Tamora is representing? You're pretty sure this is your first time meeting her, but she looks familiar. Hi, I'm Tyrion Cuthbert. I'm Miss Tamora's ward. You extend your hand out. She has an aristocratic air, so I hope you're not being too formal. Instead of taking her hand, she claps her hands together and takes a deep breath. What? Sorry, I didn't mean to do that. It's been a habit of mine. Oh. Nevertheless, she finally shakes her hand. This is the second time this has come up. I have the feeling this is going to be plot relevant. Not much about you, Mr. Cuthbert. My name is Beatrice. You're not sure about the details, but your mentor appears to be brokering a deal between Beatrice and William Frega. William is ruling House Lord of House Frega, so you're a little curious of what kind of deal he'd be involved in. We've learned not to pry into your mentor's business. Anyway, we'll probably be gone for a while. Can I trust you two not to cause trouble? You're in a matter field with the highest members of nobility. You might meet some familiar yet unfriendly faces. We'll keep a low profile. Please do. So why were you so insistent on accompanying Miss Tamora to the Lord's Ball here? Ah, that's... afraid? You know you can tell me anything, right? Oh, she's happy to hear that. I guess everything that happened in Arno made me think about things. I don't really know anything about my past or where I came from, you know? I didn't want to think about it because my dad and mom, but... You want to find out who your biological parents are? I do, but I don't know now. Being here is starting to make me feel weird. I still have my mom, and looking for my birth parents feels wrong somehow. Well, I don't think that's true. Really? Mr. Moore adopted me when I was a child, and she gave me a purpose in life, but I still keep my childhood memories of my mother close to me. Mr. Moore and my mother are both important to me. I don't think it's disrespectful to want to find out more about yourself. I'm sure your mother will understand. You think so? Of course. And I'm also sure of another thing. If I'm with you, I doubt any of the nobles here want to speak with you. Yeah, I didn't want to be rude, but don't worry, I can find something else to fill the time. You're just gonna play chess alone, aren't you? Maybe. You need to learn to talk to people. Maybe find some new friends or something. I don't need more friends. I usually want to spend most of the time with you anyway. Oh, he had to put it that way, didn't he? Anyways, I'm gonna go talk to some people, and I'll see you later. Celeste leaves to mingle with some of the other partygoers. You find yourself with little to do, and you doubt anyone want to engage in small talks in the likes of you. Your hand instinctively goes to your satchel. It contains your foldable chessboard. Well, it's not like I have anything better to do. I should try to find an empty table to play on. Several gold-tinted chandeliers from the ceiling of the ballroom. They look fancy enough to be worth a small fortune. It irks you a little how much wealth Lord Frege must be hoarding for all this. Each table has a centerpiece of flowers on it. Most of the seats are filled. Doesn't look like you'll be able to play here. This place looks pretty quiet, but there aren't any tables anywhere. Well, I could play on the floor, I suppose. Grrr. Ooh, a white wolf. Looking at the hallways, you find yourself face to face with a large wolf. Well, it could just be a dog with some wolf in it. Did someone leave a door open? Think about telling anyone, but remember the manor's full of nobles. You're sure a servant will spot it, and it's not as if anyone would believe you anyway, but it's probably best to find somewhere else to play. There are several jewels mounted on the wall, and they look equidistant from each other. You already knew that House Frege was wealthy, but embedding jewels in the wall makes the place look pretty tacky. They even have gold-tinted chandeliers in the hallways. It's ridiculous when you really think about it. Ah, so we were at the location of the murder that night. Which should also be reason to disallow being prosecuted, but then again, they allow us to defend someone we were with the night of the murder, so I guess they're very lax about that in this universe. You look further around the manor and find a room of several displays. Looks like a gallery, but slightly out of place. There are a few nobles in the room. They're all silently appreciating the exhibits. Perhaps Lord Frege paid a museum to create some sort of historical display for the Lord's Ball. There's a face I haven't seen before. Take a close look at exhibits, and an old man approaches you. Wait, is that a monkey on his back? Poor guy. Hello, my name is Harold Haroldson. I'm the curator of this collection. Ah, so that was the Haroldson that was discussed earlier. Harold Haroldson, is that a Sanuda's name or something? No. Occupation? Historian. I see. Wait, he's a museum curator? He must be extremely knowledgeable about Wyverngard's history then. You wonder, would you happen to know anything about the ancient dragons? Ah, the scaled Lord, Rathalion. There are many pieces in this gallery, and some of them are items wielded by the 7 heroes of Wyverngard. Legends say that some of these items were directly enchanted by Rathalion himself. Enchanted? Wouldn't that mean they also don't follow the rules of magic? Perhaps you should examine these items more closely. Pair of metallic armbands, several magical runes carved in. Those are armbands of intellect. They were actually created by a member of House Frege centuries ago. Centuries? That would make these one of the first creations of artificery. That's correct. The legends say whoever wore these armbands would be granted unparalleled levels of intellect. Many believe House Frege created them to aid in their study of magic. The creature's intelligence increased beyond. Legends say it was forged to the study of magic. Interesting. Well, if my tabletop game is any indication, magical items are expensive as F, so I guess it would make sense a wealthy family would have them. It's a pair of golden earrings. There are small jewels embedded in each. Those are the earrings of vitality. It is said that the scaled lord imbued a portion of his immortality into these. Legends say whoever wears them has their lifespan increased tenfold. The scaled lord could do things like that? Who Of course, he is the Scaled Lord, after all. Earrings of Vitality. An ancient artifact worn by a creature, their wounds slowly heal over time. Furthermore, its holder's lifespan increases tenfold as long as they are worn. Legends say it was created by Steel Lips. Are there any spells that create a similar effect to these earrings? Not that I know of. A spell like that would probably fall into the school of necromancy. I'm sure you know how much the kingdom scrutinizes that type of magic. Indeed. Oh, even the monkey's pissed. It's a painting of a researcher. That is Professor Matt Farland. He is a professor of some renown. A researcher of combinatorial magic theory. What's that? The study of different types of magic interact with each other. He famously ran an experiment that would happen if two anti-magic fields overlap. That's actually pretty interesting. What are the results of the experiment? Well, they had mages out of the space where the two overlap. Turns out those mages were able to use magic. Wait, how's that possible? They would have two anti-magic fields. Affect them. When the two overlap, they cancel each other out. I heard that's akin to applying two negative numbers together. Ah, so they're re-quoting what was in the earlier. Then, huh. It's a painting of some sort of scientist. The man is Dr. Luke Cuthbert. He's an alchemist. Was an alchemist and inventor of one of the branch families. He was well known for... Man, my accent for this character is all over the place. Studies imbuing intelligence into automations. Intelligent automations. Does that make them similar to arcane constructs? Yes, actually. I wouldn't be surprised if Lord Von Sanctus used Dr. Cooper's research to create those constructs. So in essence, he's taking credit for someone else's work. Why am I not surprised? Basically, fantasy Thomas Edison. I mean that in the negative way, since Thomas Edison was already I totally invented this, seriously. Totally. Crimson-hued red sword. That's the sword of spell-eating. Legends say it has the power to protect its wielder from any kind of magic. So it's an anti-magic field? In a way, yes, but it has less than heroic origins, I'm afraid. It said this sword was created through a blood pact between a mage and a demon. A demon? Legends say that some demons have the power to absorb and nullify magic. A demon must have imbued some kind of power in the sword. Or at least that's what the legends say. Is it safe to put something like that on display? What if legends are true? Oh, don't worry. These displays are fortified with several abjuration spells. I bet even Lord Steelwind would have trouble getting through this. The security are through several layers of abjuration. Even a highly skilled mage would have trouble breaking in. Tell me about yourself. What's a historian doing at the Lord's Ball, Mr. Haroldson? Harold. Right, Harold. Anyways, Lord Frege invites my museum. I'm to set some blaze here every way. He must think it adds a semblance of culture, the fool. You own a museum? Yes, the Haroldson Hall of History, located in the city of Homarth. That's a mouthful. Unfortunately, I don't think its guests appreciate the historical significance of these items. Well, the monkey's adorable. Honestly, I think you're the only person here who's taken a meaningful interest in them. Sorry, but I really have to ask, is that a monkey riding on your back? Yes, this is my familiar, Eugene. Ah, you're familiar. A familiar is a creature of a mage that a mage has formed a magical bond with. With that bond, our souls are forever connected. I could communicate with him telepathically. I could even cast my spells through him, if I wanted to. Really, I never knew a spell like that existed. It's quite rare. Very few mages will take the time to learn it, how to cast it. Interesting. I want to say it seems like a really nice thing to have, but I guess even my tabletop character has basically foregone the option for a familiar partner of sorts. I mean, it is something I could have done, absolutely. In fact, it was even one that was shown to me an example, but I ended up choosing not to take it. So your caster forms a magical unbreakable bond with a target creature, connecting them to the caster's magic. When this bond exists, it can telepathically communicate the creature over any distance. They can also choose to see through target's eyes as long as they concentrate. Lastly, caster can set spells in the location of the target creature instead of their own. Once this is formed, neither the caster nor target can form bonds with any other creature. It can only be broken in death. Eugene helps me my day-to-day. These old bones aren't as surprised as they used to be after all. The ancient dragons. Mr. Harold. As a historian, do you have a lot of knowledge of the ancient dragons? The answer to that question is somewhat complicated. What do you mean? Unfortunately, a lot of historical texts in my collection have been altered or outright destroyed by the Church of Bahamut. Because that's quite difficult to separate myths from actual historical accounts. Right, I remember running into a similar problem at the Imperial Academy. Ah, you must be quite dedicated to your studies. They let this simpleton in the Imperial Academy. Rude, but you suppose he can't be helped. I had to fight the church for a long time before I could even display dragon bones in my museum. Crap, that almost sounds like what happened with Ray and Three Houses. Power of the dragons. In the history of ancient dragons, was there any instance of them granting power to humans? Of course. That's the entire premise behind the 7 years of Waveguard. Does this idiot not even know about that? Right, but I mean, was there anything before that? Did they ever grant supernatural abilities that didn't follow the rules of arcane magic? Supernatural abilities, then you say? That sounds a lot more demonic in nature than draconic. Demonic? Much like ancient dragons, demons are also the stuff of myth. There are also many stories of them people selling souls to the frontal power. Selling their souls? You recall a note that your mother left to you before she was executed. Use my eyes, peer beyond the divine gaze I once did. She told you to use her eyes. Did your mother make a deal with a demon to give you the eyes of Horus? Is something wrong? This simpleton's far too superstitious. No, nothing's wrong. It's a bit much to take in, but you might be overthinking this. There haven't been any recorded sightings of demons in ancient history. They are only second-hand stories and superstitions. The Eye of Horus can't possibly be demonic, can it? I hope Celeste's investigation's going better than yours. At the very least. Ooh, now I get to be through her eyes? How dare you insinuate I engage in an adulterous relationship? That's not what I... Enough. If you try to speak with me again, all the kings will throw you out. This isn't working. I don't think asking them like that will be very effective. What? You expect anyone to be truthful with you? Oh wow, Arya really wears that dress well. Essentially asking them if they cheated on their spouses. Spying on me? Unintentionally, I'm just surprised to see you here of all places. Right, I guess that makes sense. You're not party crash, are you? Of course not. I came here with Ruby and Tyrion. That honestly raises more questions than answers, but I'll take your word for it. Anyways, you're looking for your birth parents, aren't you? Was I being that obvious? It's the only reason I could think of. Why else would you be trying to speak with members of the nobility? I don't know if it's any of my business, but I think hard about whether this is what you truly want. Getting entangled in the aristocracy will only ever bring you misery. I've read your file. You have everything you could ever want. You have your mother and your friends. You even have a lover. What? You're in a relationship with Mr. Cuthbert, are you not? No, Tyrion's not my... Really? From the way you behave, I'd assumed. You obviously have feelings for him. What? How obvious? Did you seriously not notice? I think someone with his detective reasoning skills would easily see through you. Oh, yeah? What about you and Aster? I have no idea what you're talking about. Come on, I was there Von Sanctus Manor. It's obvious you like him. Please, you're grossly exaggerating things. He may be my fiancé, but I only have the utmost respect for him. And what if I told you standing right behind you? You honestly think I'd fall for something like that? Oh, what are you falling for? Ah! Your Highness! Oh, hello, Lady Steelwind. Your Highness, please don't run around like that. Conversation with Harold was definitely interesting, but you still find yourself with very few leads. Be it dragons or demons, the origins of the Eye of Horus remain a mystery. You find yourself returning to the ballroom and you spot Celeste in the corner with some other people. Is she with Aster and Steelwind? Hey Aster, what do you think of Steelwind's dress? It suits you quite well, Miss Steelwind. You look lovely. Gross. As you approach the group, you're stopped from a knight of the King's Guard. He stares you down. What? Prepare your Arcanum. That was the incantation for detect magic. Knight stares you up and down. Celeste hasn't cast any spells on you, so you shouldn't see anything. Oh, Mr. Cuthbert. What was that all about? My apologies. They're making sure you won't disguise yourself with an illusion. The King's Guard are charged with keeping us safe. They must take every precaution to protect us. Oh, and who might you be? Do not speak so familiar with me, a peasant. Alaric, don't speak to him like that. Why shouldn't I speak to him as I please? I'm Prince Alaric de Wavengar the Sixth. I will not demote myself to showing courtesy to a commoner. Doesn't he mean demean? Alaric. Occupation, Prince. I'm terribly sorry about him, Mr. Cuthbert. It's fine. Anyways, weren't you supposed to be investigating your birth parents? Leave the poor woman alone. Hey, she started it. Right. I'm actually quite surprised to see you both here. What brings you to the Lord's Ball, Mr. Cuthbert? We were accompanying Miss Tamora. Her client has some business with Lord Frege. Her client? Oh, she's pissed about something. Beatrice! Scared and mad. Beatrice suddenly storms the ballroom. It's almost as if she almost walks right past you before she hears Aster's voice. She looks furious. Their discussion with Lord Frege go badly. Oh, that voice. Is that you, Aster? It really is you. You called him Aster instead of your Highness. Do they personally know each other? Glad to see you again. It's been quite some time. He's both happy and sad to see her again. I guess the falling out with the family is probably public knowledge after 5 years, so... Is that really all you have to say? It appears you have too much to talk about. I'll be taking my leave. There's a bit of tension in the air. Celeste, we should probably get going too. Yeah. Wow, that was awkward. Yeah, I wonder how those two know each other. She's working with us tomorrow, but somehow she knows Lord Frege and the Crown Prince. Just who is she? Well, I suppose it's none of your business. Anyways, how did your investigation go? I got nothing. All I did was make a bunch of nobles mad. Sorry, I know you really want answers, but I'm sure something will come up. Think so? Might be a little irresponsible to get our hopes up. A noble abandoned our tavern in a rundown village. You doubt someone like that would make themselves easy to find. Anyways, I don't want this night to be a total loss. Come on, dance with me. Oh, that's not something I... Don't be like that. How often do we get to party like this? Before I have a chance to object, she grabs her hand and starts dragging in the middle of the room. You receive a few dirty looks from the aristocrats. Some nice people are staring at us. That's what they think. They're nobles. They're gonna hate us no matter what we do. She takes hold of your hand and pulls you into a waltz. I don't even know how to dance. I've never done this before. It's easy. Just stop saying so awkward about it. That's easy for her to say. Alright, just tell me what I need to do. Well, first, you need to be closer to me. With motion, she pulls your body closer to hers. Watch my movements and try to follow my lead. You seem to know a lot about these things. I had to do a lot of networking when I was a mercenary. Do you know how many times I had to charm a merchant to hiring me? I see. Huh. You don't actually know that much about her, do you? Carefully watch the position of her feet and try to match movements. After a while, you find yourself able to match her rhythm. We just accidentally stepped up on her foot every few beats. She doesn't seem fazed by it. Either she's being polite or she genuinely doesn't feel anything. Getting it, but don't focus too much on where your feet are. Just look at me. What? Come on, do it. You try to break eye contact, but every time you do, you slowly find yourself drawn back to her eyes. You're so embarrassed, you become lightheaded, and you find yourself perspiring more than usual, but at the same time, you don't have the urge to break away. There's a comforting warmth behind all the anxiety you're feeling. Ah, there he is, the infamous Tyrion Cuthbert. Never turns away from challenging a noble, but can't dance a step to save his life. Her expression doesn't betray a hint of it, but you still detect feelings of nervousness. She's just as flustered as you are. Find yourself relaxing, and somehow you're able to continue matching her movements. See? There you go. Although, what is it? You know the man is supposed to lead, right? Maybe I don't subscribe to gender stereotypes. Or maybe you just suck at this. It's been a while since you felt this calm. There's always been something you need to prepare for, a client that needed saving, a culprit needed catching. You're quite content with the one brief moment you're able to spend with her. Almost find yourself getting lost in the mood until you spot a familiar face accompanied by a legion of knights. No, don't tell me. The knights storm their way to where Beatrice and Aster were. Several of the attendees take notice. They all stop doing to see what's going on. Beatrice Frega, by the authority of the Wyvern Guard Crown, you are under arrest. Did you just say Beatrice Frega? Damn, it was just getting good. We should go see what's happening, shouldn't we? Yeah, let's go. You are completely out of line, Commander. I thought I told you to stand down. Don't you recognize who you're speaking to? Let go of Lady Frega. I can't do that, your highnesses. Aster, what is going on? It's Lord Freg. Oh. What? No, Aster, what's going on? It's Lord Frega. He was found murdered in his study. And these cretins think Beatrice was behind it somehow. I'm sorry, your highness, but my orders came straight from Steelwind. Steelwind sent you? Beatrice takes a deep breath and claps her hands together. I should go with them. What? No. My brother is right. They have no right to. I don't want to cause friction between you and Arya. She's always been meticulous. I'm sure she's being careful. I'll be exonerated once they thoroughly investigate what's happened. Okay, if that's what you truly want. Why, you can't just let them take her away. Brother, she's correct. It's not our place to interfere with the laws of our kingdom. Oh, but... However... Yes, your highness. Miss Beatrice is blind. One of your knights will need to escort her. She's what? Wait, did he just say she's blind? Anyways, we're gonna need to take you to a holding cell, lady. One of you should go with her and guide her through. Please, I may be disabled, but I'm not a child. She walks past the knights and heads towards the foyer. It appears she already knows her way out. Shouldn't you all be following her? Right, Inquisition, move out. You definitely didn't expect the knight to go like this. Just what is going on here? Feels like quite a bit has happened in such a short period of time. I can't believe they kept us here until noon. Lord's Ball was running well into the night even before the murder occurred. You had nothing more to catch up on your lost sleep, but you made a promise to ask. You'd like nothing more to catch up on your sleep, you made a promise to Aster. This doesn't make sense. Beatrice was with me and my brother the entire night. Right, you were there when she met with him in Steelwind. You couldn't have stolen the spell of sword eating and murdered her father. I don't understand, of all the people who could have done this, why would Steelwind suspect a blind woman? Mr. Cuthbert, could you defend Beatrice against these awful charges? I don't think I even need to. What? Beatrice is Ruby's client. I'm sure she'll be the one defending her. Oh, well, that certainly puts my mind at ease. Still scared of... What's wrong? I don't know if I'm asking too much, but could you still investigate the crime scene for me, Mr. Cuthbert? What? But we just said Miss Tomorrow. Well, I know, and I don't doubt her abilities, but Beatrice is a dear friend of mine. I'd like every chance for her to be found innocent. You said that she's a dear friend, they must know each other, but why would Miss Tomorrow, of all people, represent a member of a noble house? There's still a lot of things you don't know about her. Of course, I'll also compensate you for services. Consider yourself blessed. A common like you can only dream about a job like this. Alaric? Tiny Prince has a point, though. A payment from the Crown Prince does sound tempting. I can't believe this. Celeste returns to the ballroom. She changed back to her normal clothes. What's wrong? The people in the coat room said they couldn't find my sword. They told me someone must have stolen it. What? Celeste's missing sword. Why would someone want to steal Celeste's sword? Aside from her group, everyone else at the ball was an aristocrat. You do recall her saying it was forged in Eastern Kingdom, so I guess someone could have stolen it because it's rarity. We'll keep an eye out for it while we investigate the matter. This might be some kind of mistake. Her sword is completely different. So I don't think that they... I was wondering if they used her sword to pull a switcheroo, but they don't look close enough to that appearance-wise. I hope so. Anyways, where should we start first? We should head to the crime scene. I remember hearing that Lord Frego's body was found in the study. Let's go over there. Are you worried about your missing sword? No, well, yes, I am worried about that. I'm sure it'll turn up eventually. She's trying her best to hide how worried she is. Hope you're able to find her sword somewhere. Beatrice has been through a lot, hasn't she? From what I've heard about her father's cold behavior, I don't blame her for leaving. She probably wanted to leave her old life behind. You two are similar in that regard. What do you think about this? Sorry, Tyrion, I can't help you with that. Sword forged by a demon. Do you think the legend are true? Tyrion? Oh, sorry, I was a little distracted. The Ivory Horse can't possibly be demonic, can it? The question is, does Horus exist in this world? Because Horus is an Egyptian god, but if he doesn't exist in this world, well, it could still be divine in some fashion. Armbands of intellect. Eugene, monkey. Oh, I thought she'd at least find the monkey cute. Miriam seems different somehow now. She's a lot less arrogant. She must be going through a lot. She unexpectedly lost her father, and her long-lost sister is being charged with murder. This. Never expected to see Wallace with Steelwind. I wonder why she'd choose him of all people as her aide. Maybe she's trying to copy us. An attorney and a mage. But she can already cast detect magic. Come on, that's not the only thing I do. Still, I wouldn't expect him to be an ideal bodyguard since, you know, he's focusing on white magic. William Frege doesn't sound like the best person, does he? Many people in Wyverngard live in poverty, yet he's able to afford this extravagant house. You don't live a life like this without hoarding some wealth to yourself. Tyrion. Like anyone else, even he deserves justice for his death. Alright, so let's head over to the study then. You arrive at the crime scene and see the usual swarm of Inquisition Knights. However, you also spot members of the King's Guard. They must be working together since the victims from one of the Pillar families. I wasn't expecting to see you here, Mr. Cuthbert. I thought Ruby Tamora was defending this case. Steelwind approaches you as you enter the study. She's followed by an unexpected yet familiar face. Wallace, what are you doing here? Oh, I guess I was supposed to... Whoops, I guess I was supposed to show that face afterward, because after she learns about it here. Here's my aid for the investigation. You don't doubt Wallace's abilities. You can't think of any reason why Steelwind would need help. But you suppose that's none of your business. Anyways, we're here on behalf of Crown Prince Aster. He asked us to investigate independently. Oh, I see. I'm sure he just wants to make sure the investigation goes smoothly. Well, if you're on behalf of His Highness, I'll do whatever I can to help you. The whole situation is quite unorthodox, but your goal remains the same. Perhaps Steelwind can tell you more about what's happened. Ah, what's wrong? Can't see it, the entire room is covered in traces of abjuration magic. Everything's glowing white. That makes sense. There were several anti-magic fields covering the manor. Those are probably traces of abjuration everywhere. I won't bother showing you traces of abjuration while we're here.
Arcanum.
Just remember never to cast detect magic in the Fey world. Let's just say my character, was that one scene from SpongeBob. My eyes! This trace of illusion magic the body was. The assailant must have used some kind of magical disguise. Why they turn themselves invisible? Autopsy report. There's a pool of blood and chalk outline where the body must have been. There's a large mahogany table at the end of the room. But the question is, can the mahogany desk... oh, there's also a mahogany desk. Oh, Frigga must have done his work here. But can it bend the very fabric of the universe? It's a bookshelf filled with books. I wonder what kind of books Lord Frigga owned. Wait a minute, they're all blank! All of his real books are on the floor in the desk. There's a window that leads into this room. Could the murderer have escaped through here? No, the window doesn't open. The glass is magically reinforced. Well, at least it's good to mark that off the list. There's several books about economics and politics here. It doesn't look like there's anything of note. It's a painting of some kind of scholar. There's text on it. Rook Ressinger, economic scholar and aristocratic accountant. He's known in some circles as Rook the Cook due to his ability to cook the books of the four-pillar houses. Rook the Cook? Sometimes I wish I could have a nickname like that. What about Crimson Demon? Not that one. Yeah, that sounds better for an arena fighter's nickname. It's a fireplace. Could the murderer have entered through here? That wouldn't be possible. This chimney is far too narrow. Even a small child wouldn't be thin enough to fit through it. About the murder. What can you tell me about the murder? William Frege was found dead in his room after the lockdown was lifted. Wait, lockdown? What lockdown? From what we can tell, his throat's been slashed open with a letter opener. Also, death was blood loss. Both of the carotid arteries were severed. Here's the autopsy report if you want a detailed description. Were you able to find the murder weapon? Yes, the murder left at the crime scene. It's a letter opener opened by the victim. Murderer must have found the room and used it. There was one strange detail about the weapon, however. The handle was completely shattered. We're not sure what to make of that, but as if someone crushed the handle with tremendous force. Interesting. Is it possible his body fell on it? Then again, those are pretty durable. I'm not sure if a... Well, again, I guess it depends how durable it is. I doubt it's made out of plastic or anything that would... It would have taken a tremendous amount of force, so I don't think I'm not sure if a body falling on it would have worked. What could have caused the handle to shatter like that? Lockdown. You mentioned there was a lockdown. When did this happen? You didn't notice. The Inquisition did try to be discreet, but everyone noticed the commotion Beatrice and the two princes made over it. I suppose you two must have been lost in your own little world, weren't you? No. Anyways, you said that Lord Frege's body was found after lockdown. That means something else must have happened prior. Supposedly, someone broke into the Heraldson exhibits. One of the magical items was stolen, so there was also a theft last night. Does the Manor lockdown system behave like the one in the Imperial Academy? The systems are somewhat different. Unlike the Imperial Academy, the lockdown only prevents people from leaving or entering the Manor, so not all the rooms were locked. What about this specific one? Now, this room does have an abjuration ward that locks the door and prevents teleportation in and out. In addition, the system placed an anti-magic field over the Manor. Anti-magic field? What's that? An anti-magic field is a spell that nullifies all magic within it. While concentrating on the spell, the caster forms a 10-foot radius sphere that nullifies all magic. Any spell effect that enters immediately dissipates, and any mage who tries to cast a spell will fail. If the zone overlaps with any other, the two will cancel each other out. The fact they constantly bring up that statement means it's going to be relevant in some fashion. But of course, if the lock has an anti-magic field and the Manor's one interact, that could mean that an unlock spell or a key or something could work on it. The system somehow covered the entire Manor in this effect. If you notice, there are several purple crystals embedded in the walls of the Manor. Each of those produces an anti-magic field in lockdown. So that's what those crystals were for. They weren't just to look fancy, they were a conduit for the spell. Actually quite clever. So no one could cast magic during lockdown. Not exactly. Someone could have used the stolen artifact to circumvent it. You mentioned someone could have used a stolen artifact to get past it. What artifact was it? It was the Sword of Spell Eating. The demon-forged item that could supposedly nullify magic. If the legends are true, then someone could have easily used it to counteract the lockdown system. After Lord Haraldson reported the theft, the Inquisition discreetly placed the manor on lockdown. They searched every room in the manor to try and find it, but was eventually found in Beatrice's room, and that led them to believe she stole it. That's correct, the King's Guard moved to arrest her, but Prince asked her to order them to step down. It didn't look like she was planning on fleeing, so they planned to wait until after the party ended. But then they found Lord Frega's body. Correct. We believe she used the sword to nullify the locks and break into Frega's study. Oh, but if she used the sword, wouldn't she use that to commit the murder? We're not entirely sure. We have a few working theories. She might have wanted to prevent the theft from being tied to the murder. Perhaps she had more confidence wielding a knife over a sword. Regardless, it seems the sword wasn't the murder weapon. So she's not just being implicated in the murder, she's charged with stealing a sword and spell eating, but what possible reason would she have to do either of those crimes? Since the body was found here, was Lord Frege locked the room during lockdown? Yes, when Frege knew that the room should have been secured. He was supposedly in a bad mood, and he locked himself in the room for the night. He refused to let anyone in the room, and the only person he spoke to after that was his daughter. His daughter? You talking about Miriam? No, Lord Frege had another daughter. I'm referring to Life Frege, Lord Frege's middle child. She tried to tell his father about the theft, but he was apparently preoccupied with something else. He said that he wanted to stay in the study for the rest of the night. When did this happen? It was shortly before the lockdown was activated, or a little after 1 a.m. I see. Life's testimony. Oh, she has a much different look than the others. Related to study, she refused to speak with almost anyone who tried to disturb. The only person who spoke to was Leif. She told him the theft. It's well eating, but William didn't seem to care and return his business. Leif must have been the last person to see him alive. You should speak with her to get more details. By the way, Steelwind, do you have a map of the matter? I do. Would you like a copy? Please and thank you. Steelwind, did the Inquisition happen to find my sword anywhere? Your sword? I can't say I've heard anything about it. I'm sure the Inquisition would have recognized it. Don't worry, I'm sure we'll find it somewhere. What can you tell me about this? I'm sorry, but I'm not the person to ask about that. I still fail to understand how you think Beatrice broke the secure exhibits. Despite being blind, she's an extraordinarily powerful and learned mage. Her ability surpassed that of even her father. It's a shame that this is how it all turned out. If it's not too much trouble, you know how Beatrice became blind. Oh, I'm sorry, I'm not going to discuss that. It's just going to dig up old wounds. Right, of course, she does know, but that does mean she does, in fact, know what happened. Not that I doubt his skill, but why choose Wallace? Well, I have my own reasons for choosing him. He does owe me, after all. Right, if it weren't for Miss Steelwind, I wouldn't be able to continue studying necromancy. You've been able to continue studying it? Yeah, Miss Steelwind introduced me to Lord Asclepius. Belongs to one of the few noble houses that are still allowed to study necromancy. Ooh. Well, I guess the god of medicine would in fact be allowed to study the art of, life and death. Fortunately, because of that, they hold very little political power. I'm just glad I was able to continue my studies. This is the first time you faced off against Miss Tamora? No, I've prosecuted defendants before. I've actually had a better track record of convicting her defendants over yours. Wait, really? I wouldn't let that inflate your ego, though. You're clearly more picky about who you defend. What's that supposed to mean? You tend to pick defendants you are sure are innocent. I'm sure Miss Tamora does that, too. Yeah, the more we learn about this, the more it's clear there's a rift going on here. What can you tell me about William Frege himself? He's a chauvinistic pig. Ooh, she's really pissed. Wow, that's pretty blunt. My family's been at odds with the Freges for as long as we can remember. My father's probably salivating at the thought of House Frege losing its head. Witnesses. Were there any witnesses aside from Life who saw Frege that night? Perhaps someone who happened to be from a nearby room? There was someone who heard the altercation, but was quite obscured. A servant was trapped in the storage room nearby. There's an air vent that connects this room with the storage room. We suppose I heard the sounds of struggle through the vent. Well, the witness here. The sounds of a struggle before your Lord Frege choked his blood. When the lockdown was lifted, he informed the King's Guard what he heard. That's when they discovered the body. I see who was the servant. I believe you actually know him. His name is Jan Hughes. Wait, Mr. Hughes is here? Never expect to see him again, much less here. But if you heard the altercation, you definitely have to speak with him. Why would Harold keep such a dangerous weapon on display? There's value in remembering and honoring our kingdom's history, especially the unsavory parts. Anyways, the exhibits were heavily protected. Only a powerful mage like Beatrice could possibly have broken in. So even Steelwind considers Beatrice to be a powerful one. And remember, her family has meteor spells, so that's no joke. I'm lacking a lot of information about the defendant. The way you're both acting, you and Astor seem to know her. Oh, you mentioned her didn't tell you about her? No, I try not to pry into her business. See, I honestly don't know much about what happened earlier, but Beatrice was Lord Frega's eldest daughter and the former heir to House Frega. Former heir? About 5 years ago, she fled Frega Manor and went into hiding. None of us knew where she went, and she ignored any attempts to make contact with her. She even used magic to prevent us scrying on her. Last night's ball was the first time in years Astor and I had seen her. Story. But if that's true, how did Miss Tamora meet her? I think I'm lacking a lot of information. The meeting. She happened to know why Beatrice was meeting with her father again after all these years. I have some ideas, but nothing concrete. I was hoping you could tell me. Tamora and Beatrice have both refused to disclose anything on their meeting. Damn it, what could that meeting have been about? Speaking of which, I haven't seen Tamora anywhere in the manor. As a defense attorney, I thought she had been here to investigate the murder alongside you. That is strange. Miss Tamora always had her own way of doing anything, perhaps she's using a different strategy? Anyways, I imagine she met with her father to request financial aid. Why do you say that? I have it on good authority she was deeply in debt. That's the only reason she would speak with her father again after all these years. It's also why I believe she murdered her father. Think she murdered him for inheritance? It's the only motive that makes sense. Well, there's a lot to work through here. The prosecution would try to assert Beatrice committed the murder, but what would she have needed to do to carry out all the actions described? Well, the first thing you do is narrate down the time which the murder occurred. When did the murder occur? The body was discovered after the lockdown was lifted. And Leif Frege said her father was alive before it activated. In her study and watched Locke engage. No, if we assume Lafayette's testimony correct, William Frege was alive before the lockdown triggered. Not only that, he said he would stay in the study for the rest of the night, which means he probably never left the study. It occurred after the lockdown. Was alive. Study. During lockdown. Right, the murder must have occurred during the lockdown. That means the murder someone got past the abjuration wards to protect this wound. Those wards block teleportation, and they magically locked the only door leading this room. Steelwind and the Inquisition believe Beatrice used the sort of spell eating to get past them. Regardless of what they think, we need to assume the murder used some kind of magic to nullification to get in there. That's not necessarily true, is it? What if the murder entered before he locked it? If they were in the room before he locked it, they would have been trapped here until he decided to leave. Not only that, they would have been discovered the moment the guards enter his study. Maybe they used some kind of invisibility, or they could have teleported away when... Hey. Maybe they before the moment unlock the door. Teleportation did not occur. We did not find any traces of conjuration magic. What about Celeste's theory of invisible assailant? I'll admit we did find a trace of illusion magic, but the moment the guards saw the body, one of them cast Detect Magic. With that spell, they would have seen any invisible people hiding in the room. Wait, you can use Detect Magic like that? Of course, it's standard procedure. Like all spells, invisibility leads to traces of magic the person can cast on. So mages can use Detect Magic as a way to see through invisibility. So we know for sure they weren't here before or after lockdown. My tabletop character may have a brand new strategy to try next time. This means whoever committed the murder used some way to bypass the abjurative wards to protect this room. The entry has been added to your notes. Next thing to consider is the murder weapon. Where did the murder weapon come from? There's a letter opener, presumably owned by William Frege. The murderer probably used it to avoid leaving evidence that incriminated them. Murderer. Destroyed the murder weapon? No, the letter opener was clearly owned by Frege, so what? Or would have taken it from them. Right, the letter opener came from inside this room. The murderer probably wanted to avoid contact using a weapon that would have implicated them. It could have also been a crime of passion, or rather a manslaughter rather than first degree. They decided to use it and leave it here after the deed was done. That leaves a glaring hole in the prosecution's case. What would that be, Mr. Cuthbert? What is flawed with the prosecution's case? Beatrice Flagg is completely blind. Even if she was somehow able to sneak into a highly guarded exhibit, how did she slip past the guards and enter Fraga's study? Furthermore, how did she locate the letter opener if she couldn't see it? None of it makes sense. Committing this murder unseen would have been a tall order for anyone. I can hardly believe a blind person did all this. Do well not to underestimate her, Mr. Cuthbert. What? You don't know her as I do. She's far more capable than you realize. She must be the one behind this. I suppose I wouldn't know, but the idea that Beatrice did any of this is still pretty ludicrous. I suppose I can't change your mind about that, but I do have to ask you a question, Mr. Cuthbert. What would you do if you discovered one of your clients was guilty? What? I mean, I tend to have insight into these sorts of things, so that would never happen. I've already seen your uncanny ability to read people, but I'm hypothetically speaking. So what would you do if they turned out they were actually guilty? Well, I'd tell them to find another lawyer. I have no one else to represent them. I don't know, it'd definitely be a hard choice for me, but I'm not sure if I could represent them if I knew the truth like that. I can't just stand by and let a murderer escape justice. See, why do you ask? No reason. Okay. Anyway, she's made her stance clear. You have a lot of leads to follow up on. You should move to somewhere else. Crime scene was a locked room with no method of entry. Lord Frey could still die. That means the murderer used something to nullify the lock in some way. But did they really use the spell of spell eating to do so? Ah, we're in a locked room mystery, but with magic. Storage room. We're in the storage room, hoping to investigate the air vent that connects to Lord Frega's study. We come across a person lying on the floor. What? Jan, is that you? Oh man, what's with all the noise? I was having a good nap too. Mr. Hughes. Whoa, it's you two. Why are you taking a nap in the storage room? I need to take a break from all the chaos going on. Kingsguard won't let us leave until they finish investigating the murder after all. This pompous noble shooed me away when I tried sleeping on one of the couches. I didn't expect anyone to find me here. Anyways, the prosecutor told us you heard the murder from here during lockdown. You could tell us what happened? Think you could tell us what happened? Sure, why not? My nap's kinda ruined anyways. So you're working as a servant here now? Not exactly, but I was part of the catering staff. The twins started their own food business after Frega threw us out of the academy. Right, sorry about that. It's not your fault. Even if Redmond was still headmaster, the board would have found some other way to get rid of us. Wait, are Valentina and Valerie here too? No, they just contracted some staff to Lord Frega for the Lord's Ball. I think a bunch of other businesses did the same thing. You wonder how they feel about this. They lent their services to the very man that got them fired in the first place. William must have offered them a lot of money. Man, I can't believe I got myself pulled into another murder investigation. Do I have bad luck or what? The prosecutor told us you heard the altercation through the air vents. Could you tell us exactly what you heard? Well, I didn't hear everything. I was taking a nap in this room when it happened. So why were you napping here? I didn't have a choice. I accidentally closed the door when the lock was engaged. Before I knew it, I was trapped here. Right, you recall Steelman mentioning that. Anyway, I heard the sound of a struggle going on. I couldn't hear anything, but I heard Lord Frega shout, "Who are you? What do you want?" That went on for a few seconds, then I heard something getting stabbed. Hear the voice of the assailant? I didn't say anything, but I did hear them. The voice was raspy. I think they had a sore throat or something, or trying to mask their voice. Interesting, but he said, "Who are you and what do you want?" He obviously would not say that if that was his own daughter, because, well, yeah, it's his daughter. Even if he can't stand her, he would have said, "You, I know you," or something like that. Storage room. And yes, I'm going with the assumption that he would not say her name, because that would be too convenient for the story. Why'd you enter this storage room anyway? Oh, the servants are complaining about rats in the air vents, so they sent me to take care of it. Heard one of them running through the air vents, and I followed here. For the record, it's not inherently a bad thing to do something like that. I mean, I do get it. If you said, you're blank, that would make things a little too easy. Even non-mystery stories have to pull that here and there. As they say, tropes aren't always bad. They are a tool like any other. I figured I had nowhere else to go, so I opened up, put a trap down. After that, I just tried to leave, the doors locked. Didn't have anything else to do, so I took a nap. Rats in the vents. He only heard a few words before the murderer struck the final blow. It doesn't give much to go on, but the testimony could be relevant later. Now I should probably move somewhere to get some other information. There's several boxes. They appear to contain various cleaning supplies. Stepladder. I agree. They didn't even go into that joke. I appreciate the restraint. An air vent that leads to Lord Frega's study. Supposedly, Jane heard the altercation and is assailant through this.
Prepario Arcanum.
Nothing in there. To use? Doesn't look like it's even evoking a response from him. What does he think about the victim? Can you tell me about Mr. Hughes? He doesn't have anything here. Yourself? So you're working as a caterer now? Not directly, but I am their cleaning staff. The twin star learned food business after Frega threw us out of the academy. Right. Alright. Beatrice's room, I guess. Come on, Tracker, where are you? Achoo! As we enter Beatrice's room, we are unexpectedly met with a large cloud of dust. Wow, this place has not been cleaned. Oh. Your vision clears up and you realize there's someone else in the room with you. Sorry, I didn't mean to intrude. There's no need to. But I would like to know what you're doing here. We're on behalf of the Crown Prince for investigating the murder of William Frega. Oh, I see. My apologies, I didn't quite get your name. My name is Leif Frega. I think it's supposed to be pronounced Leaf, actually. Plus, she has the whole leaf setup. Also, she almost looks like a ranger's gear. There's all the green and gold. So this is Leaf. According to Steelwind, she was the last person to see Lord Frega alive yesterday. She might have some information about how he was acting that night. What'd you see? I'm sorry for your loss, Lady Frega, but would you mind if I asked some questions about last night? Of course. Prosecutor Steelwind told you we were the last person to see him alive. Did you notice anything unusual about your father's behavior? Well, he was extremely upset about something. I think Beatrice may have offended him during the meeting. The servant said he wanted to be left alone. He would retreat to his study immediately after the moving. I tried to speak with him when the theft was reported, but he didn't much care about the missing artifact. He told me to leave him alone. The Kingsguard investigates sword. He was probably busy making changes to his will. Now that is an interesting thought. Ah, so interesting. That's interesting. So there's a contradiction there, but we don't know which is right here. Did he change the will before? Or maybe change the will both times? That would be an interesting way to take it. When you speak with him last. It was before they activated the lockdown. It was a little after 1 a.m. that night. Leaf's testimony. After his meeting with Beatrice, William retreated to study and locked himself in. He refused to speak with anyone and tried to disturb him. The only person he spoke to was Leaf. She told him about the theft of the spell sort of spilling a little after 1, but William didn't seem to care and returned his business. Through Leaf's thoughts, you know they entered the study to make some sort of adjustment to his will. And do you have any idea what he was doing in that study? What? No, I have no idea. You detect some fear. Lady Frega, is there something you're not telling us? It's important we know about your father's actions right before his death. Sorry, I don't know anything else. My father's a private man, didn't share much even with his own family. I wish I could be of more help, but I don't know anything else. I refuse to believe that's why he was killed. She was clearly holding something back. If you can reveal it through an argument, it might incorporate, but we need more information about William and his will first. In the meantime, we should figure out what else she knows. Still, if it was Beatrice that murdered him, why would he say, "Who are you?" I guess she could have used an illusion magic to disguise herself. They didn't mark it. But Beatrice's room. I didn't notice the room hasn't been cleaned lately. You know why? Because I've forbidden the servants from cleaning this room. Why would you do that? Beatrice is very dear to me, and I couldn't bear to have her room disturbed after she left. This room is the only memory I had after she left. I suppose that makes sense. She must have been holding on to hope that her sister would return. And what about the sword of spell eating? Do you know how to end up in the room? I'm not sure there. It's possible one planted it here to frame Beatrice. I can't say why they would choose this room of all people, though. What kind of person was your father like? Doesn't look like William Frega was very beloved by his children. My father was a complicated man. He was a brilliant scholar and businessman, but he was a cold and distant father. I see. Do you have any enemies? As the head of House Frega, he controlled nearly every banking house in Wyverngard. There's many people who resent his wealth and power. Can you think of anyone specific? Anyone he slighted recently? Well, there was Lloyd von Sanctus, the ruler of Lord Arna. Yes, I heard he was recently involved in a court case. My father's been using the controversy as an opportunity to slowly take control of Von Sanctus Industries. From what I've heard, he's been extremely bitter about that. Von Sanctus' reputation must have taken a hit after the Dracogen trials. You doubt he'd get himself involved in another murder, but I guess you can never be sure. You'll want to speak with him and get details, although would even consider cooperating with you. Anyway, there are other enemies that he might have. Were there other enemies he might have? No, not that I know of. Nothing specific, anyway. Oh, couldn't tell about this. My apologies. I don't think I'd be much trouble there. Beatrice. What can you tell me about Beatrice? I've heard she fled the Freg estate 5 years ago. Before she left, Beatrice was one of the most powerful mages I'd ever seen. Is incredible. At the age of 18, her talent for magic had even eclipsed my father's. But that was never enough for him. What do you mean? Before my mother died, he desperately wanted a son, but he only ever had daughters. Everyone thought Beatrice would inherit House Frege from my father. My family knew the truth. William Frege would never leave his legacy in the hands of a woman. No matter how hard Beatrice fought, my father would never acknowledge her accomplishments. He was extremely cruel, constantly belittled her achievements and dismissed everything she said. After the accident, she used her disability as an excuse to take away what little influence she had. There was an accident that gave her disability. Is that why she's blind? If it's not too painful for you, could you please tell me about Beatrice's accident? Is that even relevant to the investigation? Any small detail could make a difference. I need to learn everything I can. I'm not sure exactly what happened, but it was a magical experiment gone wrong. Beatrice was working on a project at the Imperial Academy. She's trying to create a new spell formula. We're still not sure what happened, but there was an adverse magical reaction. The resulting explosion seriously injured her and left her completely blind. I can't imagine how she must have taken that. Actually, she was probably the most unfazed by what happened. It didn't matter. My father saw his opportunity. He told me he was relieving her of her duties so that she could recover. But I knew the truth. He was going to take away her political power and social standing. She was reduced to mere decoration for her home, and that must be where she left. Did she contact you while she was missing? No, no one had heard of her during that time. But as much as I was worried for her, I was also a little happy. Unlike Miriam and I, she had broken free from my father. I had no idea what would cause her to return here. Tell me about this. Sure, Beatrice's return must have been surprising for you. It is, to be honest. Been hoping for you she'd return, but now that she has, she's gotten pulled into another of our family's messes. That man, he was my father, but I can't say I have fond memories of him. He must have been difficult to deal with. Oh, you have no idea. He was cruel, tyrannical, and only ever cared about his own legacy. He's willing to sacrifice anything and anyone to maintain power and status, including his own daughters. Sounds like his treatment of Beatrice was particularly harsh. Oh, it was. He never saw her worthy successor, simply because she was a woman. Even after her accident, he used her disability as an excuse to strip her of any power she had left. I can only imagine how difficult it must have been for all of you. It's been a constant struggle, but we managed to survive. As bad as it sounds, now that he's gone, we might have a chance to rebuild our family legacy. Psychological profile is complete. Lockdown system. Nothing to say about the prince, huh? What's your relationship with Miriam? My youngest sister. I actually don't see her all that much. Really? Even though you're sisters? Our lives as nobles keep us very busy. We rarely have the chance to speak with each other. And ever since Beatrice left the estate, she's been throwing herself into her schoolwork. Can you tell me about this? Tell me about yourself? Not much. It's a highly extravagant bed. It looks similar to the one in Miriam's dorm. It's a dresser covered in a layer of dust. Doesn't look like it's been touched in years. It's a table for guests, but it's extremely dusty.
Arcanum.
Well, that's interesting. Hey, there's a trace of transmutation magic under the bed. I can see it. Can't see it clearly. Let me take a closer look. It's a crimson lotus. What? My sword. What? You never knew a sword had a name. So this is where it's been, but why would it be here? This is also the room where they found the sword of spell eating. Are the two thefts related somehow? But why? The only thing similar about them is they're both swords. There's definitely more to this, but what? Later found in Beatrice's room. This is also where the sword of spell eating was found. Are these two elements related somehow? Think you've learned everything you can. Perhaps you should move on elsewhere. A new room has shown up, so I guess this is where we go. Explore the manor further once many fitting rooms. There, you happen to spot a very familiar face. Just upon a glass of wine, his expression turns disdainful among her. Maybe I should get more. Oh, wonderful. As if my day couldn't get any worse. Von Sanctus, what are you doing here? Head of a noble house has just been murdered. I can't very well return to Orono when my affairs are in such disarray. Here's what I am doing here. Oh, I just want to have a friendly chat with one of my favorite noblemen. I've heard that you've been keeping busy since we last met. It must be difficult losing your empire, the House Frege. Friend, we do need his help. Is that so? What makes you everything? The likes of you. Because it would take suspicion off you, and let's face it, with your reputation, you need all the help you can get. How dare you? Alvin, no, I'm still a respected member of the nobility. Respected, is that why everyone's talking about your hand Justin Way's death? It's the way I see it, being involved in another scandal will destroy what little remains of your competition. It makes no difference to me, and to be perfectly honest, I'd like nothing more than drag you on to stand and embarrass you a second time. You can practically hear him grinding his teeth together. Ah, very well. If it means I won't have to endure your presence any longer, I'll oblige and answer your questions. That's a chair made out of mahogany. Every part of this house exudes wealth. Wealth isn't just being, well, that's been siphoned out of the common folk. Would a solid wooden chair be comfy? Then again, I don't think it's solid wooden because I can kind of see cushions there. Oh, what's this? It's a painting of some adventurers in town. Ah, this must be Beatrice and Frege the First. Wait, those are demon horns. First? Oh, wait, what? Ah, this must be Beatrice Frege the First. According to legend, she was one of the descendants of the 7 heroes of Wyvangard. She joined a band of adventurers that were traveling across the nation. And this one also has a familiar looks like, and there seems to be a strange cat person there. And a mask. It's hard to imagine the Fregas coming from such humble beginnings. Wait, what? Someone was just unpersoned. What is it now? Muscular man in the corner just vanished. What do you want about? There was never a man there. Sorry, Tyrion, but he's right. I'm sure of it. Are you feeling okay? The Eye of Horus must give us some resistance to Eris or whoever's power of reality memory altering. But it's such a powerful magic, and as we've learned, the kind of magic different from draconic and human magic is demon magic, which carries quite a few implications. Perhaps your lack of sleep is making you see things that aren't there. A shelf filled with books. Fake books, they're completely blank. Sounds like William Frege wanted people to think he was more learned than he really was. This door leads the hallway. Perhaps I should have considered locking it to keep out undesired guests. It's as if every room in this house needs a chandelier. What a waste of kingdom's gold. There's a window with a view outside.
Repario Arcanum.
Von Sanctus' motive. Honestly, it's just one mouth after another with you. Yes, wouldn't you have much to gain from William Frege's death? On surface level, you might be right, but it's actually far more complicated than that. House Frege controls the banking house. They are the main pillar of support for Wyvangard's economy. William's death could have have unimaginable economic consequences regardless of who inherits the house. I wouldn't be foolish enough to do something like that. That remains to be seen. Think what you will. There are others there who would benefit from William Frege's death. You mentioned the other people would benefit from his death. Who specifically? If I had to venture guess, I would say Lucio Steelwind benefits the most. The prosecutor's father? Oh, but you just said Lord Frege's death could have unimaginable consequences for the economy. Ha! Do you think that brute cares about Wyvangard's economy? No, all that man cares about is power. Pure physical power. How Steelwind and how Frege have been fighting for control of Wyvangard for generations. And this long-standing era of peace, Steelwind's military has become far less valuable to the crown. If it weren't for Lady Steelwind's engagement to Crown Prince, they might have not even be considered a pillar of family anymore. The death of William Frege is exactly what Lucio Steelwind's been waiting for. And if our economy were to suffer, it would cause civil unrest. In a scenario like that, the Crown would have to rely on Steelwind's forces to maintain order. That does make sense, but could Ari's father really be involved in this? She has distanced herself from her own family, that's for sure. What can you tell me about the defendant to this case? Why, she's your client. Surely you would know better than I. Humor me. Well, I'm sure you're aware that she fled Frege's estate 5 years ago. Doing so, she not only dealt a blow to House Frege and reputation, but she also directly insulted the Crown Prince by breaking her engagement to him. Wait, Beatrice was engaged to Aster? Yes, it was quite the scandal for the time, and Lucio wasted no time pushing his daughter to take Beatrice's place. Oh, is that why those three were so awkward? Honestly, the situation is just an absolute mess, and that woman's return will complicate things. By that. Other suspects. It's clear we think Lucio Steelwind would have much to gain from this. Can you think of anyone else, though? Well, there is Harold Haraldson. That can't be his real name. But what would Mr. Haraldson possibly gain from Freyga's death? From what I've heard, William is planning to defund the Haraldson Hall of History. Really, why would he do that? Not sure on the specifics, but supposedly Lord Haraldson has refused to omit the less flattering parts of Ravengard's history from his exhibits. It's gotten blatant enough he's drawn the ire of the king himself. They've actually gotten into a very heated argument during the Lord's Ball about it. Heard that William declared to be removing House Haraldson from his estate. You don't want to suspect Mr. Haraldson, but you have to examine everything. As curator, he'd have the easiest access to the source of spell eating, and he could have staged the robbery to cover his tracks. At the very least, you could give him a chance to explain himself. Painting him some adventures. Supposedly, one of Freyga's ancestors was part of these. But interesting, those guy with demon horns and a monkey. Or was it a girl? Can't quite tell. Well, no matter. The point is they're a demon kin with a monkey familiar. And I wonder, is that Haraldson's ancestor? There should be someone in the top left corner.
Repario Arcanum.
Right, there's nothing here. Did you find Beatrice to return to be inconvenient for you? What do you want about now? Please don't insult my intelligence, Von Sanctus. Fine, if you must know, my son was arranged to marry William's daughter, Leaf. Leaf? Beatrice showed no signs of returning. It was apparent that Leaf would inherit House Frege instead of her. I know my days are numbered, so I took preemptive action. William wanted a male heir, and I needed to preserve my house, so we both came to an accord. My son and Leaf were engaged to be wed. House Von Sanctus would be absorbed, but at least my Jaden would stand at helm of House Frege. Nobles are absolutely awful. I should probably consider myself lucky. Think what you will, I wouldn't expect a commoner to understand. That's the problem with her generation. I have no sense of duty or obligation. Leaf has already expressed resistance since marriage, even though she's well aware of the details. Now, I worry she'll hide behind her sister and end the engagement altogether. Leaf never mentioned any of this, and as much as I hate to admit it, William's death would get her out of this arranged marriage. You should speak with her about this. Anyways, to give you a decent list of suspects. Maybe we can learn everything. Best to move and check out other leads. What do you think about this? I don't know anything about that. Ask someone else. Leif, I'm sure she'll use his death as yet another excuse to avoid her obligations. She just lost her father. What's wrong with you? William Frege may be dead, but his daughters must carry out the roles, lest the house reputation suffer. That's what you care about, the reputation? What about justice for William Frege? Justice is an illusion you commoners cling to, but for us, justice is simply a more favorable outcome. The Frege family has always been influential, but with William's death, their power is diminished. With Leif's reluctance to fill their duties, the Frege name will continue to suffer. Absolutely despicable. Still, I do appreciate him being open and honest about it. William Frege, even in death, he still remains a thorn on my side. At least now, he won't meddle in my affairs. As usual, that Steelwind brat stick her nose where it doesn't belong. I take it you're not a fan of House Steelwind? Fan, hardly. Those brutes have no place in our civilized kingdom. And yeah, I can't help feel like you never say no to her face. Harold Haraldson? I could care less about that quack's personal affairs. He can find financial aid elsewhere. He's not. We also know he's not exactly the nicest person like he acts. What can you tell me about the suspect? That's why she wasn't listed as a noble despite having House Frege's name. She was a freelancer. I was wondering about that. Arcane, her specialty is illusion, so she definitely has the means. Conjuration, transmutation. Interesting, he could have stolen the sword. He does have transmutation magic after all. And of course he can use the monkey as well. Evocation. Conjuration, abjuration. Thief, I'm sure. The galleries next. You return to the gallery and see a legion of knights inspecting the crime scene. However, you don't see Mr. Harrelson anymore. Oh my! The cuffs are also missing. The Inquisition must be questioning, and perhaps you could follow another lead while you wait for him to return. The display case is shattered. The thief was able to do this despite there being several abjuration spells protecting it. Painting of some sort of scientist. Supposedly, his name is Dr. Luke Cooper. He's an alchemist inventor from one of the branch families. He's well known for his studies in imbuing intelligence to automations. Constructs? Supposedly, Lord Fontaine has used Dr. Cooper's research to create those, so in essence, he's taking credit for some of his work. Painting of a researcher. Supposedly, his name is Professor Matt Ferland. He was a professor of combinational magic theory. What's that? I have no idea. The display case that held the armbands of intellect are empty. Display case with the hearings of vitality is untouched. Whoever stole the artifacts must have ignored it.
Imperio Arcanum.
There are traces of evocation magic on the shattered glass. Evocation is a school of magic that creates and unleashes raw energy. It's the most primal of the 7 schools of magic. Whoever used it must have used a powerful spell to shatter the display case apart. Tell me about this. She doesn't have anything to say about it. What was William doing? She seems to be hiding what her father was doing. You doubt she's doing this out of malice. She might not even think that's relevant to the case. But William Frege had many enemies and retreated to study something that night, and that something could be why he was murdered. Alright, I'm gonna grab a sip of my drink and dive right into the argument then. Alrighty. Lady Frege seems to be hiding what her father was doing. You doubt that she's doing this out of malice. She might not even think it's relevant to the case. Argument. There's something you're not telling us, Leaf. Psychological profile. Because I have a feeling you're no more than later on. You just met Leaf today. She has no reason to trust you. She believes in Beatrice's innocence over everything else. She's usually sincere, so it's unlikely she's actually involved with her murder. She might react well if you respond with a similar sincerity. Oh. What? What? What was your father doing a study? I told you, I don't know. I have no idea what my father was doing. Father was a private man. He wouldn't share something like that with me. Let's see here. Let's see here. I have no idea what my father was doing. You know, it was some adjustment to the will. He was making some sort of change to his will, wasn't he? What? Did someone else tell him? Why'd you find the need to hide this from us? I did. Thoughts you saw earlier seemed to disagree with that. We only just met today, so I understand if you don't trust us. The Inquisition thinks Beatrice, and they claim she did so for the inheritance. That's absolutely absurd. Regardless, your father's inheritance is likely a motive behind this murder. Many people would stand a lot to gain from his death, including you. Excuse me? I was not involved in any of this. I didn't even think I'd be capable of something like this. I didn't mean to imply, but it's clear the motive's murder was take control. The person has possibly been lying. She's truly innocent. Think of the next. The prosecution won't shy away from prosecuting members of her family. If your sister's truly innocent, who do you think they'll turn to next? Well, I think the prosecution won't shy away. You're the last person to your father's alive. Your sister's truly innocent. What do you think they'll turn to next? Hey, do you think I'll respond to such empty threats? I'm cooperating with the Inquisition. Nothing to hide. I didn't mean to imply you're involved, but it's clear the murder's motives take control. This means our plan heavily relied on who William Frege was leaving his assets to. So I need to know, Miss Frege, how is your father planning to change his will? I don't know. I was never aware of the details of my father's will. Or I told you. And didn't share the details with me. Knew how this marriage would affect the future. Is it really true, though? What? I already know about your arranged marriage to Jaden von Sanctus, and I also know, as part of this deal, Jaden would inherit House Freyga instead of you. Definitely knew about this, and you heavily resisted the marriage in an attempt to stall it, which means you had some idea of how your father's will was arranged. So what aren't you telling me? I can't trust you. What? On behalf of Crown Prince Aster, the four-pillar family stand the crown of much to gain from my father's death. I can assure this won't be used against my family, so that's why she's been so secretive. Appeal. There's nothing I could say to make you trust me, but understand I'm much. May have been hired, but I'm also an independent mage, so I have no stake. I was only hired to arrive at the truth. I may have been hired, but I'm also independent. I have no stake. I only arrive at the truth. How can you trust you? It's so obvious. Sorry, I can't trust you. She's running on emotion, not logic. Look, there's nothing I could possibly say to make you trust me. Please understand, I'm only trying to find who murdered your father. And do that, I need everything that he was doing that night. Argument 1. Well, I have no reason to trust you, but somehow I can tell you're being sincere. Will you truly protect Beatrice? You're about to reassure her, but something back in your mind stops you. I'll get to the truth of what happened. Yeah, she notices that's not a, yes. Oh, that's true what you're planning to do. I'll tell you what I know. I wasn't trying to be uncooperative, but I don't know who I can trust. Considering the circumstances, that's perfectly understandable. I'm not sure why. My father was extremely upset that night. According to him, Beatrice has returned and was more impudent than ever before. It must have been anger at something said during the meeting. Did he tell you what the meeting was about? He didn't, and honestly, I didn't really care. I was so happy my sister returned, but my father clearly felt the opposite. Before I entered my study, he told me he'd be pruning the family tree. He's going to disinherit my sister and several other members of the family. I guess he was probably started drafting a new will that would reflect that decision. Inheritance is updated in the notes. Has anyone found a draft of this will? No, it was one of the first things I looked for after the investigation began. So the modified will is missing? You doubt it could even be enforced. He never got a chance to submit it for a probate before he died. You can't discount the possibility the murderer destroyed it. Does anyone else know about this? No one. I didn't even tell Lady Steelwind when she was questioning me, because it would have given Beatrice a motive. Anyways, thank you, Miss Freyga. Mr. Cuthbert, yes? My sister is not a bad person. There's no way she'd do something like this. Despite what she says, she seems to have some doubts. She's in good hands. Ruby Tamora is defending in the trial tomorrow. Hope so. Anyways, I hope you've learned everything you can from Leaf. There's only one last person you need to speak with. Harold Haroldson. Ah, this is a complete mess. As you enter the gallery, you spot Haroldson inspecting the shattered remnants of a display case. If you recall correctly, the display case he was looking for once held a source of spell eating. Mr. Cuthbert, I had a feeling I'd see you again. He's working for the Crown Prince. Can he be trusted? Seems word has spread about your deal with Aster. Hello again, Mr. Haroldson? Harold. Right, Harold. I'm sure you already know I'm investigating the murder of William Freyga, and prosecution suspects someone used the spell of sword eating to break into the Freyga's room. I was wondering if you had some questions about the theft last night. Tell you what I can. I'm not sure how much help I'll be. I can't believe a museum owns such a powerful magic item. I would have expected the noble houses to have taken it for themselves. Well, the nobility of today don't have much use for items such as these. Power of a lord is based on politics rather than magical strength. And a noble wouldn't want to wield the sword of a demon, even if the legends are just stories. A demon? Right, the sword of spell eating is supposed to be forged from a pact between a demon and a mage. Just make a pact with a demon just asking for trouble. They'll definitely betray you first chance they got. Well, legends say that demons often drafted blood contracts for this reason. Wait, you mean like a legally binding contract? The contract is similar, but once you sign a blood contract, both you and the demon are magically compelled to fulfill its terms. It's said that violating the terms will result in instant death for the offender, no matter who it is. Ah, so I guess there's some protection. Well, as an attorney, I'm sure you understand that it's possible to exploit loopholes in any contract. And according to legends, demons take great pride in their ability to deceive and corrupt people. Yeah, a demonic contract's definitely something you'd want a lawyer to take a once-over to be safe, that's for sure. Kind of want a once-over of Fae contracts too, because they do it for fun rather than malice. According to the prosecution, the theft took place during the Lord's Ball. Shouldn't there have been plenty of witnesses at the gallery at this time? That's the strange thing. Supposedly, the gallery room was completely empty when it happened. Wait, what? That can't be right. Honestly, I have no idea how anyone could produce enough magic to shatter the display case anyways. The wards protecting the case that powerful? They were powerful, but that's not the issue here. It would be one thing to dispel the wards and remove the glass protecting it, but it's another thing entirely to completely annihilate the abjuration wards and shatter the glass. Doing like that would require an extremely powerful spell, far more powerful than what would have been needed. So someone used overkill. So you're saying the force supply was excessive? Yes, and that's not the worst of it. It's clear the word of spell eating wasn't the only item stolen. Wait, was another artifact stolen that night? You mentioned there was another item stolen? Yes, and it's extremely concerning. The sword of spell eating was reported missing, so I checked the other exhibits. That's when I discovered the armbands of intellect were stolen as well. And unlike the sword of spell eating, we haven't found the armbands. Look at the glass case where the armbands used to be. They've been removed, the glass case is intact. The thief didn't shatter the glass. Exactly. Moreover, the armbands were actually replaced with a very well-made replica. What? What's going on here? The two thefts are completely different from one another. Are they even related? Or did two thieves coincidentally steal from Harold that night? You mentioned that someone would have needed a powerful spell to shatter it. Wouldn't that narrow down the list of suspects of the theft? Not everyone attending the ball could cast a spell that powerful. Well, according to the Inquisition, Beatrice Frega's magic was in fact powerful enough to have done this. Discounting the fact she's completely blind. Yes, I'm well aware of that, and it doesn't quite sit well with me either. Was there anyone else the ball capable of matching Beatrice's power? Only the heads of the four pillars could have invoked magic this powerful, but apparently Beatrice is an exception to that. Is she really that powerful, or is she being scapegoated by house leaders? Well, the cases can't be open normally, can't they? Otherwise, how would you transport artifacts from place to place? Ah, yes, the magical locks can be disabled. Detect some fear. Is he hiding something? How are they normally disabled? They can be turned on and off using a spoken password. How many people know this? Only myself. I personally oversee transport of the items when they're moved. Well, that's gonna kinda give an obvious suspect, so Harold could have stolen the sword that night. Could he have staged the robbery to cover his tracks? Harold, a witness told us you got into an argument with William Frege the night of the murder. Was William planning to defund the Haroldson Hall of History? Yes, he was. He made that very clear. But that doesn't mean I had anything at all to do with the murder. We're not saying we did, but we need to explore every possibility, so I need to ask, did your argument turn hostile? I'll admit that our discussion turned heated, but never escalated threats of violence. With how insulting it was, though, it really should have. William was being unreasonable, and I was frustrated. But that's all there was to it. He deserved what happened to him. The eye shows more resentment than he's letting on. Do you have any conflicts with him prior to that? We have had disagreements in the past. He was receiving pressure from the royal family about what I was displaying in my museum. The king believed some of my exhibits were too controversial for the public eye. What do you mean? I'm sure you've noticed the rising tensions between the common folk and nobility. I've never been one to shy away from the bloodier parts of Wearingard's history. The citizens must know about these parts of history, otherwise we're liable to repeat them. However, the king believed the historical exhibits did nothing but dig up old wounds. They're simpletons, a lot of them. The nobility thinks they can smooth public relations by censoring history, as if they couldn't get any worse. Anyway, it's clear Harold is very passionate about his work. Would that passion be enough to drive him to commit murder, however? Thank you for your time, Harold. Harold, I think we'll be on our way now. We have a lot of info, but none of it really leads anywhere. So many people have motive to mill your word on William Frege, but who actually did it? Perhaps you should take some time to review everything better. Alright, motive aside, let's go over the events that happened. It happened when the Sword of Spell Eating was stolen. What do we know about the thief of the Sword of Spell Eating? We don't have a specific subject, but we know something about them. Thief is a powerful mage. It would be one thing to dispel the wards and remove the glass protecting it, but it's another thing entirely to annihilate the abjuration wards and shatter the glass. Doing something like that would require an extremely powerful spell, more powerful than what would have been needed. Alright, so the thief was a powerful mage. That's the only way they could have shattered the magically reinforced glass. What about Harold? He could have just unlocked using the password. He could have stolen the sword and staged a robbery, but couldn't have shattered the glass. Only a powerful mage could have done that. And I doubt Harold would lie about that when he could easily confirm with Steelwind. Right, but what would happen next? They brazenly stole the sword of spell eating. This called Harold to report the theft of the King's Guard. After Lord Haroldson reported the theft, the Inquisition discreetly placed the manor on lockdown. We searched every room in the manor to find it, but it was eventually found in Beatrice's room, and that led him to believe she stole it. That's correct, the King's Guard moved to arrest her, but Prince asked her to order them to step down. And then there's Leaf's statement. Father was extremely upset about something. I think Beatrice may have offended him during the meeting. The servant said he wanted to be left alone. He was treated in his study immediately after their meeting. I tried to speak with him when the theft was reported, but didn't much care about the missing artifact. This happened before they activate the lockdown. It was a little after 10 a.m. that night. So what does this tell us about William Frege? Our account gives a clear fact about when he died. After the lockdown activated. William Frege was murdered after the lockdown was activated. This means whoever killed him bypassed the lockdown, broke into a magically locked room. They had to have used the sword, right? That's likely, but not necessarily true. An anti-magic field could also have the same effect. The murderer could have stolen the Spell Eater sword to throw off the investigation. But an anti-magic field is a high-level spell. Not many mages could be able to cast it. And I doubt any of the nobles here would let us see the spell compendiums. Because of how powerful anti-magic field is, we conclude the murderer is a powerful mage. That actually narrowed down to our list of suspects. Still not concrete evidence, though. We still haven't spoken to all the suspects yet. But yeah, if the lock has an anti-magic field and the other anti-magic field hit together, they both cancel each other out, which means the lock would have been completely vulnerable. Right, you never got a chance to speak with Lucio Steele. But given his status, you wonder if that would even be possible. Either way, it's a good start. It's not like we're defending the case. The trial's getting close anyway. You don't doubt Miss Tamora's abilities, but you should share what you've learned before the trial begins. It's a little strange you haven't seen her since the investigation began, but she might have been meeting with Beatrice in the dungeon. These thefts are extremely concerning. If these exhibits abjured the strongest spells... I had these exhibits abjured with the strongest spells gold could buy. Perhaps it wasn't enough. I think one of my arcs abused of a murder of all things. It's clear why the sport of spell eating was stolen, but I'm not sure how the armbands of intellect fit and everything. Oh, well, unlikely. It's possible that thefts are coincidental, but there's no way that could be true, although that might explain why the thefts were so different from each other. Sorry, I'm not sure what to make of this. Ooh, what about your monkey? He's got nothing to say about Eugene. Guess we have to move to the Inquisition dungeon next. You arrive at the dungeon in search of Miss Tamora. She wasn't at the crime scene, so she must be here to discuss the case with Beatrice, or at least that's what we thought, but you don't see her anywhere. Oh, Mr. Cuthbert. Oh, hi. You were so caught up in your thoughts, you didn't notice you were walking right in front of her cell. Didn't expect to see you here. Aha! So lets us out a shriek as she approaches you two from behind. For a split second, you see her hand dart towards the sword. It appears she still hasn't gotten over her instinctual fear of Eris. Eris, what are you doing here? Ah, Beatrice is actually an acquaintance of my father. He sent me to help her through this ordeal. That brings up so many more questions, but we don't have time to pull on that particular thread. You have less than an hour for trial. You need to find Miss Tamora. Have either of you seen Miss Tamora? I'd like to share some things with her. Ah, she was just here, but she left to retrieve some documents from her office. Interesting. How did Beatrice notice we passed by the cell? Or maybe she heard us talking? She must have, or maybe footsteps. But then how would she know it was us? Because remember, she gave our name. Don't get me wrong, I know someone with blindness has their other senses heightened. But did she even properly meet us for very long before this? You have any idea when she'll be back? Say, but if her discussion has something to do with the case, I could pass a message to her. I feel a little hesitant for some reason, but is her life on the line? Should anyone know? If anyone should know about your investigation to her? Okay, let me tell you what I know then. You spent some time going through your findings with Beatrice. From the list of suspects to possible motives, you notice that with each revelation she becomes more uneasy. The idea of someone framing her must be stressing her out. See, definitely been very thorough. She's scared. That means, yeah, but I still have no concrete evidence that points to anyone. Interesting. This implies that our components lead to the truth, or at least something she doesn't want us to know. Underestimated him. If he reveals these findings to Prince Astor, he might suspect something. Wait, what? Sorry, I was just deep in thought. You were able to catch those thoughts. Beatrice, I'm sure you're aware Prince Astor has your best interests are. No, even though we haven't spoken the last 5 years, I still consider him a dear friend. Then I guess you have no issue with me sharing these findings with him? Of course not. This is bad. Even he wouldn't support us if he knew that I was involved. Wait, what was that? Thoughts just said she was involved. Did she actually murder her father? Something wrong, Mr. Cuthbert. Seemed a little pale. Beatrice was actually behind this, but how? She's blind. She could have navigated the manor and avoided guards. No, you must be taking her thoughts out of context. That's it. Mr. Cuthbert, you should get some rest. You look dreadfully tired. Think carefully about what to say next. There's one way to get a sure answer with the eye, but if you're wrong... Beatrice, you weren't actually involved in this, were you? You see her gaze narrow. Once again, she claps her hands together and trying to stay calm. You suspect me now? You didn't answer my question. As if I even need to justify with response, but no, I'm not responsible for murder. At least not directly. I was technically an accomplice. An accomplice. She worked together with someone. Cuthbert! Miss Tamora. Your mentor seems a little... I've sensed the mood in the air. She raises an eyebrow with you. Miss Tamora, can I speak with you alone for a second? Okay. What's wrong? Is everything okay? Miss Tamora, Beatrice, she actually did murder William Frege. Her gaze narrows. Her eyes dart around to make sure the guards don't overhear you. What are you talking about? How could you possibly know that? I used the Eye of Horus. She conspired with someone to orchestrate the death. Have you told anyone else about this? No, it's not as if they believe me anyways. You're the only person who knows. Stay quiet about this for the time being. I need to get ready. The trial starts in half an hour. Wait, what? You're not just gonna defend her, are you? Yes, I am. I'm her attorney. But she's guilty, I saw it. Look, at this point, I don't know what you saw. I could just abandon my client minutes before the trial? Well, no, but it's not for either of us to decide who's guilty and not. Everyone has the right to an attorney. Our court system needs a defense attorney and a prosecutor to keep things fair. More importantly, you had no right to use the Eye of Horus on my client without my permission. Ah, so that's why she was upset about him using it at the start of the story chapter. I have no time to argue. We will be talking about this later. Before I have a chance to respond, Mr. Moore walks away. Celeste sees both of you and awkwardly approaches. Hey, Tyrion, is everything okay? Celeste, I think Beatrice actually was behind this. What? You don't blame her for not believing you. It's not as if you can tell about the Eye of Horus, although why haven't you told her? Alright, I believe you. Wait, what? You wouldn't say something like that if you weren't sure, right? Well, if what you're saying is true, what do we do now? Think long and hard for a moment. I don't think we need to do anything. What? Steelwind's handling the prosecution, and she's no pushover. If Beatrice truly is guilty, I'll just have to trust her to get the job done. Either way, I don't think that we're in any position to get involved. Alright, if you say so. It's really none of your business. You have no stake in this. You're not obligated to do anything. You've done everything you can. It's in their hands now. Interesting, but that raises the question, who attacked Lady Steelwind before the trial? And he said since noon. That was basically when the lockdown was lifted. Who was she fighting with? This isn't your fight. William Frege was a tyrant and bigot anyway. He was a noble who did nothing but steal wealth from the common folk. The world's better off without him. It's not as if he didn't try. All you have to do is wait for the trial to run its course.
Objection!
Your Honor, I'm afraid you can't pass a verdict yet. Mr. Cuthbert. Cuthbert, what the hell are you doing? I don't know, but I do know there's a massive contradiction in Miriam Frege's testimony. Who are you kidding? As if you were ever the type of person to stand by and do nothing. Your Honor, the defense, I mean the prosecution, would like the right to cross-examine the witness. Bailiff, please arrest Mr. Cuthbert. I'm holding contempt of court. Oh, didn't really think this through, did you? Instead of following orders, the bailiff walks over to judge's podium and whispers something here. What? I see, very well then. What are they saying? It appears Miss Steelwind has somehow predicted this would happen. In accordance with her wishes, Mr. Cuthbert may act as prosecutor instead. What the hell? You can't be serious. I'm honestly just as surprised as you, Miss Tamora. But Mr. Steelwind has apparently designated him as a stand-in. It's unorthodox, but also legal. You recall something strange she asked you earlier. So, what would you do if one of your clients was guilty? Well, I guess withdraw and have... she was testing him to see if he'd go up against someone who was genuinely guilty, and if no one else would represent them. I don't know, it'd definitely be a hard choice for me, but I don't think I can represent them if I knew the truth. I just can't stand by letting a murderer place. I see. Also note that she was injured since noon, which means even when we were interrogating her now, she had all those serious injuries, and basically she was falling to pieces with her aide being the only one keeping her together. Oh, it wasn't made a clue, darn it. See, Steelwind, did she somehow know this would happen? Well, this isn't how I expect the trial to go. Shortly after you barged into another prosecutor's table, Celeste awkwardly followed behind you. Curiously, she only did so after the bailiff didn't arrest you. I guess we're really doing this. What's wrong? This feels weird. We're on the other side of the courtroom. I mean, this is where the prosecutor's supposed to stand. This feels way too jarring. Ruby, can we switch tables? What? Please ignore her. No, this is way too weird. Tyrion, get her to switch with us. Scaled Lord Select. Love, I genuinely do not care. Cuthbert can have this side if he wants it so badly. With that out of the way, let us... Resume proceedings, assuming we are all at our preferred spots. We are, Your Honor. As much as you hate to admit it, you are more comfortable here. Not that you want to encourage her. With all these interruptions, I think it's best to review the proceedings up until now. The prosecution proposed Beatrice Frega's motive for the murder was to claim the victim's inheritance. However, the defense brought forth a witness who testified Beatrice was disinherited by her father 5 years ago. Is that correct, Mr. Moore? You are, Your Honor. Very well. Considering the circumstances, it's best to have Lady Frega repeat her testimony. Bailiff, please escort Lady Frega to the stand once more. Miss Frega, could you please give her testimony in the courtroom once more? Of course. Interesting. On the prosecution side, I genuinely didn't expect that. I guess this is what they were trying to hide with the opening explanation here. I'm guessing they probably expected it to make it seem like it'd be doing like what the third Ace Attorney did, where you control Mia Fey for a short duration. Still, interesting. Yeah. The prosecutor does technically have a harder job since the burden of proof is on them as well. So it shouldn't be too... But I don't think it should be too bad. I mean, we do have to find hard evidence either way. Although I am rather amused both this game and Burden of Proof, the game, the Ace Attorney adjacent game I streamed a while ago, both had this little plot point. Interesting. One day Will woke up and discovered Beatrice had fled from our home. She left a note for us, and in it she renounced her name and denounced my father. My father later called me and my sister to the study, told us he completely disowned Beatrice and removed any claim she had to the Frege estate. Probably a threat, in case we ever go down the same path she did. He wanted to make an example out of her. This all happened 5 years ago. So your father disinherited Beatrice shortly after departure? Yes, he did. As such, Beatrice had no motive to murder her father. Any inheritance she should have received would have been long gone by the night of the murder. Is that really true, though? Cross-examination. Alright, that must have been a surprise for all of you. Did she tell anyone else of her plan? No, she didn't. She left without a word to anyone. She should have spoken with us first. It appears she was sincere about what she was saying. Left a note and it renounced. From what I heard about your father, I don't find that surprising. It's clear to everyone involved my client was not treated well by her father. That's what drove her to sacrifice her claim to the Frege estate. Father had many responsibilities, he had much to consider. And that justified treatment of your sister? Despite being her witness, Mr. Moore isn't really holding back against Miriam. I understand she has a lot of mixed feelings. While the father was a terrible person, she also kept their family in such great power, her great prestige. My father later called me his sister study. That seems like a drastic reaction to her simply leaving home. My father and sister already had many disagreements for this. Made it clear he wouldn't tolerate her many acts of insubordination. I imagine this was the last straw for him. Well, that sounds in character for him. Would he really do something so extreme, regardless of his personal feelings? The house holds a lot of financial political power. Would he really change his inheritance so haphazardly? There's probably a threat in case we ever did the same thing. That must have been difficult for you and Leaf. My father wanted everything to be this way, and anyone who didn't comply was punished. That's a terrible way to treat anyone, much less his own family. That all happened 5 years ago. This happened shortly after Beatrice fled. You must have been less than 13 years old at the time. I can't imagine how much that must have been. But can we really trust her testimony if you were a child at the time? I remember it vividly, my father's words, the look on Leaf's face when she realized Beatrice was gone. The way the sun shone through the window that morning, it was all my fault. I remember that moment clearly. My father made sure of that. Sounds like a painful memory, and she seems to falsely blame herself for that what happened. It'd be best not to press her more than necessary. You felt it while watching for the gallery. A part of her testimony doesn't match what you've learned from your investigation. It must have been something Leaf told you. Alright, he refused to speak with anyone. The only person he's... Alright, after his meeting with Beatrice, William retreated to study and locked himself. The person he spoke to. Thoughts, you know that he entered the study, makes some sort of adjustment to his will. Testimony.
Objection!
Oh, must be wrong if the music's continuing, Your Honor. I was gonna... Alright, so let's see here. My father called me my sister's study.
Objection!
Nope. Alright, let's see here. Interesting, the rune's different here. Doesn't make sense. They do different magic runes for different purposes. Ah, here we are. Inheritance. Till the night of the murder, many friends. On the night of the murder, finally returned. She arranged a meeting. The meeting didn't end well. Angered enough, they'd be disinheriting her that night.
Objection!
Miss Frege, it's clear that you're regretful how your older sister's been treated. The guilt must have eaten out you all these years. But to know you don't have a good history with the witness, but you shouldn't rub salt in the wounds. I was merely pointing out the witness's personal connection to the defendant, Miss Tamora. She clearly regrets not standing up for her sister all those years ago. Perhaps she's trying to make up for that by lying to protect her. Excuse me, I did nothing of the sort. Miss Frege, you testified your father disinherited Beatrice 5 years ago. However, I have testimony from another witness who spoke with the victim the night of the murder. After Beatrice's meeting with William Frege, he openly declared to be removing her from his will. He even entered a study to draft a new will to reflect that decision. So that raises the following question. Why would the victim need to declare that he was disinheriting the defendant? It doesn't make sense if he already did so 5 years ago. Is that so? Who'd you hear this from? It's clear they had no understanding of my father's estate. They had no understanding? Miriam, this testimony came directly from your sister, Leaf Frege. What? And she should have also been present during the alleged meeting 5 years ago. She must be mistaken.
Objection!
Your Honor, how can we trust secondhand testimony from a witness who isn't even here? Wouldn't it make sense to have Leaf give her testimony directly? I must agree with you, Miss Tamora. Lady Frege should be allowed to clear up this misunderstanding. She looks way too confident. What's she planning? Not sure if it's intentional, but Miriam's testimony was false. Could she be lying to protect Beatrice? And if so, is Miss Tamora expecting Leaf to do the same? Bailiff, please escort Lady Frege to the stand. Miss Frege, when we spoke earlier, you mentioned your father decided to disinherit Beatrice and did this after the night of the murder. Is that correct? Oh, yes, I did say that. You see, Leaf, Cuthbert doubts the testimony given by your younger sister. He seems to think she's committed perjury. Yeah, she's doing that to intentionally sound provocative. Oh, what? I wouldn't go as far as to say that. Witness lying under oath is a serious crime. It would have harsh consequences even for someone whose sister's status. No, she couldn't have. Wonderful. You're saying you corroborate your sister's testimony? Mr. Moore, you can't just intimidate the witness. I have no idea what you're talking about, Mr. Cuthbert. I'm just telling the witness what may or may not happen. Does next. The choice is ultimately hers. That is literally threatening. So, Leaf, assuming Miriam wasn't lying under oath, could you please testify to the court what your sister said? Yes, of course. Miriam was quite young when my father called us into his study 5 years ago. She didn't understand what he was really doing. My father had often lied to us. It was one of the many things that kept us in line. That encounter that Miriam described was just another lie. Further disagreements. My father would not disinherit Beatrice without a good reason. He always had all the possibility she would become desperate to return home. The truth is, none of us knew what my father was planning for House Frege's future. See, Cuthbert, the truth is much more complicated. No one would have really known what William Frege was planning for his estate. Leaf is definitely trying to cover for Miriam, and Mr. Moore is playing her like a fiddle. Lucky for you, she's not the only one who gave her statement to you. Cross-examination. Yeah, this is definitely giving me, what was the second Ace Attorney game called again? Justice for All? Yeah. Flashbacks with what's going on here. Especially the way Tyrion specifically worded his, did you have anything to do with the... Ask if you were in any way involved in the murder. So you're saying Miriam's testimony was based on a misunderstanding? Yes, my father was never direct with his actions. He always knew just what to say to plant seeds and doubts of doubt into people's minds. That's, where it sounds, but he had much to consider outside his family. The Freges are one of the pillars of Wavengard, after all. Keeping the family aligned with our house goals is one of his responsibilities. It's clear she doesn't agree with what she's saying. Is she in denial or trying to keep her family name clean? So you think your father would lie about something that important? It was of great importance, and that's why he had to lie. He wanted to make sure Miriam understood the consequence of disobeying him. What kind of father does that? If he truly wanted to scare Miriam, why wouldn't he disinherit Beatrice? Even after she renounced her name and denounced him? My father was always more pragmatic and vengeful. I imagine he expected her to fail on her own, and if she ever came back, she'd be forced to rely on him. If he could make someone like Beatrice feel powerless, he could get the rest of us to fall in line. Looking back, I suppose that's all we ever were, assets to be appraised and... praised and traded. Hear a bit of resentment in her voice there. If that were true, why would he tell you he was disinheriting Beatrice? That was a warning. I had my own share of disagreements with him after all. Even now, I have no way of knowing if he was telling me the truth or not. That would depend on what Miss Tamora and Beatrice discussed with Lord Frege. As of now, you have no idea what they even talked about. William Frege really lied to them. From what we've heard, I honestly wouldn't put it past him. He clearly had very little respect for his daughters. But there are people he did respect, right? Was there anyone he would have told the truth to? I can't but wonder if maybe Miss Tamora was directly involved with the murder. We know that Beatrice was an accomplice at best, but that also means that she had granted assistance. And with a powerful mage of her abilities, not to mention that would fulfill the requirements of who are you, because obviously why would... No, it would. I guess it might be who are you. Then again, how infamous truly is Miss Tamora, because she's known to a number of people like the Inquisition and Steelwind, but the house heads might be a bit too above, might be too high up to have noticed something like that. Depends how much they would notice or care about something like that, I guess. No. Leaf's engagement.
Objection!
Miss Frege, did you really have no idea about House Frege's future? No, I didn't. My father made sure of that. As I told you, he kept many secrets and wasn't above lying to manipulate us. But with Beatrice gone, you would have been the one to inherit your father's estate. Would you really be ignorant of your father's plans of House Frege? Unfortunately for you, I don't think you'd be that careless. In fact, I have on good authority you knew exactly how the Williams' inheritance would have been divided before that night. What? Leaf, according to Lloyd von Sanctus, you arranged a diplomatic marriage with his son. You expressed resistance to the arrangement, am I correct? I have no reason to comment on that matter. Cuthbert, the witness's personal matters are hardly any of our business. Yes, but I has to keep this discussion relevant to the case. Your Honor, Leaf's resistance to the marriage is exactly how I know that her testimony is false. She was extremely averse to this marriage, and because of that, she made sure to know every detail about how it would affect her and her house. That includes how House Frege would be inherited by her future husband. So, that raises the question, Leaf. If you already knew the intricate details of this marriage, why would you let your father tell you that he was disinheriting your sister? That statement only makes sense if Beatrice was already in his will beforehand. That would render Miriam's testimony false and constitute a motive for the defendant.
Objection.
You present a decent argument, Cuthbert, but your claims rely on an assumption. And what assumption would that be, Miss Tamora? Even if he was lying, the victim declared that he was revoking Beatrice's inheritance. She must have already been named on the will previously. Otherwise, there'd been no need for him to say that. It wouldn't make any sense otherwise. And that's where your assumption is. You're assuming he was acting logically. What are you talking about? It's clear William Frege was extremely controlling of his daughters. By your own admission, Leaf Frege was resilient to the marriage arranged by their father. In addition to that, a few months ago, William Frege found herself wrapped in controversy regarding the Nightgrave trial. Finally, to make matters worse, Beatrice Frege, the prodigal child, returned and made a public appearance during Lord's Ball. You're trying to insinuate. In his eyes, William Frege's ability to keep his daughters in line was clearly weakening. Must have gotten desperate and made a grand declaration, a feeble attempt to scare you, Leaf. Even if that declaration is clearly inconsistent. He wouldn't. Your ability to remember must be muddled by the shock of your father's death. His statement couldn't possibly have been true. Even if by chance it was, that would make you guilty of perjury. Or perhaps it was Miriam lying in her testimony. If his father's statement was true, the court might be inclined to investigate her for lying on the stand. Miss Tamora, are you threatening her? As I said, merely stating facts. The witness is free to act as she sees fit. I'm asking her to consider the potential consequences of what she says next. What do I do? Damn it, she's pressuring Leaf to side with her. She's clearly conflicted, though. Is there anything you can do? You feel a sense of clarity when you look at her. Is the Eye of Horus reacting to her stress? You wonder. Sorry, I need time to think. Please don't stare at me like that, Mr. Cuthbert. Wait a minute. No, wait! It's too late.
Naught can remain concealed.
I've already used the Empowered Eye upon her. You did it. You activated the Empowered Eye. There has to be something in her mind you can use. The state of her father's inheritance is the backbone of your case. Is there anything in her mind that can prove that it's in her will? How did both the swords find their way into Beatrice's room? The tracker? No. Miss Coy's sword is one thing, but he couldn't have possibly broken Carlton's gallery, although he was fixated on it. Wait, does he know Houseless Sword was taken? But you want to follow that lead? It's all for nothing if you can't turn the trial in your favor. Look at something else. As much as I hate to admit it, the trial's a perfect opportunity to back out of the arranged marriage. Once Sanctus' holdings are weakening by the day, I doubt he'll be able to put up much resistance, and once Beatrice inherits the estate, we might be able to rebuild our family. Assuming Beatrice will inherit Count Frege, that must mean she's certain what's in the will, but how do you prove that? Alright, so he's murdered in the study, which is next to the storage room. The coat room and the sword was hidden in the coat room. But the gallery is on the completely other floor. There's no possible way. It's not inconvenient distance there. Beatrice's room is all the way on the other side of it, too. All the William's bedroom's right across the gallery. Thinking about this, that didn't evoke any thoughts from her. Both the swords. Tracker. You're saying tracker. There's no one in this case named Tracker. Beatrice, after all these years, you finally returned. I can't believe this is how things ended up. If only I was as strong as you, I'd be able to endure this. Would Miriam say those things? Am I misremembering what happened? No, I would have remembered something like that. She must be trying to... Beatrice. So her testimony was a conscious lie. Her inheritance wasn't revoked till the night of the murder. Father, I don't know why we had differences, but I love you. I never wanted you to die. She seems genuinely surprised and regretful about his death. In our encounter earlier, you know Beatrice had an accomplice, but you doubt that's Leaf. That method of entry, that didn't evoke any useful thoughts. Spell. Huh. This is gonna be like murder. That one. Well, this is it's a big spoiler to say it, but that one murder story where everyone was involved in some way. Now, she herself doesn't seem aware. Jacked. Is in there. Getting something out of it. Tomorrow, I've heard stories about her. I never expected Beatrice to hire someone like her. I wonder if she'll be at the will reading tomorrow. A will reading? She must be talking about William Frege's will. I don't even have enough time for deliberation, Mr. Cuthbert. Are you able to prove the defense motive or not? I'm not, Your Honor, at least not yet. It's clear we won't get anywhere until we confirm the state of William Frege's will. We can easily confirm that tomorrow morning, when William Frege's will is read to his family. See, once his will is read, it'll become public record. I suppose I've no choice but to suspend the will, such that William
Objection.
Will is read. This is ludicrous. The case against my client's outrageous. We spent the entire court proceedings to argue if the motive even exists. The prosecution has very little evidence that physically implicates my client. Mr. Moore, you clearly don't believe the defendant had anything to do with the murder. Of course I don't. She's completely innocent. Well, if your client didn't murder the victim, who did? Sneaky little. Your Honor, with no other suspects, are you in a position to pass a verdict? No, I'm not. Mr. Cuthbert's correct. The court does not have information to pass a verdict. Until the Inquisition has time to investigate these developments, I'll be suspending the trial. We'll resume tomorrow afternoon. Court's adjourned. Well, that happened. Sorry, I kind of acted without thinking. Oh, everything that happened today, I can't believe the Steel Wind somehow knew you'd do that. Right, that is strange. Did she seriously predict what I'd do off one conversation? Considering how things turned out, you suppose that was right on the mark. But it's still a pretty big leap of faith. Anyways, we have some time to ourselves. I'd very much like to catch up on some sleep. Yeah, today's been exhausting for a lot of reasons, and your work's only just started. You have no idea who Beatrice's accomplice was. The will reading is just an opportunity to stall for time. The question remains, who really murdered William Frege? What the hell was that? Why is her son filling in for Arya? Listen, I have the situation under control. That's true, I'd hate to see a situation you consider out of your control. Eris? Father's not pleased with today's developments. He promised a verdict would be passed before William Frege's will became public record. This has thrown a wrench in our... Cuthbert's just confused, but he's not a threat to us. Well, we better hope you're right, Tamora, or else your poor ward might suffer the same fate as Prosecutor Steelwind. What? House Frege is too important of a prize for us to let go. Bring us results, Tamora, or we'll continue to take drastic measures. The first time since the Lord's Ball, you're finally able to get some sleep. You woke up this morning refreshed, but a little anxious about the results of the will reading. You arrive at Frege Manor and see Beatrice, Leaf, Miriam, and Von Sanctus all gathered, along with Mr. Mora, who's accompanying Beatrice's returning. You're not sure what to say after everything you've done. The air feels too awkward to approach and talk with her about it. Thank you all for coming today. As William Frege's close associate, I must express my deepest condolences for your loss. I think I speak for all of Wyverngard when I say... Enough, get on with it. Very well then. It's to the point. Lord Frege's will was magically sealed when it was given to me. He asked me, his executor, not to submit it to the courts for probate until after his death. Although I imagine none of us expected it to come so unexpectedly. Anyways, his assets include sole ownership of banking houses, several bank houses throughout Wyverngard, 10 million gold and various investments. 10 million? Yeah, dang, you can't even imagine what anyone would even do with that fraction of that wealth. And lastly, sole control of ownership of Frege Noble House. The executor takes out a large envelope and uses a runestone to dispel the magical seal. I, William Frege, being of sound mind and body, not anymore, ain't. Do hereby declare this to be my last will and testament. I hereby give, devise, and bequeath all my assets and property, both real and personal, to Jaden Von Sanctus, provided he enters a legal and binding engagement with my daughter, Leif Frege, within 6 months of the date of my death. Wait, what? That's... within 6 months of the date of my death. William must have added that addendum to prevent Von Sanctus from trying to steal the Empire, but legal and binding is predicated on Leif accepting it. She clearly doesn't want it to go through, so if she simply waits 6 months, she wouldn't have any... Von Sanctus won't have any claim on the estate. In the event Jaden Von Sanctus does not enter in such an agreement within the specified time frame, my assets and property shall be distributed as such. All of House Frege will be divided equally among my children as per laws of the kingdom. You're right, he never disinherited Beatrice. This would make Miriam's testimony false, and Beatrice would receive a portion of the inheritance. She had a motive. Glance at Miriam. It's hard to read her expression, but something's on her mind. Without a word, she walks out of the room, ignoring Beatrice and Leaf. Leaf, on the other hand, seems to be in good spirits. God, isn't this great, Beatrice? You can lead House Frege now, just as it should have been. Actually, about that, in recent events, I should clarify one thing. As per the Slayer rule, if Beatrice Frege is found guilty in the current case, her inheritance will be revoked and divided between you and your sister. I see. I shouldn't feel happy for myself. That can't be all, can it? Surely William had a note of Leif's obligation to marry my son. I'm not sure what you're trying to imply. Leif Frege is an adult with legal autonomy. She's free to make whatever decision she wishes about who she legally marries. Now if you'll excuse me. Wait, we're not finished yet. Come back here. I'd love to catch up with you on Leif, but I was only allowed out of my cell to attend the reading. You notice an Inquisition Knight at the door. He seems to be watching Beatrice intently. But don't you worry. I'm sure once this is resolved, we can all talk about our family's future. Of course. She certainly has a nice smile, that's for sure. A group of knights lead Beatrice out of the manor, and Leif follows after them, leaving you and Celeste alone with Miss Tamora. About what? Oh, look, I'm not angry, Cuthbert. It was an extremely unforeseen situation, and Steelwind clearly put you on the spot. You felt pressure to do something and made a rash decision, but I'm sure the court will understand if you withdraw. Wait, what? Cuthbert, you're not a prosecutor. You know that, right? Didn't you become an attorney to defend prosecute mages? But she is guilty, I saw it. I'm not going to argue about this again. You are going to withdraw. This is not for discussion. You've always regarded and respected Miss Tamora, and you suppose that's always made you scared of disappointing her. Perhaps she's right. She knows more about what's going on. She's still your mentor. But you want to believe that. You really do, but deep down you know this is wrong. She may believe in Beatrice's innocence, but you also can't abandon the case and let her escape justice. Your hands are trembling, so why are you scared? You know what you have to say, but the words won't leave your mouth. Remind you, you feel Celeste holding your trembling hand. It's warm and comforting. The same sensation you felt back then. Somehow you can feel through her hand, as if she's simply telling you know what you have to do. Your anxiety fades and take a deep breath. I won't do that, Miss Tamora. What? You said yourself, our court system needs a defense attorney and prosecutor of equal power to keep things fair. That's not what I'm not going to withdraw. If you believe in Beatrice's innocence, if you truly believe you're on the right side, prove it, then by beating me. Fine, do what you want, but you're only going to make things harder for everyone. I imagine she's compelled, possibly magically, to not say anything. Tyrion! As soon as Miss Tamora stops out the room, your body drops to the floor. Whatever bravery you felt got replaced with extreme amounts of fatigue. Scale Lord, that's the first time I've ever spoken to her like that. But still, you did it. You stood your ground. Figuratively, I mean, right now you're just kind of sitting on the floor. Yeah, I need to take a moment. Can we go back to the ballroom? You return to the ballroom and take a moment to recover. You spot Commander White at the edge of the room, but you don't pay much notice. It takes you a while before you feel ready to stand. You okay? Yeah, I just need a moment. Anyways, the will reading brought us a few more hours to investigate the murder. We should take advantage of the new information we've just learned. So, where do we start first? Right, you're the prosecutor, so that would technically make you his boss for the time being. This is weird, right? Awkwardness aside, I never really led a task force. What would Steelwind normally do? Well, normally she'd have us investigate areas of instance. Right, the context of the investigation tends to change after each round of court proceedings. We're lacking a lot of physical evidence. Can you search the gallery in Beatrice's room? Perhaps you can find evidence of how the sword of spell eating was stolen. Whatever you say, boss. Well, that covers the Inquisition, but what are we going to do? It's clear Lord Frega's inheritance plays a large role in this case. Even if it's not valid, we should take a look at the modified will he was drafting. It might give us some insight about what he's really planning to do with the inheritance. Oh yeah, I was gonna say earlier, yeah, most wills and stuff have a condition that if the person is murdered by the inheritance, they don't get it, or at least plenty can have that. They can potentially have that, I think. I don't know much about legalese, but I'm aware that you can have something like that in place. I don't know if it's automatic or just, you know, I don't know if it's automatic or something you have to opt into, though. What do you think about this? Sorry. I don't think I can help with that.
Prepario Arcanum.
No one used any magic here. I just can't wrap my head around it. Beatrice murdered her own father for what? Wealth and power? That's just how aristocracy works. Even the weakest noble has a large amount of political power. Sometimes I felt lucky I grew up in Cornhaven. Enter Beatrice's room and see the Inquisition combing through it. Looks like the search is focused on her bed. Okay, good. Hey, Commander. We're still doing a deep search of the room. We're not done yet. You should probably come back later. Because the study is a good starting spot. Come on, wait, come on, where is it? As you enter William Frega's study, you spot a figure rummaging through the drawers. Why isn't it here? Where'd he put it? Miriam! Oh, what? As she notices you, she quickly closes the doors and walks towards you, but you already know what she was doing. She's looking for something. This is a crime scene. What are you doing here, Miriam? As if that's any of your business. Considering I'm the prosecutor of this case, it very much is my business, actually. Give a side glance at Knights stationed in the room. They should have stopped her from entering, but I presume she perhaps used her status to intimidate them. However, this could be a blessing in disguise. She's clearly looking for something, and you have a feeling you know what it is. You appear to be looking for something, Miriam. What could it be so important you disturb an active crime scene for it? It's none of your concern. I'm merely trying to find something that belongs to me. Really, because I have a feeling we might be looking for the same thing. You're looking for the will your father was drafting, wasn't it? That's... Are we trying to destroy it before we can get to it? No, of course not. I just need to see for myself. Did she really do this? Oh, so she's suspicious of Beatrice. Why are you so determined to the drafted will, Miss Frege? I want to see what my father's final wishes were. Your father already had a will filed perfectly. Previously, wouldn't that be enough? You also suspect something, don't you? Of course not. Beatrice would never do anything like this. Miss Frege, I never even mentioned Beatrice. I know how things look, but please understand, I want to find the truth. I don't think your sister did this, but she may have been involved. She may have worked with someone else to orchestrate it somehow. Unlike Leaf, she didn't immediately deny it. That means she already has her own decisions. Oh, suspicions. It's a large mahogany table at the end of the room. Lord Frege must have done his work here. Wouldn't that be a desk? Oh, that's a pool of blood and chalk outline where the body must have been. Bookshelf filled with books. I wonder what kind of books. Wait, they're all blank. Several books are at economics, politics. Doesn't look like there's anything to note. Window leads this room. Supposedly, it's magically reinforced. Here's some sort of scholar. There's text. Rook resign. Or economic scholar and aristocratic accountant. Also known in some articles as Rook the Cook to cook the financial records of the four pillar houses. That's a lot of alliteration. Sometimes I wish I could have a nickname like that.
Prepario Arcanum.
The trace of illusion magic body was. The assailant must have used some kind of disguise, or they turned themselves invisible. That would seem like the main way to use it, yeah. Where is the will? I need to see it. I don't know. I haven't actually been able to find it. You recall she was frantically searching. She's probably telling the truth. It should have been here, but I can't find it. He locked the door when he began drafting it. In addition to that, the Inquisition closed the area off after the body was discovered. That means someone took it during the lockdown somehow. On the night of the murder, William Frager retrieved his study to modify his will. He died before this will could be submitted, so it's not valid. The draft was supposedly stolen during the lockdown. It's likely that whoever the murderer took or destroyed it. It was probably stolen by whoever murdered him, right? Yeah, that would make the most sense. Which means whoever did this wanted to nullify what was ever written on it. Looking more and more like the motive behind this was indeed William's inheritance. It would look like we won't be able to find the will, but the fact it was taken must imply something. For now, we should follow other leads. There's also the question of who committed and how. Don't we already know the how? The murderer stole the sword of spelling and used it to break the study. That's true, but think of how they wouldn't need to move around the manor. The murder took place on the first floor, within William Frega's study. The gallery is on the second floor. They've needed to go up the stairs, steal the sword, then use it to nullify the lock on the study. Not only that, they need to go back upstairs and plant the sword in Beatrice's room. About that, if someone conspired with Beatrice to do this, why would they plant the sword in her room? That's a good point. Perhaps they had a falling out. A partner might have tried to betray her by pinning blame on her. But that's true. Wouldn't she just sell them out and make the deal with Steelwind? It would, because of the Slayer rule. Oh, I remember that guy mentioned something like that. What is it? It's a law passed by the Crown centuries ago. According to law, if someone's involved in another person's death, even accidentally, they cannot inherit the deceased property. So even if Beatrice wasn't directly responsible, she'd lose her cut in the inheritance if she took a plea deal. More importantly, it doesn't sound like Miriam completely believes that Beatrice is innocent either. If that's true, what else could she tell you? Alright, let me grab a sip of my drink here. My throat is parched. Yeah, being like this takes a lot out of my throat, that's for sure. Beatrice's guilt. Miriam almost sounds like you suspect Beatrice as well? Am I incorrect? I don't know what to think anymore. Why else would she threaten me? Wait, she was threatened. Miriam, did Beatrice threaten you in some way? What? Of course not. The testimony yesterday was quite convenient for the defense and almost got the whole case thrown out. And Leaf didn't seem to understand what's going on either. The way she gave her testimony yesterday, it's almost like she was covering for you. Does he seriously not know? Please promise me you won't tell anyone about this. I won't tell anyone. What happened? About an hour after the murder, I was approached by Ruby Tamora. I gave a list of statements to give my testimony. The statements weren't true, but she assured my status would protect me from any scrutiny. What? She had information I tried to keep secret, and threatened to make it public unless I cooperated. No, she would never do that. I'm telling the truth. Please, you have to can't tell Tamora. She'll ruin me. The eye shows her fear is genuine. She's not lying. I've seen that woman do all kinds of shady shit in this stuff I've worked. Forgery, bribery, blackmail. You name it. But you're the same. Successor to the devil of defense attorneys. The rumors, they can't be true. You refuse to believe it, but... Hey, Tyrion, you okay? Now's not the time to doubt yourself. There's too much at stake, and you have a job to do. We should check on Commander White. He might have found something. Okay, just don't push yourself, okay? You'll have plenty of time to think about this later. Sure what you're expecting me to say. Beatrice, she seems to change so much since I last saw her. What was she like before? She was far quicker to anger, and never cared about the decorum. She looks so composed and calm. It's like she's a completely different person. What's your relationship like with Leaf? Non-existent. We barely see each other. Really, but she's your sister. Except for marriage of Von Sanctus, my dad had kept her confined to the manor. I spent almost all my time at my academy. I don't like coming back here. It appears she avoids coming back home, now that you're in a position to judge her. Can you tell me about your father, Miriam? I'm sure you know a lot about him already. The trauma made his character very apparent, and you don't want to refute any statements made against him. Seems to be a sore spot. Let's change the subject. I can't believe someone attacked Arya. I hope she's okay. I never expected you to care that much. Of course I care about her. I mean, I prove I'm better than her if she falls at the hand of some common brute. I see some cracks in her facade. The rats in the vents. I don't think there was an actual rat in the vent. There must have been something that they thought was rats, but in that case, who could travel through it? You have no idea where the will is? No, it should have been here, considering the circumstances. The murderer probably took it and possibly destroyed it. As you move around the manor, you peek in the sitting room to see Von Sanctus still there. You don't see him there, but you do spot another individual. Huh. Something tells me that blue thing in that battle axe is actually a magic conduit of some sort. Not sure why, it just gives me that vibe. He's calmly reading a book where you can feel a menacing aura. This aura. Must be daft, you think I wouldn't notice your presence. But he noticed you barely enter the room. Before you have a chance to respond, the man pulls out his great axe and rushes towards you. Wait, ah! In hindsight, that probably won't do much against an axe. Proteges. Celeste is now standing between you and the axe-wielding maniac. You're not sure what happened, but looks like she knocked him several feet backward. Let's see here. Oh, it's you two. I guess I should... Let's see if I... What the hell was that? You could have killed him! You shouldn't have snuck up on me like that. I almost cleaved him in two. Tyrion didn't do anything wrong. What the hell do you think you're doing here? I am Lord Lucius Steelwood, Grand General Ravengard of the military forces. Lucius Steelwind, the man of the hour we've been hearing about so much before now. So this is Prosecutor Steelwind's father. They do share an intimidating stare. Although, he's not the most menacing person in the room right now. Alright, Celeste, it's fine. I'm not hurt. She looks more than irate right now, but she begrudgingly sheaths her sword. Anyway, Lord Steelwind's one of the people with a motive to murder William Frege as head of a pillar house. You might have some information about William and the affairs. Chair's made from mahogany. Every part of it exudes wealth. Someone should be there.
Repario Arcanum.
Yeah, no magic here. Tara and Celeste. If looks could kill. Boy, one might interpret that look of yours as a murderous intent. Ah, I guess you have some battle instincts after all. I honestly wasn't sure, since you obviously have a silver spoon stuck up your... Celeste, such a lack of respect and discipline. If you're one of my soldiers, I'd have you hung. If I was one of your soldiers, I'd hang myself. Okay, let's try to stay civil here. Lord Steelwind, you were here at the Lord's Ball when the murder occurred, am I correct? I was, yes. Mind if I ask you some questions about what you saw that night? If that's okay with you. I suppose I must oblige, considering my daughter was unceremoniously thrust her responsibilities onto... Sorry about what happened to your daughter, I'm sure you're very worried. Her own fault for exerting herself despite her duties. Even the bravest warrior knows when to stay off the battlefield. How can you say that? Your daughter was trying to do the right thing. By prosecuting heiress of House Freya? There's very little evidence to substantiate a conviction. If she wanted to strike a blow to the rival house, she should be certain her enemy would fall. But now, Beatrice Freya is found innocent. Any hopes of an alliance between our houses are completely annihilated. Clear here and the prosecutor have vastly different priorities. Night of the murder. Where were you during that night, Lord Steelwind? I so loathe gatherings like that. They were a complete waste of time. I was in this room, but I received word that Lord Frega's lost heiress had made an unexpected appearance. She was supposedly speaking with the Crown Prince, so I made my way to the ballroom. To speak with him at any point? Oh yeah, and he has Arcane evocation. I need to make sure she wouldn't try anything. Stayed in the Kingsguard. I made sure. Did you speak with them at any point? No, at my distance stayed near the Kingsguard. I need to make sure she wouldn't try anything. Is it because you're wary of Beatrice Frege? Yes, I was, actually. The Crown Prince has always had a bleeding heart, and the Fregas are trained to sharpen their tongues from birth. I need to make sure she wouldn't try to interfere with his engagement. You're worried he's going to try and take Aster back? I was, but it's clear that wasn't her intention. We did overhear the conversation. Do you happen to know what they're talking about? The conversation was completely inane. It was all just small talk. Lady Frege spent most of her time playing with Prince Auric. Right, Aster's younger brother was there too. Beatrice alibi. You know she had some role in the murder, even if she wasn't directly responsible. Did she have some unknown goal by speaking with After and her brother? You went to the ballroom after you heard that Beatrice returned. Was that before or after lockdown? It was before the lockdown. That sounds about right. This means she was accounted for before the theft was reported. Did you see her leave at any point? No, she spoke for the two princes for quite a while. She didn't leave her side until she was arrested for Lord Frega's murder. What? That means she was accounted for the entire night. Her alibi. Beatrice Frege was seen speaking with Aster and Ulrich during the Lord's Ball. She spent the entire night with them. She was also accounted for from before the spell of sword eating was reported missing. Her thoughts said she was an accomplice to William's death. Was she there to distract the Kingsguard? Thank you for answering our questions. Merely paying my daughter's debt to you. He's surprisingly cooperative, but that doesn't lift any suspicion. You'll need to find more evidence if you want to be sure. Anyways, we should probably move somewhere else to go. McCoy. What? Your spellcasting is undisciplined, but your battle stance and reflexes are commendable. You have my respect as a warrior. If that means anything coming from you. What an undisciplined and dignified brat. Undignified and defiant brat. But inane, what do you expect me to say? I didn't expect someone of your status to recognize me. I know of you, I'm the infamous Ruby Tamora. Right. I also know my daughter's failed to defeat you once. I wait the day she tears you from your throne. Okay. Doesn't he disapprove of her becoming a prosecutor? He almost sounds like an encouraging parent with a statement like that. Interesting. Alright, so this does imply the heads would know her, so if Ruby Tamora was the murderer, he would have recognized her. Unless she had a disguise, of course, but she can't cast magic. We have confirmation of that. Miss McCoy, the Crimson Demon. How do people keep learning about that name? Please, how Steelwind secures the borders of Wyvern. Do you think I'm not unaware of your illegal travels to the Eastern Kingdoms? Oh, you want to arrest me? Let's see how that goes. Could you just please stop antagonizing him? Let him frag off. Fool to the very end. From what I've heard, you two weren't exactly on the best of terms. That moron believed that every single problem in our kingdom could be solved with money. He failed to see the dangers posed to our kingdom. What this kingdom needs is a sharp weapon and an iron fist to wield it. Beatrice Fraggot is a remarkable maid. It's truly a shame that this is how it turned out. I'm surprised to hear you say that. I assumed most of the nobility hated her. You're correct. If you're correct, then most of the nobility are imbeciles. At the age of 13, she surpassed her father's magical talents. If she'd been allowed to develop, she could have revolutionized the study of conjuration magic. It would have been a great asset to our kingdom. Ever the pragmatic one, isn't he? Still good that he appreciates skill, and even if it doesn't necessarily match status. Harold. Lord Harold said, I can't believe it took so long for William to deal with his defiance. But if it were up to me, I'd have the old fool executed for treason. He must only see nails with that gigantic hammer of his. I've been told the Steelwind House controls the military. We don't control the military, we control the very foundation that maintains order in our kingdom. It's fool. The powers have no idea what it takes to lead a nation. These recent common folk uprisings are evidence of the fact. Keep it in the corner, don't let it get away. Get away from him. If you enter Beatrice's room, you see the Inquisition cornering something in the back of the room. It's some sort of animal, a wolf to be exact. Wait a minute, is that... You recall spotting the same wolf that night of the Lord's Ball. Has been in the house since the murder. Intruders must protect the queen. What? Did you just read his thoughts? Protect territory from enemies. You must see the Inquisition as intruders, but that doesn't mean he sees this room as his home. So I won't walk towards him. Wait, Tyrion! Stay back, cat. It's a wild animal. There's no telling what he'll do. You ignore them and continue approaching him. Don't worry, I'm not here to hurt you. This human can speak language of dog? Wait, you can understand me. Why are you talking to it? You speak plain dog, of course. Tracker understand. What's going on here? Is the Eye of Horus allowing you to speak with him? You never tried it before. Perhaps your powers aren't just limited to humans. This could be a good opportunity. You wonder what else he knows. This Tracker's bed, it's like resting on a cloud. It's a dresser covered in layer dust. Hasn't been touched in years. Or guess, but extreme dust. Ah.
Repario Arcanum.
Tracker, is that your name? Oh, what did you... Oh, yes, Tracker's Tracker. That's the name the queen give to me. Name Tracker. Occupation dog. Tracker gestures Leaf with Manch's queen. Told you his queen. Do you know him, Leaf? Yes, but how? Talking to it. Ah. You're so caught up in speaking Tracker, you didn't realize how strange it seemed just like everyone else. I'm a dog whisperer. Never mentioned that before. You also expect us to believe something like that? Tracker says he can understand him. He told me himself. How do you know that? Ah, she's his familiar. He's her familiar. So, Leaf, how are you able to communicate with Tracker? I suppose them hiding or Tracker's my familiar. Ah, so the same magical bond Harold has with his monkey. You recall the familiar bond allows the spellcaster telepathically speak the familiar. That's how she speak of them. You never mentioned her during a questioning. Wasn't relevant to the investigation, and I've been keeping him a secret from my family. I guess that makes sense. I doubt William Frege would allow you to keep an animal in the house. Well, I don't appreciate keeping info from us, but it doesn't look like anyone got hurt. Aside from this dog, we haven't found anything new. Dang, they didn't find more physical evidence of the theft. Looks like we hit another dead end, unless... Tracker, I saw you on the night of the murder. You what? Tracker? Uh-oh. Uh-oh. Supposed to stay in his room. Wait, is that why you won't allow servants to enter it? I didn't want to keep him in Beatrice's room. She was very insistent that he stay here. Tracker liked it, the ambience. Right. Wait, if you live in this room, did you see you put the sword of spell eating here? I asked him about that, but he didn't see anyone. He must have been taking a nap at the time, or he was outside, even though I told him not to leave. Tracker see a lot of other things, though. Tracker see many new people that night. Right, he's roaming the manor in the Lord's Ball. He must have seen a lot of new people. Wait, if he's walking around, he might have seen something the Inquisition doesn't know about. Can you tell us what you saw the night of the murder, Tracker? Tracker see rats. This may be more difficult than you thought. I need to be more specific. Can you go in order? Everyone you saw that night. Okay. Tracker take a nap in a room. Woke up from loud sounds outside. You see her small things running in walls. Tracker called Queen, but she didn't answer. So Tracker check around alone. Follow outside. That's when Tracker smelled bad smell. That's when Tracker smelled flying rat. Flying rat. Does that mean a pigeon? Tracker could smell what rat was, so Tracker bork at him. Must have scared Rat because he fell on the floor and dropped his stick. Tracker see them now, so did one final bork to scare them off. Rats were scared and went back to the walls. That's when Tracker picked up the stick. Queen finally answered Tracker, told him to go back to room and hide. After a message, Tracker brings stick back for inspection. Remember what time it was? What is time? Right, an animal would have a concept of that. Did you see Tyrion? Did you see anything? Well, he definitely saw something. Okay, let's try to take him and work through this. Tracker is an animal, despite being able to speak with him. His use of words is primitive, so we should carefully examine each and every one of his statements. I bet that the stick was the sword. First thing he heard was small things running in walls. Tracker heard rats running in the vents. Oh, the servants were complaining about rats running through the air vents, so they sent me to take care of it. I heard one of them running the vents upstairs, and I followed it there. Figured I had nowhere else to go, so I opened it up and put a trap down. Must have heard the rats that Jan mentioned. Of course, whether or not it's a quote-unquote rat is yet to be determined. They weren't actually running the walls, they were running in the vents. The next thing he did was call the Queen, but she didn't answer. Why didn't Leaf enter the Tracker's message? It was called out to her telepathically. Was nullified by the anti-magic field. She didn't respond because she never got Tracker's message. Telepathic capabilities granted by a familial bond are disabled by anti-magic field, which means this entire counter happened during the lockdown. So that covers the first two, but not sure what to make of the flying rat. Why'd you say you refer to the rat as fly? Because rats don't usually jump and fly. It's possible you saw it wasn't a rat then. Rats are rats. They're small, run and hide. So it's rat's a general term for them. Used to refer to small animals acting suspiciously. Everything you know now, his last statement doesn't make sense. Why did Tracker finally hear Queen finally answered him. After this, he picked up the stick, but that wasn't possible because of the anti-magic field. The stick. The Tracker obtained was actually the sword of spell eating. Tracker, about that stick you found. Where'd you put it after you came back? This Tracker hides stick in safe space under bed. And the stick did look like a sword my friend's carrying. What? Hey, your friend stole other stick. Wait, other stick? Yeah, Tracker found it while hiding from the middlemen. Middleman is referring to Kingsguard. He must have left the bedroom while they were searching for the spell of eating. Wait, are you the one who took steal that sword? Tracker! Did Tracker do bad? As suspected, Tracker was the one that brought the sword of spell eating here. What? I have no idea how or why. The sword of spell eating was laying in a hallway somewhere. Tracker found and brought it here, his room. That can't be. So the person who framed Beatrice for theft. If it weren't Tracker, the Inquisition never would have honed in on Beatrice at all. But why would the sword of spell eating be laying in a random hallway? Leaf, do you mind if I borrow Tracker for a bit? Okay, Queen, you smell good. Tracker, trust him. Thanks, I guess. Okay, but only if you allow me to accompany you. You know about Miriam's position. How does Leaf feel about you prosecuting Beatrice? It's possible she might try to sabotage if you let her go with you, but as Tracker's owner, you don't have a choice. Nod to Leaf, but you also have a subtle gesture to Celeste to keep an eye on her. She silently nods to follow. Alright, Tracker, can you take us to the hallway where we found these rats? Oh, sure thing, King. Like you've received a promotion. Tracker, don't... Looks like I got distracted by a squirrel outside. Ah, there's a vent here. You allow Tracker to lead you to the location where we found the sword of spell eating. Surprisingly, it's fairly close to the Beatrice's room. He apparently didn't travel very far before he met those rats he mentioned. He's angry and sad about it. As we continue towards the destination, Tracker suddenly becomes extremely tense. Tracker, what's wrong? Enemy. Oh. Before you even have a chance to react, Tracker steps between you. Eris and angrily barks at her. Oh dear. Stop that. She tries to calm Tracker down, but he's undeterred. He continues. It looks like he's taking all of Leaf's strength to hold him back. Terrible side, not usually like this. Yeah. Eris has so many red flags now, she could basically make a quilt out of them. It's to be expected. I'm not sure why, but animals have always been able to see me for what I am. Have always disliked me. And it seems the fact we can even glimpse at an image like that and remember it suggests that our Eye of Horus gives some ability as well. It could be a demonic power like potentially hers, but it could also be a divine power of some sort. After all, if there's demonic forces in here, it only would stand to logic there might be divine ones as well, although they usually dislike interfering with humans' affairs even more so than demons. What is Eris doing here? We recall her at the barracks too. She said her father is friends with Beatrice, but she's involved with this case somehow. Anyway, he came here for a purpose, just to examine this hallway to see if we find clues. What are you doing here, Eris? I should be asking you the same thing. I recall you telling me that you were a defense attorney. Yet here you are prosecuting a defendant. You're even leading the Inquisition you supposedly hate so much. To answer your question, I'm here on behalf of Beatrice. Sister? Yes, Demora is occupied handling other aspects of the case, so she sent me to investigate on her behalf. Oh, she would have to trust you a lot to handle something so important. How do you two know each other? She said she was acquainted with your father, but... we... met during her days at the Imperial Academy. We both studied illusion magic together. I've always been a patron of hers. It saddens me to see her in this dreadful situation. These crystals supposedly generated the anti-magic field during the lockdown. However, the sort of spell eating would render its wielder immune to these fields.
Arcanum.
What? What do you see? The vents have traces of illusion magic. Traces also go deep inside these vents. The same for the vents on the other side, too. There's an air vent here. It appears to go from the ceiling to the ground floor. This is where the rat escaped, Tracker. That's where a jumping rat went. I thought it was a flying rat. Tracker see that, too. Okay, probably better just move on. And here's where this rat come from. Rat come out of other wall. You mean the vent on the opposite side? Yes, Tracker saw a flying rat escape that way. What was it doing here in the first place? Why would there be traces of illusion magic inside the vents? Which spell could have left those traces? As I told you many months ago, illusion magic tends to do one of two things. They either create freestanding illusions, or they can disguise an existing creature. I doubt some small freestanding illusion is in those vents, so a disguised creature must have been inside at some point. These vents are tiny, no one would be able to fit inside of them. Drac could see them now. Final Bork to scare them off. Rats were scared and went back to the walls. But a rat would be able to. But yeah, I guess that would be true, but that would mean a rat had an illusion cast on them. Not only that, he said the queen finally answered him after he picked up a stick, but that shouldn't have been possible because they had an anti-magic field. Tracker saw this rat during the lockdown. It would have been inside the anti-magic field created by lockdown. Then there can only be one way that rat could have an illusion spell cast on it. You can't mean the rat was holding the sword of spell eating. Tracker's testimony. What? But how's that possible? A rat wouldn't have the strength in their hands to carry the sword. Tracker's vocabulary is primitive and limited. He uses the word rat to describe any small creature that can hide and act suspiciously. If even if it weren't an actual rat, it couldn't have been a human either. You're right, it would have to have been a small animal with strength and dexterity to traverse a small air vent while holding a sword. I was about to say, and we've seen one of those before. Is that a monkey on your back? Yes, this is my familiar, Eugene. No, are you serious? We know that Harold had a motive to kill William Frege. He was planning to defund the Haraldson Hall of History. They had an argument, and that's when William Frege decided he was going to defund Harold's museums. He must have struck a deal with Beatrice. And with Beatrice's portion of House Frege, she could have easily kept his museums funded. He could have faked a robbery and sent his familiar to murder William. I can't believe this. And there's something else Tracker said. Tracker could smell where Rat was, so Tracker borked at him. Must have scared Rat because he fell on the floor and dropped a stick. Rat had a stick him? Tracker, you said you had to smell to see where the rat was. When we dropped the stick, you were finally able to see him. Doesn't mean you couldn't visually see him before he fell down. Yeah, Tracker couldn't see Rat with eyes. Tracker had to use nose to see it. The monkey was invisible! No one would have noticed a small invisible animal. In addition to that, he moved through the air vents. Eugene would have been nearly undetectable that night. Beatrice is a master of illusion magic, so it's possible she cast invisibility on him. Invisibility. Clap both hands together. Oh, and the gesture has to... One of the highest forms of illusion magic. This spell makes the target creature object completely invisible. While invisible, the target will be completely transparent, undetectable visually. If targeting a creature, the spell will also affect anything the creature is wearing or holding, including the sword. And then there's the position of this air vent. We're currently in the hallway just north of Beatrice's room. This air vent connects to the ground floor. If we align the two together, this must lead to the storage room. Right, the air vent curved upwards. This must be where it leads, and according to Jan, the air vent leads directly to the study. It would have been a perfect route to enter the Williams study and leave undetected. But he wouldn't have needed to nullify the lock to enter that room then. Why would he need the Sword of Spell Eating at all? Because of familiar bond, they can telepathically communicate. Harold probably needed Eugene to hold the sword so he could tell him exactly where to go. The spell's magical effects anyone connect the wielder, and familiar bond connects them magically. It makes sense now. Harold could have easily faked the robbery, take suspicion off him. It's even possible he was lying about how the display glass was shattered. But I've known Harrelson for years. I can't believe he'd be involved. You may have known him for a long time, but she's never read his thoughts. His thoughts are very hostile and rude, despite his kind expression. He's very good at hiding what he's truly feeling. Indeed, even when we lightly spoke with him, he couldn't resist his base thoughts insulting and being generally angry at us. Beatrice, there's no way she particularly didn't plan like this. Look, Leaf, I know you don't want to suspect your sister, but... Oh, it's not that. Beatrice would never trust anyone to work together like this. She's completely blind, though. She wouldn't have much of a choice. Even so, she's not the type of person to trust her accomplice to stay quiet. She'd find a way to carry the plan herself, and she'd only employ someone else's hand if she had absolute full control over them. Leaf probably knows better than you do, but you doubt working alone would be possible in her condition. And you can't think of any other way she could be involved in this. Anyways, we're finished here, aren't we? Yes, thank you for letting track to us, Leaf. I only want to help you find what really happened. Don't make me regret trusting you, please. If you're true on the side of justice, you won't. Good. Excuse me. So that's it, right? We finally know who committed the murder, then. And if you can get Harold to confess on the stand, he might reveal Beatrice's involvement as well. If he does that, you might be able to convince her and Mr. Moore to take a plea deal. Although knowing Mr. Moore, that'll be easier said than done. Anyways, this is definitely the lead we're looking for. Is it really enough? Was it really enough? We don't have any physical evidence. It's gonna have to do. We're running out of time. We'll just have to call Harold to stand and testify what he did that night. If I push him far enough, I might be able to catch him lying. We doubt it'll be that easy. He's got a good poker face. How much will he be able to hide his true thoughts? Not to mention, Mr. Moore is aware of our special power. We can't be relying on our empowered eye too much. I already gave my statement to the Inquisition. Is my testimony truly necessary? Sorry, old-timer. My orders came straight from the prosecutor. We're gonna need you to stay on the stand today. Alright, I understand. I'll do what I can to help. Quite a bit's gone on in such a short period of time. Court is now resumed for the trial of Beatrice Frege. Let us review yesterday's proceedings. There'll be much debate over William Frege's inheritance. More specifically, it's unknown whether the defendant had any claim to her father's inheritance. The detail was crucial in determining whether or not the defendant had a motive. Luckily, the victim's will was supposedly read earlier today and is now part of public record. What were the results of the reading, Mr. Cuthbert? William Frege was planning to leave all of his assets to Jaden, his hopeful son-in-law. However, this predicated on the condition Jaden marry the victim's daughter, Leaf. It's clear Miss Leaf will not follow through on this arrangement. If this engagement is not made within 6 months, William Frege's assets will be divided among his 3 daughters. I see, so there's no mention of the defendant's disinheritance. Correct, Your Honor. This means the defendant did have something to gain from the victim's death. Your Honor, despite confusion around the victim's inheritance, still very little physical evidence that implicates my client. I remind you, Miriam Frege was not telling the truth in yesterday's proceedings. That itself is extremely suspect. And William Frege was clearly not above manipulation and lying and can't prove that she knowingly gave false testimony. I'll admit I can't prove that. I also admit there's a lack of apparent physical evidence to substantiate our case, which is why the prosecution would like to call Harold Harrelson to the stand. Lord Harrelson? The Sword of Spell Eating clearly plays a large role in this murder, and its theft is one of the few pieces of physical evidence in the case. As the gallery's curator, I believe he can further elaborate on how the sword was stolen that night. More specifically, you can find out what he did that night of the murder. I see. Well, the court will definitely benefit from this insight. Bailiff, please escort him to the stand. Witness, please state your name and occupation for the court. Of course, my name is Harold Harrelson. I'm the owner and curator of the Harrelson Hall of History, located at Hallmarth. That's quite the alliterative occupation. Harold, could you please testify to the court about how you discovered the spell, how the Sword of Spell Eating was stolen? If it will help. Most likely I had a story prepared for this. That's fine. I was keeping my eye on the gallery's exhibits when I realized my familiar hadn't returned. Oh, his age isn't even listed. And interesting, the helmet. I called him telepathically, but did not respond. I became worried, so I went around the manor to search for him. About an hour later, I returned to the gallery and discovered the exhibit had been completely destroyed. The artifact was missing, so I reported the crime scene, the ball, and avoided discreet lockdown. And discovered the exhibit was completely destroyed. The artifact was missing, so I reported the crime the Knights of the Ball, and they activated discreet lockdown. Luckily, we found the sword in my familiar later that night. So you went in search of your monkey, and that's why you didn't witness theft. Yes, the thief was probably waiting for me to leave. They must have went to commit the crime without anyone seeing them. Or his testimony is completely full of it. His search for Eugene must have been a cover to hide his actions that night. How do you prove that? Yeah, we know that somehow the museum was completely empty. As the curator, he could absolutely make sure that no one would be in there at the time. But again, that's not something we can easily prove. Are you referring to Eugene? Eugene? Eugene Haraldson, Your Honor. It's the name of the witness familiar. Yes, Eugene's a spry orangutan monkey. He helps me with my day-to-day. I see. Anyway, he said he hadn't returned. Does this mean he left here earlier in the night? Yes, he always likes to explore large buildings in the Frege Manor, but usually doesn't leave for that long. I called him telepathically, but didn't respond. Does he typically ignore you like that? Sometimes. He's a young boy, so likes to have his privacy. I'd like to not to pry, but I was worried what would happen if a nobler knight were to come across him. He usually knows not to bother people, but you never know what will happen. I'm worried, so I went on the manor to search for him. Left the gallery room? Yes, as I said, I was worried something happened to Eugene. Where'd you go during your search? Eugene usually knows how to stay out of people's bedrooms, so I went downstairs to search from there. I checked the bathroom, sitting room, and coat room. Then I finally checked kitchen and pantry. He might have gone there to steal snacks. But you didn't find him in any of those? No, I didn't. A bond. Stochastic. Let's see here. This certainly has a lot of perks to it. But let's see here. It can see through the target's eye as long as they concentrate. Oh, interesting. I didn't realize that the first time. This is an extremely good ability. Like I mentioned, I had the option when I was forming my tabletop character, and it's even shown some examples that use it, but I wanted to avoid making things too complicated, and I felt just having to manage both my character and the familiar at the same time might make things a bit much. In retrospect, it might not have been that bad, but I don't mind. If I do one of those again, I might make one. I'll have to see. Once this bond formed, neither the caster nor the target the creature can only be broken in death. Later, returned to the gallery and discovered the exhibit that the held it was destroyed. If I recall correctly, the glass was completely shattered. This despite the presence of several abjuration spells that protected it. Is that correct? Goss, it would have taken an extremely powerful spell to break it like that. As you saw, the glass display was shattered into shards. Unless Harold had a way to dispel that magic, a powerful mage must have destroyed it. Perhaps he had Beatrice shatter it before he went to the ballroom. The artifact was missing, so I reported the crime, and the sort of spell eating makes the wielder immune to magic effects. What use would a lockdown have been? Honestly, not much. The wielder would have been immune to anti-magic field and the spells that prevented people from leaving. But at that point, the King's Guard just wanted to activate it for good measure. Luckily, I found the sword and my familiar last night. The statement just now is missing details. What detail was she asking him to elaborate on? How'd you find Eugene that night? After an hour's silence, he finally responded to my telepathic message. He met up with me in the gallery. Went to search for the sword. So this would have been after the theft was reported? Yes. He would have had to pick up Eugene after he murdered Lord Frege. This would be the alibi they're using to account for the time no one could see Eugene. Anyway, this detail could be extremely important. Please add it to your testimony, witness. Harold. Yes, of course, Harold. He says he went around the manor looking for Eugene. Do you think he's telling the truth? Maybe, but a so-called search for Eugene gave him a good excuse to not be seen by anyone. It's a decent alibi, if not without flaws. You just need to poke holes in it. Eugene finally responded. I met with him in the gallery room before they finally found the artifact. See, he shouldn't have been able to respond to telepathy with the lockdown system.
Objection!
Harold, you found Eugene before you went to search for the Sword of Spell Eating, is that correct? This would mean what happened when the lockdown's still active, am I correct? Yeah, so much I worry about the artifact, Eugene's safety is far more important. Well, that's kind of the thing, Harold. You said that after hours of silence, you finally received a telepathic message from Eugene. So that leaves one question. How did you communicate Eugene telepathically if you were both within an anti-magic field? What? Harold, in response to the theft, the King's Guard activated the lockdown system to prevent anyone from leaving. The same one would have placed an anti-magic field over every inch of that manor. The field should have suppressed the telepathic abilities given you by familiar bond. You wouldn't be able to speak with Eugene at all. Mr. Cuthbert, are you accusing the witness of lying? Please, Cuthbert's blowing the entire thing out of proportion. Anti-magic field is a resource-intensive spell. You can't assume they manage to cover every inch of the mana, especially the areas that would only be accessible to a small animal. Samora, let's assume Eugene managed to reach some sort of blind spot. Magical telepathy connects two people. If Eugene wasn't affected by the anti-magic field, Harold would be. That's very true, so how did I hear him that night? There's only one answer that makes sense, Harold. You did hear Eugene, because Eugene was wielding the Sword of Spell Eating. What? I'm sorry, Mr. Cuthbert, but are you saying the Sword of Spell Eating was stolen by the witness's pet monkey? I am, Your Honor. It's the only way the witness's testimony makes any sense. She doesn't have a rebuttal. You should put this while you have the chance. Harold Haraldson, you were the one who stole the Sword of Spell Eating, weren't you? And what reason would I have to steal something that already belongs to me? It was to cast suspicion off you, because you were the one who had William Frege killed. You staged a robbery using the Sword of Spell Eating to make Eugene invisible. Then you sent him to the ventilation system, also you can have him murder William Frege in his study. Well done, Cuthbert. I suppose you just can't stop yourself from pursuing a lying witness. It's what I do best, Mr. Moore. Of course. Witness, do you have anything to say in your defense? It's quite obvious, but I completely refute the prosecution's allegations. He's misguided, but he's just doing his job. You're expecting him to be hostile like before. And you also refute your statement about Eugene telepathically speak with you. I know better than to lie on my stand to protect myself. I can't explain how it happened, but I stand by my testimony. Eugene did telepathically contact me during the lockdown, but how did he do it? Wait, so he doesn't know how that communication happened. Perhaps he overlooked it when planning the murder. And that's your position, Cuthbert. The witness sent a monkey to murder. It may sound ridiculous, but it's the only thing that makes sense, or do you have evidence to refute that, Mr. Mora? No, I fully and wholeheartedly agree with you, Mr. Cuthbert. Wait, Tyrion? Did you forget you were prosecuting Beatrice Frege? Your Honor, even as a prosecutor, it's clear you just can't stop him from finding the true culprits. Wait, I also meant to say the defendant conspired with him to commit a crime. Really? Do you have any proof of this conspiracy to commit? Of course you don't. Oh, but even so, let's assume you did have the evidence to prove your statement. If it was really a plot formed by my client, the witness, what would my client even contribute to this plan? From what you said, his plot was completely carried out by him and his familiar. The glass, he would need a powerful mage like that to break the sword display and stage a robbery. So her contribution was breaking glass. Can you prove my client shattered it? Can you prove she did so knowing it would lead to her father's death? Might have gotten a little too eager to prove Harold's guilt. Physical evidence against my client was non-existent in the first place. Meanwhile, it seems the prosecution has brought forth physical evidence that implicates Lord Haraldson. Physical evidence supported by his own testimony. There has to be some explanation for this. Cuthbert, did you ask me something today? You said if my client killed the victim, who did? I suppose I should thank you for finding the answer. Damn it, all it did was make more difficult to prove your case. But Harold has to be involved. We weren't involved. Only Eugene was small enough to travel the air events. Is there anything else you can use? The threat of indictment, Harold must be stressed. It's gotten you out of tight spots. Maybe you can find it in his mind. Use every trick you have, Cuthbert. It won't help you. Ignore. Calm your mind and focus on him. You have to find something.
Naught can remain concealed.
He's convinced that he won't find it, because I'm guessing he doesn't actually know. So we have to hope whatever it is, he can figure it out. Not one, but two artifacts were stolen during the Lord's Ball. I never expected anyone to completely bypass my security like this. What? He's speaking as if he truly had no hand in this. But that can't be true, can it? At least the Earrings of Vitality were left untouched. It's one of the few artifacts left imbued with the Scale Lord's power. Ah, but interesting. He doesn't say the one that's likely or is possible he knows for a fact. I can't believe one of my artifacts was used to commit a murder. It's completely disrespectful to the culture and history behind it. The armbands of intellect are still missing, but I inspected closely for the Lord's Ball. They were still there when I moved them to Frege Manor. Someone must have stolen it during the ball, right? Never did find out what happened to the armbands. Could there seriously be a second thief there? Truly a shame Beatrice was driven to flee from her family. Only to introduce myself to her. Perhaps we could have found a solution together. He doesn't know about Beatrice, but how she planned it with him unless... Oh, William, it's a shame things end up this way. I truly hoped I could show you the value of Wavengard's history. What? Why am I thinking about this? My mind can't be going already. Leave one of my artifacts. See, Evans doesn't resonate. Eugene, just what were you doing that night? You truly wield the sword, if only for a brief moment. Wait, you should have known exactly where Eugene was. Why is his thoughts saying that? What's going on? You speak as if you really had no hand in this. You can guard yourself, but you can't lie to it. If that's true, were you wrong? See anything, Cuthbert? Your Honor, it's clear the prosecution has nothing left to argue. There's very little evidence implicating my harm. Lyons is far more likely suspect than for us right now. Yes, I must agree with Miss Tomorrow. At the very least, I've seen no reason to prolong this trial. Wait, she couldn't personally have done this, discounting the fact that she's completely blind. She was with the two princes for most of the night. So who actually killed Miss Study? Think about this. The reason you suspected Harold in the first place is because of what Tracker said. Tracker's vocabulary is limited. He used the word rat to describe any small creature that hides suspiciously. It wasn't an actual rat, so it could have been a human, right? Right, it would have been a small animal. Small animal with strength and dexterity to traverse an air vent while holding a sword. Tracker saw some kind of animal. Who else is familiar? No, it had to have been Eugene. The tracker found the sword. He couldn't communicate with Harold, and the sword protected him. But why? Why'd he be in the hallway? That doesn't explain why the sword spell eating was there. No, he said he came out of the air vent on one side and then fled the vent on the other side. Even for a small monkey, those would be cramped. He couldn't have entered more curiosity. Why was Eugene in the air vents? Nobody know what was doing that night. Why was Eugene? You know Harold didn't participate, but how did he know about Eugene? What Eugene was doing that night? No, you can't say for sure why Eugene was there, but it's unlikely Harold even knew about it. Oh, Eugene was not acting of his own free will. Eugene was acting of his own free will. That's an explanation that makes most sense, but how and why? Harold's the only person magically connected to Eugene. Even if Beatrice somehow got Eugene to follow her orders, she wouldn't have been able to control his actions. Beatrice couldn't use any conjuration spell either. She also was in the anti-magic field and she was the Aster. So if Eugene was the one who murdered, was he acting independently? That's not possible. How could Eugene have carried out this plan independently? This plan required knowledge of the ventilation system, also involved murdering during the lockdown and destroying his will. Eugene might be smart for a monkey, but a normal monkey wouldn't know how to identify and destroy the will, even if Beatrice somehow trained him to do it beforehand. Eugene wore the armbands of intellect. No, it couldn't be. Discover the armbands of intellect had been stolen as well. Unlike the sword of spell eating, we haven't found the armbands. Look at a glass case where the armbands used to be. The thief didn't shatter glass. Exactly. Moreover, the armbands were actually placed in a very well-made replica. Magical locks could be disabled. How the normal is disabled. They can actually be turned off using spoken password. Oh, that was his monkey's reactions. How many people know the password? Only myself. I personally oversee it. Transport these. Only Harold, but someone could have overheard him. Someone's constantly over his shoulder. You've made some ridiculous statements. There's no way the judge will even entertain this theory. You have to be smart about this. Your Honor, I think there's one more witness we can clear up the discrepancy once and for all. I believe he can prove the prosecution's case to the court. Really? I find that hard to believe. Trust me, Your Honor, there's an element of this we all aren't seeing. It's one that no one will believe. We have planned now. Oh, well, I'll give it one last chance, Mr. Cuthbert, but no, your next witness, if your witness fails to unveil new information, I won't hesitate to end the trial. I understand, Your Honor, so I'm going to need you to bear with me for a moment. Why? Your Honor, the defense calls Eugene Harrelson to the stand. Mind if I check my lawyer's statement about passing my verdict? Hey, bear with me for a moment. Mr. Cuthbert, I should find you content for even suggesting this. You honestly think I'll allow a monkey to give testimony? Yeah, this is pretty out there for us. I'd like to remind the court of the nature of Harold's bond with Eugene. Eugene is a familiar. That means Harrelson can speak with him telepathically. Well, this is absolutely show me in the law where it says an animal can't give testimony or an animal or familiar can't give testimony, Your Honor. It may be unprecedented, but it's not against the law. Very well, Your Honor, you can't be serious now. Are you actually going along with this? Okay, Mr. Moore, I'm looking for any possible reason not to entertain this. Mr. Cuthbert has a point. There's no laws against the proposal, so I suppose I must oblige this frankly insane action for now. This doesn't matter. It's not as if this will reveal anything. Can't believe I'm saying this, but bailiff, please escort Lord Harrelson's monkey to the stand. Witness, please state your name and occupation in the court. I could do without the sarcasm, Miss Tamora. Eugene is Eugene. Eugene Monkey. Bailiff, make sure the stenographer gets Haroldsen's translations. Ugh. You can see those armbands. Can't see the armbands on him now, so he must be at his normal intelligence. Although, how would he even wear them? Perhaps he had them in his hands. They only require physical contact. Maybe on his tail? Or in his feet? Eugene, did you steal from the gallery the night of the honor? Ukuka. Eugene never steal from Harold. Eugene respect Harold. And you have no problem testifying where you were during the Lord's Ball. I can't believe I let you convince me to permit this. Witness testimony. Ook. Eugene explore house. Eugene look for a new place to play. Eugene also look for spiders. Spiders yum yum. You think Eugene steal armbands of intellect? Ook. Eugene never steal from Harold. Harold friend. Wow, you did it, Cuthbert. You blew this case wide open. Is that really gonna help us? Look, you'll have to learn to trust me on this. I trust you. That statement sounds like it turned to a question at the end. You can explore a house, find a new place to play. My Harold's an associate of House Frega. Surely you visited the manor before that night. Manor constantly changes. William always doing renovations. There's always new discovery to be made. That makes sense. He certainly had the gold for it. Anyways, what do you do that night? Eugene also looked for spiders. Spiders yum yum. Do you enjoy eating spiders? Spiders good, rich in nutrients. Wait, really? Some cultures in Eastern kingdoms eat roasted crickets. I've tried them. They're actually not bad, if prepared correctly. I don't think I could ever be that adventurous. Can we please stay on the topic? You think Eugene steal brands of intellect? I wasn't accused you of anything, Eugene. Perhaps you accidentally unlocked the case and took them, thinking they were a sort of toy. It could be an honest mistake. Eugene not dumb. Eugene know how important artifacts are to Harold. Eugene never take from him. Harold friend. You might not have knowingly done it. Perhaps you took one by accident. Eugene never do that. Then how to explain brief contact with a spell of sword eating? Harold couldn't telepathically contact with you unless you were wielding it. Eugene didn't understand question. Right, you understand how the sword works without heightened intelligence unless... Old friend, all apes strong together. Apes strong together. You consider yourself close to Harold? I would guess so. They literally have a magical connection with one another. Right, I suppose the bond between a mage and familiar would require a lot of trust. Harold saved Eugene from bad man. Eugene would never betray. So you're a rescue. Bad man lock Eugene in cage. He tell people throw peanuts at Eugene. Harold take Eugene from that prison. Lock up bad man. He seems genuinely care for Harold. Could that be why he did this? He clearly feels indebted. That might be the motive. Tyrion? I know it looks bad, but I swear there's more than meets the eye. If you say so, there has to be something in the statements. He had been wearing armbands the night of the murder. Think about how Tracer spoke. Is the different way, the way Eugene's speaking right now.
Objection!
Interpret. Wait a minute. Eugene, I asked you before if you stole anything from Harold's gallery. Eugene, no. Eugene would never steal from Harold. Cuthbert, don't waste your time having me repeat that statement. Well, that's the thing, Miss Tamora. That's not the same statement made in testimony. I asked him if he stole an artifact. I never mentioned the armbands of intellect. What are you talking about now? The witness lacks understanding differentiate between artifacts. It's clearly a simple mistake. It's not just the fact he named the wrong artifact, Miss Tamora. It's the fact he used his actual name. I'm afraid I don't understand what you mean, Mr. Cuthbert. Your Honor, animals can't speak in the same way that humans do. Even when a telepathic link is established, their vocabulary is limited. Right, Tracker called the spell eating a stick before. He had no understanding what it really was. Exactly, so that raised the question. How did Eugene know that they were called the Armbands of Intellect? Wait, how did he know? The armbands were stolen during the Lord's Ball and placed with a well-made replica. Vince, he would have had the opportunity to put them back, and they're still missing. Is wearing the armbands at this moment. It can't be. Is he really? The armbands were designed to be worn by humans, so Eugene can't wear them on his arms. So where would he wear them? We initially thought he'd carry them in his hands, but it's a far simpler explanation. Eugene, do you still maintain you couldn't steal the armbands? Eugene told you already. Eugene never steal. I suppose you wouldn't mind taking off your hat. Ooh, he's doing the glasses pose. Are you serious right now? You don't think he's wearing them right now, do you? It's the only thing that makes sense. The armbands were taken the night of the murder, and they're still missing. If Eugene did steal them, he would never have had the opportunity to return them. He had no choice, would have no choice but to continue wearing them until the investigation's over. It's ridiculous, just being a fairy tale. You don't expect us to believe a monkey increases intellect beyond human limits. If I'm wrong, the witness can easily refute my theory by removing that hat. Well, what's it gonna be, Eugene? He seemed fully break character, and he slowly but silently lifts his hat. No, you can't be serious. Everyone can see it plainly. He's wearing them like a crown on his tiny head. From this, out of his hat, you see him pull out something else. Eugene. Well done, Mr. Cuthbert. I shouldn't have underestimated you. Are you serious? This is probably a blessing in disguise. I don't think I could bear debasing myself any longer.
Objection.
Objection, Your Honor. On what grounds, Miss Mora? What grounds? Everything about this situation is objectionable. It's already absurd. Is he seriously accomplice? Miss Amora, we can't deny what's clear in front of us. I was not ready for today. I was even talking. Scholars believe humans and apes evolved from a common ancestor. Perhaps all of them can speak common language under the right situation. Evolved, please. Have a bit of your society. I think calling humanity evolved is being quite generous. This can't be happening. Well, are you done gawking at me like a bunch of simpletons? Simpletons. Wait a minute! Quite difficult to separate myths from historical accounts. Right, I'm kind of some from the Pure Academy. Ah, Miss Book educated your studies. They thought the simpleton. That was the monkey's thoughts and statements this entire time! That also means it was the monkey who was the one who gave all the hatred towards William. Rude, but it can't be helped. Every insulting thought that you'd seen from Harold, they weren't Harold's thoughts at all. They were Eugene's thoughts. He's been wearing the armband since you first met. But I still don't understand. Why would you even take the armbands in the first place? I'll admit the Lord's Ball was one of many occasions. The first time I touched them was due to sheer chance. You put them on by accident. My unawakened self was enamored by the glittering sheen. I merely wanted to touch them, but when I held them in my hands, I experienced a huge sense of clarity that I'd never felt before. Even I was afraid of what I'd experienced, so I left them alone. But as I returned to my primitive lifestyle, I couldn't stop thinking about what I felt that day. You were hooked? I wouldn't quite phrase it like that, but you're not wrong. I already knew the password to Harold's vault. I decided to come in from time to time and indulge in the armband's power. But the more time I spent with my awakened intellect, the more I craved its power to put them away. And that's when you made the replica. While no one was watching, I devised a plan to discreetly take the armbands. Harold would eventually discover they were stolen, but he would have concluded that a noble from the Lord's Ball took them, because of the pressure he was receiving from the crown. I'm not proud of what I've done, but never expected things to reach this point. I didn't expect someone to steal the Sword of Spell Eating as well, and I started to expect a murder to happen that night. You still maintain that you're innocent then? Of course I do. I stole the armbands, but I did not murder William Frege, nor did I take the Sword of Spell Eating. Allow me to elaborate. This is a really wild case. I love it. I admit that I took the armbands, replaced them replica, but I was not the crook who stole the Sword of Spell Eating. That's completely different. The display case of the sword was unshattered. Completely shattered. I spotted the sword when I was exploring the matter. Yeah, I had spotted the sword. It was lying in the middle of a hallway. I wondered why such an important artifact would be lying there, so I took a closer look. That's when I had heard Harold call out. The sword must have protected me in the anti-magic field. I don't want to take a sword and return it, but a wild dog chased me away from the scene. He has a point. He didn't need to shatter the display case. Yeah, he already knew all the passwords. Tracker said Eugene was the one who dropped the sword. Furthermore, he escaped in the air vent that led to William's study. His actions that night were not as innocent as his testimony to imply. He must have lied somewhere. Cross-examination. So he stole the armbands using the stolen password. Am I correct? Yes, I sit on his shoulder most of the time. He obviously never suspected what I'd do. It was a simple matter of listening to him. But when he inspected the artifacts, when he transported the artifacts to Frege Manor. And I assume you knew the passwords for the display as well? I do. I can easily demonstrate it. Yeah, he'd lie about that when you can easily check it. Even so, you lied about not stealing the armbands. Why should we really believe you now? The answer lies in the physical evidence. That's completely different. How do we know you didn't shatter the glass to cover your tracks? Harold's password nullifies the locks, but I do not nullify the magic that protects the glass. Harold told you himself, didn't he? Only a powerful mage could shatter that kind of glass. But as a familiar, magic can be cast through you. Only Harold can cast magic through me. I cannot cast any spells on myself. Even if I could, Harold's spell compendium does not have a spell that is powerful enough for that. His logic is sound, before he's saying is true. Who shattered it? Anyways, I spotted a sword when I was like, what's the matter? It was lying in the middle of a hallway. But that location was near the Frege bedrooms. Don't tell me what did you take me for? I know what the bedroom looks like, and I'd never enter when uninvited. Then why were you there in the first place? I was coming back from the rooftop garden, but suddenly I felt something interfering with Armbad's magic. The anti-magic field. Yes, I was aware that something had happened, so I made my way back to the gal to meet up with Harold. I see. Could you please add this to your testimony? Very well. Took a close look and inspected. And that's when he made contact with us, is that correct? Yes, I was quite surprised as well. At the time, the magic of armbands was nullified. When I picked up the sword, my intelligence finally returned. That's how I knew I was holding the sword of spell eating. That's when I heard out it called me. The sword must have protected me. So, was this the first time he called me that night? No, he telepathically messaged me earlier that night, but I was so absorbed in my exploration that I ignored him. He was absorbed? He's scared him. But that really caused me to ignore a call from Harold. I want to take the sword and return it, but a wild dog chased me for the scene. Do you have enough time to grab the sword? Didn't you have enough time to grab the sword? You were holding after all. I'm not proud of it, but my survival instincts took over. At that point, I was more concerned with escaping that wild animal. You suppose that makes sense. Tracker is several times larger. He had every reason to be afraid. The story makes sense. There's no way he could have shattered the glass. I suppose so, but the tracker saw him. He's definitely traversing the vents, which means there's a lie somewhere in his testimony.
Objection!
Tracker's testimony, maybe? Your Honor.
Objection!
Nope, but not Celeste's sword, being mistaken for it. Yeah, because... Important artifact be lying there. You... Visibility.
Objection!
Oh wait, something was cast on him. I need to find a way to prove that.
Objection!
Nope. That's when you made contact with it. Yes, I was quite surprised too. At the time, the magic of the armbands was being nullified. I picked up the sword, my intelligence returned. That's how I knew I was holding the sword of spell eating. Oh right, how could he know it was such an important artifact if his armbands were disabled?
Objection!
Oh.
Objection! Objection!
I'm pretty sure I'm on the right track here. I just need to focus.
Objection!
The anti-magic field should have blocked it, right? Wonder why it's such an important artifact.
Objection! Objection!
And the murder discovery were also stolen. The case wasn't shattered. The armbands replaced a vacant replica.
Objection!
From the rooftop garden to the gallery.
Objection!
Yeah, that was in the wrong place because it was found near Beatrice's room. Eugene, I'm sure you're well aware of this, but the best way to lie is to hide a false detail and make truths. What are you trying to insinuate, Mr. Cuthbert? You said you were heading from the terrace to the gallery. Did you take any detours? Of course not. The armband nullified, my intelligence is slowly fading. I want to return to Harold as soon as possible. Witness, I'd like for you to take a look at this floor map of House Frege. This location where the wild dog found the sword of spell eating. But please tell me, Eugene, how did you spot the sword of spell eating when it was hidden in the hallway north of Beach's room? That's... Why are you nitpicking such an insignificant statement? He probably got distracted and went down the wrong hallway. This more, Eugene came from the rooftop garden. He was adamant that he went directly to the gallery to reunite. Even if his intellect was muddled, he was intent on reuniting with a worried companion. He definitely took a direct route, but if he did, he would never have been able to see in the hallway. What's your point, Mr. Cuthbert? But what does this mean? It means the witness lied about where he was before he discovered the spell of eating. He wasn't coming from the rooftop garden. He came from the air vent in that specific hallway. So why were you in the hallway, Eugene? You lied in your testimony. Was it because you wanted to hide what you were really doing that night? Admit it, Eugene. You stuck to the air vent to avoid detection. Then you were in the air vent, that hallway, breaking into William's study, and then you murdered him using the letter opener. That's not what I went there to do. No, I didn't mean... Order in the court! Witness, is this true? Did you break into William Frege's study during the lockdown? Yes, I did enter his study, but not for the reason you think. William Frege was already dead when I got there. What? What did you say? It's true. You honestly expect us to believe a story like that, though. How could someone else have killed him before you got there? The tracker took the sword of spell eating, and you were the only intelligent creature that could walk through the air vents. I understand how believable, unsuspicious sounds. Why do you think I lied in the first place? But that's the truth. You'll have to believe me. You don't see any contradicting thoughts of the eye, but that hardly absolves him of guilt. But could he really be telling the truth? If that's true, that only brings you back to the question you've been asking since this all began. Who really did this? Alright, Eugene, let's assume you're telling the truth. Do you actually believe me? Let's not get ahead of ourselves. You're still the only suspect, but I know better than anyone to avoid jumping conclusions, so I'll give you the benefit of the doubt for now. See. However, if you want to absolve yourself, you need to tell me what you really saw that light. There might be something, anything that might point to who really did this. Oh, very well, I'll tell you what I saw. Well, I doubt you'll believe me. I discreetly made my way to the hallway to another air vent. I exited the air vent to the hallway to leap to the other side. I'm not sure if my waning intelligence or my desperation, but I collided with something I didn't see. I fell to the ground, the sword of spell eating laying next to me. I wanted to retrieve the sword, but that wild dog forced me to retreat. After that, I continued to make my study. Ah, so that's why I said jumping rat and flying rat. There were indeed two, and something was invisible. That's when I found William Frege. He was dead on the floor, lying in a pool of blood. As if blessed by the scared lord himself, I found the will he was drafting, so I destroyed it. Frankly, Mr. Haldson, I find that a difficult story to believe. I'm soon just, but you know what they say, truth is indeed stranger than fiction. Isn't it more likely that you were the victim? You're clearly trying to cover up what you did by saying he was already dead. Honestly, I don't know what to think. Is he telling the truth? Cross-examination. I discreetly made it in the hallway. But why were you there in the first place? It all began when William Frege got into the argument with Harold. That cur wanted to defund the prestigious Harrelson Hallway of History. I knew a man like William probably had many secrets, so I devised a plan to break his study and find something I could use to blackmail him. As you know, there's a small air vent in that hallway, and it connected with William's study on the ground floor. I wasn't aware that William was planning to stay in his study all night, so I thought I could look through his documents without anyone seeing me. I suppose that does make sense, but is he telling the truth then? What happened when he tried to leap in the air vent, Eugene? I'm not sure if waning intelligence or desperation, but collided something I didn't see. I thought monkeys were extremely dexterous. Are you clumsy? I have impeccable dexterity. Sounds like you struck a nerve there. I must have been muddled from losing the armband's magic. I fell to the ground and found the sword of spell eating next to me. How'd you know it was the sword of spell eating? When held in my hands, my intelligence returned, but I also heard Harold calling to me telepathically. He was clearly growing worried, so I needed to move more quickly. I wanted to retrieve the sword of the wild dog. Does this wild dog have a white coat of fur? He did. Are you acquainted with him? Something like that. Well, next time you meet him, tell him I don't appreciate being called a rat. I'm a proud orangutan. You can understand him. Picked up a little canine language in my life. Also fluent in squirrel and pigeon. Also speak owl, but admittedly it's barely conversational. As much as you want to test the validity, they're not really relevant in this case. What happened when you entered the study? That's when I found William Braggers down on the floor in pool blood. It seems awfully convenient she was murdered before you arrived. I know what am I saying, but I'm telling you the truth here. And do you have an explanation for how the assailant broke the study with a sword? I unfortunately do not. Please, it's obvious your testimony doesn't match the evidence. Whoever did this entered through the vents or used the sword to nullify the lock. Your own testimony states the sword had been abandoned in the hallway. Doesn't match up with what you thought happened, but does it contradict any evidence you have? It doesn't match up with what you thought happened, but does it really contradict any the evidence you have? It was only a matter of time before someone discovered the body, so I quickly searched the room for something I could use. So you were the one who took the will. I've been trying to find it. What did it say? I was pressed for time, so I didn't read the entire thing, but I did found an order to his executor to defund the Herald Hall of History. Since it went out of his way to specify that on the current copy, I concluded that his current didn't have this addendum. So you could save Herald's museum by making sure it never got submitted. Anyways, what the will... My apologies, I crumbled up on a ball and ate it, then left the room with my intelligence before my intelligence was completely gone. Do you still have the will with you? And you're really hoping to see if William followed through with his threat to disinherit Beatrice. And it's hard to believe, but you don't see any direct contradictions. Should you press some more? If he's telling the truth, if Eugene did do this, your next course of action is clear. Although it still wouldn't explain how Beatrice fits into this. You recall something Tracker said. Tracker, you said you had to smell to see where the rat was, and then he dropped a stick, you were able to see him? Does mean you couldn't visually see him before he fell down? Yeah, Tracker couldn't see rat with eyes. Tracker used nose. Eugene was invisible. Eugene, when you were carrying out your plan, did you turn yourself invisible somehow? No, I hardly had the means to. Even if I had somehow convinced Harold to cast that spell on me, he doesn't know how to cast invisibility. Very few mages do. Right, you recall Eris saying the same thing during the Nightgrave trials. Only a master of illusion could do that. That's how you first thought Beatrice was involved. Eugene's innocent. Did she turn someone else invisible? But that's true. You're back to where you started. No, think through this. Eugene's testimony fills a blank that's been missing. I held the ground and a sport eating laying next to me. How'd you know the sword spell eating? When I held my hands, my intelligence returned, but I also heard Harold calling. It's clearly growing words, so I had to move quickly. I wanted to retrieve it, Wild Dog. After that, I continued to make my way to the study. What happens when you cross-reference that with Pecker's testimony? Pecker smelled flying rats, could smell where rat was, so borked at him. Wasn't scared rats because he went to the floor and dropped a stick. How did the sword of spell eating end up in that hallway? Where does that lead us? Thief dropped the sword in the hallway. The thief dropped the sword in the hallway, but how does that make sense? Did they hide the sword like you originally thought? No. That hallway's close to the gallery. There were plenty of better choices. If it weren't for Tracker taking it, it wouldn't have been found sooner. The thief must have accidentally dropped the sword there, and that can only mean one thing. Why was the thief in that hallway? Was sneaking through the air vents. No, that hallway leads to the bath. I can think of very reason to be walking there, but there's another explanation if we look at... No, that leads to the bath. I can think of very little reason the thief would be walking there. There's another explanation why there are that... Oh, not Eugene, I was a thief, yeah. I want... The thief was also sneaking the air vents, that's the only reason he could be there, but that would imply the thief was as small as Eugene. It had been another familiar, if so, why didn't Eugene notice them? Wait, because he was invisible. Sure, the waiting intelligence desperation collided with something I didn't see. He collided with something he didn't see, in other words, something was invisible. And Master of Illusion Magic, Beatrice was one of the few people who could cast that. Beatrice never touched anyone to work together trust anyone like this. But she was completely blind, she wouldn't have much choice. Even so, she's not the type of person to trust her accomplice to stay quiet. She'd find a way to care herself and only employ someone else's help if she had full control. Have you been approaching this incorrectly the entire time? Through the eye, you knew Beatrice was involved, but you just assumed she wasn't part of a larger plot. Breaking the glass and casting invisibility. Those are elements you knew she was involved with. They never fit together, not unless she was the one pulling the strings. There's only one way she could control it, which she used to commit the murder. A couple of memories flood into your mind. Miller is a creature a mage has formed a magical contract with. With that contract, our souls are bonded. I can speak with him telepathically, hit me through his eyes, and cast spells through him if I wanted. Really, I never spell like... Quite rare. It's quite rare. Alright, it's not Eugene talking this time. Quite rare. Very few mages take the time to learn to cast it. Hi, I'm Tyrion Cuthbert, Tamora's ward. Extend your hand and shake hers. She has an aristocratic air. Hope we're not being too informal. So taking her hand, she claps her hands together and takes a deep breath. Sorry, I didn't mean to do that. It's a bad habit of mine. Oh. Unless she firmly shakes her hands. Didn't know she was blind back then, so you barely noticed it, but how did she know you were holding out your hand? Well, do you have any questions for me? If you're wrong about this, Beatrice will surely be acquitted. After that, the Inquisition will turn their attention to Harold and Eugene. There's only one way to know for sure. Your Honor, the prosecution has no further questions of the current witness. He's dismissed. What? I see. You have something else planned, don't you? Yeah, and I actually need your help. Really? Tell her about your plan. I feel like you're making some big assumptions here. Will the Inquisition check for something like that? I know, it's the best play we have. You remember what Steelwind said yesterday? The guards saw the body. One of them cast Detect Magic. Within that spell, they've seen invisible people in the room. Wait, you can use it like that? Of course, standard procedure. Like all spells, invisibility leaves traces the person's catched on, so mages can detect magic to see through invisibility. If everything goes the way I think it will, you'll be able to confirm its location. Once you do that, you need to reveal it to everyone. Alright, I'll follow your lead. So, Mr. Cuthbert, how do you proceed? Your previous witness brought more revelations than I could have guessed. However, you still haven't given substantial explanation as to how the murder occurred or who did it. I understand that, Your Honor, but it'll make sense after calling my next witness. Another? I understand your hesitance, Your Honor, but everything we've learned about these trials is finally coming together, and this found witness will be the perfect knot. Everything together in a perfect knot. Your Honor, we call Beatrice Frege the stand. Seriously, Cuthbert, you went through all that trouble just to call my client? You and your client have the right to refuse to Miss Tamora, but I wonder how that will reflect. It doesn't matter, she's already standing there with Miss Tamora. You can carry out your plan regardless of what she decides to do, but it'll have much more impact if you can bait her to lying on the stand. My client says she's willing to testify, however, we'd like a short recess. These developments, I'm sure you can understand, will be much discussed. I see no reason not to grant the defense's request. Is she really okay? If we give them time, they might realize what we're doing. I know, but I don't think we have anything to worry about. You've been building a psychological profile of Beatrice since this began. It's hard to read her expression of emotions even with the Eye of Horus. She keeps herself guarded and her true intention is unknown. She's powerful, more powerful than her father would care to admit. Despite this, he tried to control her and put her inside a cage, but she would never live in a cage. She wanted freedom and control, and she'd do whatever it took to get it. You're sure that accident that blinded her didn't help things? When everything's said and done, she abandoned everything, her wealth, her status, her family. She would have waited. She could have gritted her teeth until it was time to lead House Frege. If she was willing, she could even secretly push her father past the gates of death herself. But she wouldn't bear to live even temporarily. You have no idea why this is how she chose to do that. Perhaps it's something to do with their meeting. You know one thing. She will never put herself in a position of vulnerability. If you endanger her freedom, she'll make sure that she can see who she's up against. Interesting, giving the defense time to liberate. We will be taking extended recess. Court's adjourned. As you exit the courtroom, you see Celeste do some reconnaissance. It could be similar to what scammed Valena during the Nightgrave trial. Tyrion, yeah? Were you able to see it? Yeah, it's definitely there. It's on her shoulder most of the time. Just keep it close, it's good to know. It's kind of weird though, I never used detect magic like this before. Well, you doubt someone like her would choose a conventional animal, especially for something like this. Cuthbert! Mr. There's something I need to show you, preferably alone. Celeste gives you a concerned look, but nods that it's okay. She moves to sit on the bench while she keeps... Okay, lead the way. Den. Mr. Moore leads her out of the courthouse in the city. Every time you ask her where she's taking you, she avoids it. Alright, we're here. You're over an empty alley with a frankly seedier parts of the city. As Mr. Moore approaches the derelict building, she met a largely burly man who's guarding the back door. He silently acknowledges and lets her in. Mr. Moore, where are we going? I'm sorry about this, I'm sure you're confused, but please trust me, I'll explain everything. Before you have a chance to ask for more information, moves in the building. One guard on the door looks at you expectantly. The situation doesn't sit right with you, but continue to follow her. Despite your recent disagreements, you know you can trust her. As you head further the building, you find yourself in a surprisingly well-furnished room. From how it looked outside, you never would have guessed it would look like this. It almost looks like a room you'd encounter in Frege Manor. As you enter, you find several mercenaries at several points in the room. Most surprisingly is Eris. You give her a confused look, but she simply smiles and waves, and sitting next to her, you see the man with the eye patch. Looks like he'd been expecting... Tamora. Upon seeing you two, you cordially welcomes Miss Tamora before turning his attention to you. You know, to be Tyrion, Tamora's told me a lot about you. I see, but who are you? I've been called many names over the years. My favorite's always been the eye take, occupation? Boss. His job is just boss. Yeah, I take her. From the sounds of it, you already heard of me. Mr. Tamora, what is this? My daughter Eris told me about your work prosecuting this case. She's his daughter. I have to say, I'm quite impressed. Getting a monkey to testify. I don't think I could pull off a grift like that. You've been pretty much blown past my expectation. Why, get to the point. As soon as you interrupt him, you feel every person in the room tense up. You don't even need the eye to know that your interruption put him on edge. Relax, everyone. Kids will be kids. I'm a father myself, you know. Anyways, I'll get straight to the point. I have a certain interest in the outcome of this trial. What are you talking about? Little Lady Frege has been a client of ours for a long time. I've done quite a lot of favors for her, and the time's finally come for me to collect. These debts Steelwind mentioned, they all belong to me. There's no need to worry, I know she's good for it. That is, if she inherits House Frege. Tamora's a good attorney, even without my help. If she's convicted, we could easily reduce her sentence by rubbing the right hands. But you see, there's this pesky Slayer rule. Thing is, Cuthbert, I need her to be acquitted in the current trial. That's what this is about? House Frege's gold? That's why you have to murder? Please, my goals aren't nearly so short-sighted. I've got big plans, not just for Beatrice, but this entire kingdom. And I need House Frege for that. Just like you needed Justin Way. Tyrion. Ah, Justin, it's really a shame what happened to him. Don't act so innocent. He never would have tried if you hadn't threatened him. How's that so? Do you think I just randomly show up on his doorstep one day demanding gold? He was the one who came to me for help. I just told him to pay back what he owed. If he hadn't come to me, it would have been some other criminal. That's beside the point. Enough what I wanted from Justin. Let's talk about what I want from you. You want me to throw the case? Ah, this kid, don't have to beat around the bush with this one. No one will doubt you, especially considering the amount of work you put in this already. You don't need to do anything. Just take a dive, and let someone else take the fall. What happens, the court will blame someone for this. If it makes you feel better, I can assign tomorrow to defend the old man and his monkey. That way, everyone comes out of this unharmed. Everyone wins. Except that a murderer will be in charge of House Frege. Please, as if that's any worse than people in charge of the other noble houses. You ever call this already a murderer in charge of House Von Sanctus? They're all dirty. You've seen it, haven't you? They rig the system, pay, threaten, even kill people to get their way. All we're doing is leveling the playing field. Tyrion, please, just listen to him. How could you go along with that? I told you a long time ago there are certain parts of my job I couldn't tell you. Well, this is it. This is what we need in order to beat them. Those rumors about you, they're true, aren't they? Forgery, bribery, blackmail, you're guilty of all, whichever one of them. Used him to do it, all to keep winning. You blackmailed Miriam, Miss Timor. Oh, as if we should show any pity for that spoiled princess. A dreadful thought entered your mind. Steelwind, she was attacked the day Beatrice was arrested. Was that... I didn't know that was what they were planning. Despite my confidence, more skills, I'm afraid there was too much riding on this leave to chance. You gotta make your own luck if you want to beat the system. How could you? She almost died. Look, we never expected her to strain her injuries like that. We definitely didn't expect you to take her place either. So believe me when I say I'm being uncharacteristically reasonable right now. How could you consider working with someone like this? I was think that's a little arrogant to Jared Cuthbert. What? Talk about defending people as if you two are even close to being equals. But she doesn't have the luxury of looking into people's minds, now does she? You told him? Future magic is changing, kid. Like I said before, I have big plans for this kingdom, big plans for you. And you think Tyrion, stop. To be honest, I hate as much as you do, but whether you like it or not, we need their help. But this... Think about every client you've defended. Think of Celeste. If you didn't have the Eye of Horus, what would have happened to her? If even one thing went differently, Pierce would have gotten away and Celeste would have been executed. You've taken your chances and followed instincts. That's worked so far, but is that what if it's not enough? What if the system's too corrupt for you to fight against next time? With the Eye Taker's help, you'll never have to worry about that again. If I had accepted his help sooner, I could have saved your mother. What's it gonna be, kid? You already know what happened to the Steelwind brat. I don't need to tell you what happens if you don't play ball. Oh, wait now. No. What? Maybe you're right. Maybe I can't win against nobility unless I play dirty, but this is wrong. Tyrion, I'm not gonna compromise, not even for you, Miss Tamora. Sorry to hear that kid. I really am. Motion, every mercenary draws their weapons. Please, you don't have to do this. Whatever conviction you had is slowly fading. You've never entered this place. You knew something was off. There's a dozen mercenaries, and there's even more guarding the way out. You're nowhere as physically strong as Celeste. Maybe you can make a break for it if you get lucky. No. Celeste? How the hell did you get in here? My whole job is keeping this guy safe. Do you honestly think I'd let you take him to an undisclosed location? Doesn't matter. As if one girl will make a difference. What are you waiting for? Is that really her? Upon seeing Celeste, the mercenaries cautiously step back. No one's make the first move. Monster's aura, it has to be. What the hell are you doing? You have it surrounded. By his command, no one take a single step forward. Look, let's all sit down and talk about this rationally. Perhaps a different approach is wanted here, Father. Can I have the opportunity to speak with Mr. Cuthbert? I believe I can make him see things our way. Sorry, sweetie, but I can't just... Well, you've never been wrong before. I'll leave them to you, love. Interesting. Shall we go, you two? Celeste silently watches Eris with her sword drawn, but unlike the mercenaries, Eris is unmoved. She silently walks past and towards the exit. You and Celeste exchange glances and follow. I doubt Eris is simply a gangster. She even used her power on her own father. It's unknown if he has any magic whatsoever. Theoretically, he should, but then again, it could be from Eris's mother. Oh, that was close. I don't think I could have fought the whole room protecting you. Does that mean she could have fought them if she were alone? You two are really courageous to a fault, aren't you? Eris, I appreciate you vouching for us, but I'm not going to change my mind. Oh, I'm well aware of that. Why do you think I intervened? Oh, thank you. Is this really okay? Would your dad be mad? I should be asking Tyrion that same question. You've seen your adopted mother's true colors and rejected them. How are the two of you going to move forward? She's not my... Isn't she, though? She lost any right to deny it the moment she took it upon herself to raise you. She only did that because I asked her to. It wasn't her choice. Oh, but it was. How old are you when your real mother was executed? 10 years old? Eris. Back then, you barely knew Tamora. It could be a stretch to even call her a family friend. She was the adult in the situation. What did she do? She fed your anger and hatred for the nobility instead of allowing you to process your grief healthily. Tomorrow took you away from the only friends and isolated you from society. She even homeschooled you, didn't she? As a result, you never formed any other relationships. You made your first close friend at the age of 20, and she was your client. Don't you think that's a bit sad? She isolated you because she wanted to use you. That's not true. I mean, that's not... From what I've seen today, you have no idea who Tamora truly is. Even with the Eye of Horus, you're clearly a terrible judge of character. Eris, you're going way too far. To save you from more heartache, let me give you one last piece of advice. She leans in really close and whispers here. You honestly think Celeste will ever love you? What? I'm sure you understand now. Tamora can only afford to pay her exorbitant salary because of my father. You've already burned that bridge, so where do you think the Crimson Devil will go when you can't afford her services? No, Flintheart dead. She has to worry about her mother. Do you think she'll have the luxury of playing around with you for free? Or do you think she enjoys spending time with you? And Eris must feel very confident she's saying this right in front of Celeste's face. You have to look at this rationally. Any support or affection she's given you has been to keep you on as employer. I seem to know a lot about these things. I had to do a lot of networking when I was a mercenary. You know how many times I had to charm a merchant to hiring me? Why are you doing this? Because I want to finally break you. I want to keep you from getting hurt. It may seem cruel, but you have to be realistic about these things. You trusted Tamora and she betrayed you. Try not to make the same mistake twice. Celeste didn't hear anything, but she notices how it's affecting you. Eris, that's enough. My apologies. I've been told I've been too blunt sometimes, but I hope you think about what I said. Anyways, the trial will be starting soon. I'm not sure if it's the Eye of Horus or simply the player thing that we're allowed to see her true statement before she corrected it. But at the same time, we are technically seeing this through Tyrion's eyes, so it's possible he noticed. At the very least, we've had a terrible aura from Eris no matter what. So, I suppose that Tyrion was just given a damn good reason to question the loyalties of everyone around him. We should make our way back to the courthouse. I'm genuinely curious to see how this trial ends. Hey, Tyrion, are you okay? What'd she say to you? Reaches for hand, but instinctively yank it. Tyrion! Sorry, I didn't mean to. I'm okay, really. Is he mad at me? Think about everything else later, but for now, you know what you need to do. Eris would know he has the eye, so wouldn't she be afraid that he'd use it to simply tell if, Celeste was being truthful or not? Court is now resumed for the trial of Beatrice Fraga. Is the defendant prepared to take the stand, and? Tamora asks you a question. Is the defendant prepared or not? She is. If the prosecution still wishes to move forward. Prosecution will be moving forward. Please bring in the witness. You still see it, Celeste? Yeah, it's still there. Should I reveal it now? No, let's really make a point of it. Wait for my signal. Alright, thank you for agreeing to take the stand, Miss Fraga. Mr. Cuthbert. It's my understanding you were with the two princes most of the night. Yes, I was. That's why I'm still quite confused as to why I'm charged with this crime. Out of everyone there that night, I thought my alibi was most solid. That remains to be seen. Clearly. Anyways, since you maintain your innocence, you'll have no problem going into detail about your supposed alibi. As you know, I was with Crown Prince Aster and Prince Alarak for most of the ball. After meeting with my father, and I remained with them until I was arrested for his murder. Lord Steelwind and the Kingsguard kept watch for me the entire night as well. I neither the means nor opportunity to steal the spell eating and break into my father's to murder him. And that, Miss Fraga, is where you're mistaken. You definitely had the means to commit them under the eye of everyone that night. Most effective tool an attorney has is revealing a contradiction in the witness testimony. It's not only completely shatters the argument, but also makes the court doubt whether the witness acted in good faith. Usually, you've used evidence to reveal this. Now, Celeste. Albario. Wait, what are you doing? Your Honor, the witness's testimony is clearly... Oh my god, what the hell is that thing? Tyrion, get behind me. Did she seriously contract a demon? Someone call the Inquisition, the Kingsguard, anyone. Your Honor, can you please restore order? Your Honor? Aha! Marunoth, he fled out the back door the moment he saw me. It can talk! It's a demon, it must be. Looks like the legends say. Can we all just calm down? It takes a while before we can get everyone in the room to settle down. Eventually, it's clear the demon wasn't intent on harming anyone. At least, not yet. The court ordered extra guards, and they're eventually able to bring everyone back. Mr. Cuthbert, what's the meaning of this? Sorry, I didn't know it was a, Actually, what are you? Are you a demon? Why, yes, I'm a demon. Demons actually exist, they're only legend. Your Honor, not only do they exist, my defendant has made one into her familiar. She is only blind in the literal sense. She's constantly looking through the eyes of her familiar. See. And? You mean and? It's pretty obvious when making a pact with a demon is pretty incriminating by itself. Tell me, Your Honor, do the laws of Wagar prevent entering accord with a demon? They don't, but my client's committed no crime. Even so, I really would have preferred not revealing Marinoth like that. Marinoth, is that your name? Yeah, it's what most people call me. Marinoth, occupation, demonic familiar. Well, I suppose you have a point, Tamora. Having a demon as your familiar isn't technically illegal. However, this does prove the defendant had a way to commit the murder, all under the eye of everyone in the ballroom, and she could have sent Marinoth upstairs the gallery and had him steal the sword of spell eating. In fact, I want to take another look at those spells she theoretically could have used. Gesture. Yeah, invisibility requires a clap. After that, they would just need to traverse the vents to William's study, just like Eugene did that night. Actually, what's the duration? 1 hour. Ah, so that's why she constantly had to clap. She had to be recasting the spell. The fact her familiar's demon proves she couldn't have done that. What do you mean? You saw everyone reacted when they saw Marinoth's form. Monkey may have raised eyebrows, but someone surely would have reported Marinoth if they saw him. Tamori Client is a master of illusion magic. Can I assume we'll find invisibility in her spell compendium? You might. And with the connection granted by familiar bond, she could have cast the spell on him regardless of where each of them was. I'll admit my client does know how to cast it, but your theory is another. Could my client continue casting unnoticed? Continue? I'll understand once I go over the order of events that night. At an unknown time, someone stole the sword of spell eating from the Heraldson Gallery. Due to the timing of this, that would logically be consistent my client was the thief. However, sometime later, my client met with the Crown Prince and watched closely. Witness accounts, including yours, we know this happened at 12. Since this time, my client didn't leave their sight. It was around this time William Frege retreated to his study and locked the door. He made a point of telling everyone he didn't want to be disturbed. Then at 1:30, Lord Haraldson finally discovered the storm stolen. He reported the theft to the Kingsguard and they activated the lockdown system. Shortly after the report, Leaf Frege tried to speak with her father about the theft. He reiterated he did not wish to be disturbed. Leaf saw his face. There weren't any traces of illusion on his body. That means he was still alive at this time. Unbeknownst to everyone, William Frege was attacked by a murderer at 3:12 a.m. This is confirmed not only by Jan Hughes' testimony, but also the autopsy report. Then at 3:26, the Kingsguard found the sword of spell eating my client's old room. The Kingsguard tried to arrest my client for this, but the Crown Prince told him to stand down. Finally, at 3:36, the lockdown was lifted. Jan Hughes reported what he heard. Then, when the Inquisition Kingsguard discovered his body, that's when the two discovered the body. The theft must have happened before 1:23 a.m. when it was actually reported. In order to keep Marinoth concealed, my client would have needed to keep him invisible from 1:03 a.m. to 3:12 a.m. Not only that, but she needed him to wield the sword of spell eating to ignore the effects of anti-magic fields. This means he needed to be invisible for more than an hour. And what's your point? My point is invisibility has a duration of an hour. I admit my client could have cast invisibility before she met with the Crown Prince, but if she wanted to keep him, she'd need to recast it that night. As you know, my client could have done so without the Kingsguard noticing it. Your logic makes sense, but that can only mean the defendant refreshed the invisibility right in front of refreshed the spell right in front of everyone. From the Kingsguard? Two princes and Lucius Steelwind? As unlikely it is, that's the only conclusion I can come to. I had a feeling you'd say that, which is why we have a witness to confirm he didn't say anything. Confirm he didn't at night. Your Honor, the defense would like to call Prince Alaric to stand. I see. He certainly would have been close enough to notice the defendant casting magic. Wouldn't the Crown Prince's testimony be more suitable? Are you trying to say Prince Alaric is unqualified, Your Honor? Of course he's saying that. The kid's 7-year-old. No, of course not. Is the Prince ready to testify? Grow a spine! Thank you for coming in, Prince Alaric. Could you please... Hold your tongue, knave. You will speak when you're spoken to. Oh god, he sounds exactly like Mira when we first met her. Honestly, he behaves exactly as you expect a prince of this rotten kingdom to act. Aster's the odd one out in this situation. It makes you wonder what made him so down to earth. Your Highness, Mr. Cuthbert believes the defendant used her magic while she was with you and the Crown Prince. I already gave my statement to the investigators. This man dares question my testimony? He said it, not me. Wow, the judge didn't even think twice about throwing you under. Very well, if my testimony is required to strike down these redundant accusations, I will bestow upon you... Redundant, don't you mean ridiculous? Mr. Cuthbert, do not dare suppose what his highness really means. His boots must really be shining from all that licking you're doing. What was that? Nothing. Think Lord Lady Frege cast magic in front of me? Don't be a serf. She was under the careful watch of my Kingsguard brother and Lord Steelwind. We conversed the whole night and didn't see her cast any magic. She's been through so much over the years, all because of the horrid father. She'd never do something like this. You and Lady Steelwind are just jealous. He seems convinced he didn't say anything. You doubt that he's intentionally lying. Celeste, usually when you cast an attack, you see magical energy. Yeah, there's always a visible magical effect when I cast a spell. But Meredith's probably in another room, so the King's card wouldn't see any magical effect of invisibility. Even if there's an invisible effect, she would still need to say the incantation, perform the gesture. Right, like how you perform Repario every time you do a crime scene. I don't shout it. Anyway, she must have done the incantation gesture at some point. Did she ever get an opportunity to do so? Celeste, what do you usually need to do to cast a spell? There's a lot of factors involved, honestly. Stamina and focus are a big part of it. Assuming she's in perfect condition, what's the bare minimum she'd need to do? Well, focus magic, say the incantation, perform the gesture at the same time. That does sound pretty conspicuous, but she must have hidden it somehow. Probably meant don't be absurd, but not much to gain from correcting me. You think the idea is absurd, but the defendant clearly good at keeping secrets. She could have easily concealed her actions at some point during that night. A brief moment to say and perform the gesture would have been all she needed. But I wasn't the only one watching her. But would they have really noticed casting a single spell? The kings are the most vigilant knights in the kingdom. They're trained to watch and counter a mage's spell. But if the defendant needed to target someone who was in another area, there'd be no visual indication. But she'd still need to perform the incantation, complete the gesture with her hands. He's pretty knowledgeable about the arcane art, but since as a prince, you suppose that's to be expected. Right, but she said something she does to calm herself or whatever. Yeah, she's been using her quote-unquote calming mechanism to simply recast the invisibility spell on her familiar. If I recall correctly, you and your brother were with her until she was arrested for the murder. What'd you speak about? She told stories about what she did while she was away. She's researching something, I forget what she said. Something about the old cult. The occult? Yeah, that's it. She was reaching ghosts and demons. Considering who her familiar is, that research must have borne fruit. Anyways, Your Highness, could you please add this testimony? If I must. You're clearly sympathetic to her situation, but you must have only been a toddler when she left 5 years ago. My brother spoke of her a lot. He told me a lot about her. That's right, he is age 7. 5 years ago, he'd have been 2. Oh, but the fact he already has magic. I could tell from his face, he was really sad when she ran away. Even if it's not romantic, he does care about her. The prosecutor must have complicated feelings about that. Well, I can't speak from a steel wind, but I'm just trying to get the truth here. Liar, you just hate her because she's noble, don't you? Von Sanctus told me all about you. You just want to lock nobles up because you're jealous how much gold we have. Ah, so he speaks with Von Sanctus frequently. That explains a lot about his personality. Celeste, what do you actually need to do to cast a spell? There's a lot of factors. She must have hidden it somehow. Occult are a fascinating phenomena. You wouldn't say the occult... Wouldn't saying the occult is a fascinating phenomenon be grammatically correct? Come on, Tyrion, don't be one of those guys that corrects other people's grammar. Yeah, we all say things incongruently sometimes. I feel like he might be projecting a little. The occult are a fascinating phenomenon.
Objection!
Oh, The occult are... Alright, let's take another look through the archives here. There's a lot of stuff here, so only some of which may be relevant. Modified will. I guess we now know how the murder weapon was shattered. A demon would most certainly have the tremendous strength capable of breaking it. Wait. The occult RA. Ah, she intentionally mispronounced it to get the spell.
Objection!
To cast a spell, the mage needs an incantation, but there's nothing that says you can't say before or after it. Your Highness, according to your testimony, the defendant told you the rule that cast a spell, a mage needs to speak the incantation, but there's nothing that says you can't say anything before or after it. Your Highness, according to your testimony, the defendant told you the occult are a fascinating phenomena. Is that exactly, word for word? Yeah, the story she told was quite interesting. I really stuck a chord with me. I see. Well, even if they're interesting, your testimony proves that she did cast the invisibility spell that night. Very deaf, I told you. No one heard her say incantation, nor perform any gestures. Unfortunately, your testimony proves the contrary, because she said an incantation performed a gesture in front of you all, without even knowing it. What? Your Highness, there are 2 components required to cast invisibility. First, the caster must use occultare to clap both their hands together. I'm sure you noticed, the defendant has a habit of clapping both her hands to calm herself. Now that I think about it, the habit must come from constantly casting the spell. The defendant requires Arnoth to see, so she must constantly cast requires Marnoth to see, so she must constantly cast invisibility to keep him invisible. Cuthbert, you may have an explanation of how she hid the gesture, but she still wouldn't need to speak the incantation. But she did speak the incantation, the witness testimony proves it. What are we talking about? I never such spoke any. Your Highness, the invisible connotation is occult RA. I recall what he said. She said, the occult are a fascinating phenomenon. The pronunciation of that one phrase is identical to the incantation. I see, so she hid the incantation in our dialogue. Because her target was the creature that was outside the ballroom, nobody saw any magical effects. This means Marnoth had the means to murder William Frege, just as you means completely different from actually doing it, Cuthbert. Very few people had the ability to shatter a display case that sealed the sword of spell eating, and even few people had a familiar small enough to travel the vents. Which also makes Harold's sin familiar equally likely suspect. Unlike my client's familiar, he admitted to breaking into William's study that night. If your client's familiar is truly innocent, why not have him testify before the court? Well, let's see. Well, it's not as if he's the first unprecedented witness we've had today. Is Marnoth willing to testify, Miss Tamora? You see her debilitating with the two. You can't hear what they're saying. It's clearly a disagreement. Marnoth in particular seems the most vocal about his displeasure. Your Honor, unfortunately, Marnoth is unwilling to testify. Why the change of heart? My client's familiar may be a demon, but he is still given the same rights as any other person or familiar. He's not obligated to testify. You look at him, he's grinding his very sharp teeth together. For some reason, he appears to be looking at you with intense hatred. Why are they being so secretive all of a sudden? A witness can refuse to testify to avoid incriminating, but a refusal to testify is often seen as suspicious in of itself. She had no issues with Beatrice taking a stand, so why change her tune when it comes to Marnoth? And despite what she said, Marnoth seems like he disagrees with their disagreement the most. Is it possible he's the weakest link of the three? If so, then he might be the key to implicating them. According to legends, demons take great pride in their ability to deceive and corrupt people. You wonder. I see. Marnoth is well within his right to refuse, if that's what he truly wants. It is. Well, I suppose it's for the best. I doubt he'd be able to corroborate your story at all. He grinds his teeth together. Sounds like metal grinding. Considering his diminutive figure, I wouldn't blame him for being a coward. Mr. Cuthbert, would you please refrain from provoking a literal demon? Oh, it's fine, Your Honor. He cannot do anything without his master's word. Between him and the dependent, it's clear Beatrice is the brains of the operation. You shut your filthy celestial mouth. Ah, celestial. So it's possible the eye is a celestial in Sebastian. Marnoth, what are you doing? I will not stand here and be insulted by a bloody heavens born. I'm still within my contract. I will not flee from the likes of him. On my testimony, I'll give you my goddamn testimony.
Objection.
Your Honor, my client does not consent to having her familiar testify. Tomorrow, didn't you say earlier, Marnoth is afforded the same rights as any other person. He has a right to refuse to testify, but only he can decide if he wishes to execute it. And he's clearly intent on giving it. So, Marnoth, why don't you testify what you were doing at the night of the murder? Gladly. I provided sight to my keeper while she spoke with the princes. I'll admit she did cast invisibility during the conversation. She needs to keep me hidden after all. But I never left the room where my master was, nor did I steal the sword of spell eating. You have nothing on me, heavens board. Don't you have proof I entered the study? You honestly expect to take your word for it. Do you have evidence to support your alibi? I only speak the truth, heavens born. There are mages other than my keeper that could have stolen the sword. By your own admission, none of your witnesses saw me the night of the murder. This one lacking evidence is you. He has a point. You still need definitive proof that ties in the murder. Presenting contradicting might not be possible. However, he's lying in his testimony, and there's something strange about the way he's speaking. Why is he pausing so much? Not seeing thoughts with the eye. Perhaps you could try and interpret the meaning of his words. I provide sight to my keeper while she... Is this something you frequently do? Yes, my keeper's accident left her completely blind. She looks through my eyes to see her surroundings. And did she look you while she was with the... Through her eyes while she was with the princess? Yes, she did. Bit of a pause for answering your questions. I'll admit she did cast invincibility on me during the conversation. She needed to keep me hidden after all. Wait, does that mean she normally casts it every hour? My keeper's a powerful mage, and my pact with her has only made her stronger. Wow, that's actually impressive, really. Spells may look effortless, but continuing to cast spells takes a lot of stamina out of a caster. She must have a lot of stamina if she can cast a high-level illusion every hour. I never left the room where my master was. And did your master leave the room while she was with the princes? No, I'm sure you remember. My keeper was under careful watch of King Zard and Lucius Steelwind. Every familiar seems to refer to their master as something differently. Notice. And you're maintaining that you never left the ballroom. As I said, I never last where my master was. He has a habit of pausing for responding. That happens sometimes. Is a strange demon accent or something else? Nor did I steal the sport of spell eating. Beatrice is one of the few mages present that could shatter the glass. Yes, being able to do something and actually are two different things. He's right, you won't be able to convict Beatrice unless you can connect the murder, but you have a feeling he's the one that's going to give it to you. You have nothing on me, you don't even have proof I know the study. Why do you keep calling me that? Oh, does Heavensborn not know the nature of his blood? You're referring to your mother. Wait, you know where my abilities come from? Oh, how marvelous. You don't know, do you? If you make a pact with me, child, I'll tell you the nature of your blood and much more. Mr. Cuthbert, please don't make deals with the devil in my courtroom. I wasn't planning to, Your Honor. He clearly knows something, but making a deal with the demon's asking for trouble. He could just also be trying to distract you. Stay on task. He's definitely more direct than most witnesses. Yeah, but he's clearly lying, and there's something off about the way he's speaking. He paused for certain statements he interpret.
Objection!
This seems to be one where witnesses' thoughts contradict the evidence. With the Cuthbert, the witness statements, many things not contradictory. I was going for that one because he paused there.
Objection!
Not this one. I never left the room where my master was, nor did I steal.
Objection!
Yeah, because he was in the hallway. He keeps taking pause before certain statements, but not all of them. More importantly, his word choice is different. Did he slip up? Arnath, it looks like you misspoke and used the wrong word. What? Though most of your testimony you referred to Beatrice Frege as your keeper, but you referred to her as your master in one statement. Why is that? First time, he doesn't actually have a response. I'll ask you again, did you leave the ballroom that night? I didn't leave the ballroom, my master was. He's using master again, even though he pointed out. Why isn't he correcting it? Does that mean he's intentionally using the term? If so, why? Why isn't master? Marineth's master. Someone else is his master, but who? No, through his entire testimony for Beatrice's keeper, master without one statement. Why that? Beatrice is not Marineth's master. Alright, if you take his words at face value, the master is not Beatrice, and Beatrice isn't his master. The statement I left would be technically be true, but why did he bother making the distinction? He clearly has moral hang-ups about committing murder. He could have just lied. Why wouldn't he simply lie? Demons apparently pride themselves on tricking and corrupting humans, so why wouldn't he just lie in his testimony? Demons... I'm not able to lie. No, it can't be. Demons are clearly different from humans, but they seriously have a limitation like that. Explain why Tamora and Beatrice are so opposed to having him testify. It's the only way I know for sure. Witness, can you repeat the following statement for me? Tyrion Cuthbert's hair is green. What kind of ridiculous questions is that? Another pause. Right, I must agree, Mr. Cuthbert. Don't waste our time with such random requests. I'm conducting a little experiment, Your Honor, so I'll ask you again. Please state Tyrion Cuthbert's hair is green. Your Honor, Cuthbert is clearly making trivial requests to stall for time. His request is not worth a response to the witness. That's not what I'm doing, and I think you know that. Fair enough. We truly don't know much about demons aside from stories and old myths, so is it possible that demons are physically unable to lie? Damn it! I'm sorry, Mr. Cuthbert, but that seems quite ridiculous. Why wouldn't he be capable of lying? I genuinely don't know, Your Honor, but the testimony speaks for itself. You could easily refute it by granting my request. Say, Tyrion Cuthbert's hair is green, witness. You said it yourself, Tyrion Cuthbert's hair is green. That's not what I asked for, witness. Repeating the statement I told you, word for word, nothing after it. Your Honor, the prosecution's argument is absurd. The witness is not obligated to justify the request. I might be compelled to agree with you, Miss Tamora, if the witness wasn't clearly avoiding fulfilling that request. Well, we're all waiting, Marineth. You can easily prove my wrong by repeating my statements plainly. Filthy Heavensborn! Say it, Marineth. On Cuthbert's... There's... nothing Cuthbert's hair. Blonde. You cannot lie. Well, technically it's a dirty blonde. Oh, shut up! Is Mr. Cuthbert correct, Marineth? Are you actually unable to lie? I think his silence speaks for itself, Your Honor. Remarkable. I never would have imagined. And with that, proving my case becomes a much more simple matter. Marineth, did you murder William Frege? I'm sure you understand, witness. Under these circumstances, saying silent is basically an admission of guilt. You have no reason to stay quiet, Marineth. Tell him the truth. Lady Beatrice, what are you... I believe it's time to come clean, don't you? See, so that's your play. Don't think you can stall for time, Miss Frege. Marineth has no choice but to answer the question. Do it, tell the court. Yes, I did murder William Frege. What are you doing? But this means she's not his master, but then who is? It could be Miss Tamora, but if that's the case... Miss Fraggo, does that mean you're committing murder? Your Honor, I'm not admitting to anything. This confession is from Marinoth himself. But your own familiar. Let me ask you a question, Marinoth. Did I order you to murder my father? No, you did not, Lady Beatrice. What are you talking about? You can't lie, aren't you? Demons are physically unable to lie, Mr. Cuthbert. Damn, she's right. She must have done something. Did she plan for this? She must have arranged things. The statement would be technically true. She could have asked someone else to give the order, or just implied it. Either way, she can just plead ignorance and blame everything on him. Still, this isn't over. Oh, is that so? Let me tell you, this trial was over the moment Arya turned her blade against me. I don't care who you are, man, king, or demon, you're not getting away with this. Oh, I do love the gravitas behind this all, but I wonder how long it'll last. Hit me with your best shot, Heaven's Born. Argument. Beatrice Fragga, you may not have technically ordered your father's murder, but you were acting with malice. You brought something dangerous into the manor, something you knew would be able to harm your father. Really? And what would that be? I didn't bring anything dangerous to the Fragga Manor. What's so dangerous implies lethal intent? Demon himself, obviously. You brought Marinoth into Fragga Manor. You were clearly planning from the start. Ha! Our Marinoth is to see. That does not imply lethal intent, but you brought a demon in the house, and as a result, your father was killed. That's hardly an innocent mistake. My client specifically asked her father if familiars were allowed. We even received written confirmation, but couldn't possibly expect her to bring a demon. He didn't specify not to do this. The presence does not break any rules, nor any laws of the kingdom. Right you are. I can hardly be blamed for familiar acts without my knowledge. How can you be so blameless in actions? He's your familiar. With the same logic, shouldn't we hold Lord Haraldson to his actions as pet monkey? As I recall, he broke with the study, tampered with the crime scene, left my father's body. Marinoth and Eugene are intelligent, sentient creatures. They have their own autonomy. Keepers aren't legally responsible for their actions. Keeper. She's playing devil's advocate, but I guess that's fitting for her. But you still cast invisibility to keep him hidden that night. Mr. Cuthbert, I always cast him. I can't very well let people see him. Face it, you have nothing on me. I did not commit any crimes during the Lord's Ball. Every crime related. Beatrice, Markarth required your magic to break the wall, or it's guarding the spell Sword of Sealing. You may be able to explain why you cast invisibility that night, but you cannot explain why you cast an evocation spell powerful enough to destroy the display case. Oh, that, I almost forgot. I plead guilty. Wait, what? To the charge of grand theft, I mean. I ordered Merritt to help me steal the artifact to sell on the black market. I never could have imagined he'd use it on my father. Right, doesn't matter if she's found guilty of stealing the sword. The Slayer rule only works if she's found guilty of father's death. Seriously, there's nothing you can do. Marinoth will take the fall on Beatrice's behalf. These two are not gonna work. That still doesn't absolve you bringing a demon to the Lord's Ball. You think we'll just accept your flawed claim if you say it over and over again? Cuthbert, if you really... Oh, we have a written notice allowing her familiar. The law's on our side. There's nothing illegal about his presence. Damn, they're prepared for this. The document proved. Are you really willing to die for your keeper's crimes? Marith, first-degree murder is death. Are you willing to die? Oh, you stupid Heavensborn. Demons never truly die. When our bodies are destroyed, we simply return to the abyssal hells. Hell? If we were to die in accordance with your laws, I would only return to my plane unharmed. Wait, what? Even if I could die, a fate much worse than death awaits me if I fail. Those three are pain to argue against when they're together. You can't break Beatrice's confidence. So, do you have anything else, Mr. Cuthbert? I don't think so. Your Honor, it appears we found the true culprit. I can't believe you killed my father. I'm so cross with you. I should give my apologies. I won't do it again. Don't worry, I forgive you. Now then, is there any reason the trial hasn't ended already? Come on, don't you have anything else? There is one thing. Damn it, not again. Oh, is that all you can do now? Glare at me? What? Marinoth, what'd you just do? I've been watching him. He's been using an old celestial trick, but it's weak. Your divine gaze won't work here, Heavensborn. You. Looks like that was your last piece, Cuthbert. No, this can't be how it ends, not after you've come this far. What would you like to say in these situations? Checkmate, Cuthbert. I'll have to say this is one more eventful trials I've seen. I've seen many things, if not enlightening. I suppose it all ended the same. Think of something, anything. While I find the defense actions suspect, I must agree with the argument. None of our actions are technically illegal under wavering law. There's no proof the defendant's responsible for a familiar's actions. With these revelations, I see no room for debate. Take a brief recess, and now my verdict when we come. Damn, this is how it's going to end after everything gone through to get here. The world is bleak, merciless, unforgiving, but I've seen you. I know how bright the light is within you. Use my eyes, pierce the divine gaze I once did. Marinoth calls you Heavensborn, and your mother told you there's a light within you. You have no idea what that means. What even is the divine gate? Why do you have this Eye of Horus? Why are you able to read people's minds? You've been so lost lately, but you finally figured out where you're supposed to be, but all this, everything you work towards, is all a lie. You spent your whole life trying to be like Miss Moore, but is she even like her? No, she just wanted to raise you as a tool for the Eye Taker. She was never your guardian, never your mother. Your real mother died ages ago. Was Eris right? Is everyone else trying to use you? Looking back on it, you have no idea what to do with yourself since your mother died. You just make a mistake after mistake, leaving Arno, trusting tomorrow, becoming an attorney. You've just done as you're told, never once made a path for yourself. But you saved Celeste, Wallace, and Dracogen. No one else, all when no one else stand up for them, was helping them. His mom. You fought for a dream that doesn't exist, but that doesn't mean you can't make it real. It's true you followed Tomorrow's lead, but you've always done what you thought right among everything else. You wouldn't have stood up for that criminal if you didn't truly know right from wrong, and you wouldn't be standing here if you'd just done what you were told. What do I do? I'm not going to tell you that. You already know the answer. You've already known the answer. Take a deep breath and relax your thoughts. How do you prove Beatrix ordered Marnath? So situations can seem hopeless, but there's always a way to win the end. How do you prove Beatrice ordered Marnath? Use deduction that connects Beatrice and... No, no matter what you do, that won't mean anything else to prove one fact. You need to prove order to kill her father. You need something strong to prove the testimony won't be enough. In order to convict, I need to prove she was responsible for his actions. People leave trails even when they think they committed a perfect crime. Something's always left behind. There has to be something that Beatrice gave Marinath the order. Beatrice's relationship with Marinath is completely different than a relationship between humans. What is unique about her relationship with Marinath? A specific way the relationship works. Their connection is facilitated through a pact. There's a specific way the relationship works, or a pact as Meredith calls it. Wasn't there something said, but what was it? Who told you something about demonic pacts? Herald. Oh right, the sword of spell eating is supposed to be forged using a pact between a human and mage. Is to make a pact just asking for trouble? They definitely betray you. Legends say the demons drafted blood contracts for this reason, like legally binding. The concept is similar, but once they sign a blood contract, both you and the demon are magically compelled to fulfill its terms. That's right, Beatrice must have made a blood contract, a legally binding one that must describe how the relationship works. Leaf did tell you that Beatrice would never trust anyone she couldn't control, so she would only put herself in a situation where she had full control over Marinath's actions. But that's not if they'll show it to me. It would be a tall order to even prove the contract even exists. Yes, you have a point, but if you ask me, I think you've done a wonderful job so far. So this once, let me guide you this way. What? Tyrion, your eye doesn't actually read minds. It gives you the means to reveal truths being revealed. You can pull the truth out of anyone and anything. So say it together with me. Marinath, dweller of Avernus. Wait, what are you doing? By the Eye of Horus, I issue upon you a divine edict. Release thy guards and manifest your blood contract with Beatrice Frege. Beatrice's blood contract, a legal document written in blood, is also 50 pages long. Luckily, you somehow know the excerpt of the exact section you need. Marinath is prohibited from killing or injuring any and all humans. Beatrice can only designate individuals that are exempt from this rule. All exempted individuals may only remain so for 24 hours. You cannot harm them. After that, Marinath cannot harm them unless told otherwise. You did it, but how? Was that really? No, it's not important right now. She gave you what you need, the rest is up to you. What in the nine hells was that? When did you learn to... Mr. Cuthbert, what's happened? Your Honor, I just made the witness manifest their blood contract. You did what? Blood contract? Think of it as a legally binding document. It lays out the terms of the pact between Beatrice Frege and her familiar. Incredible. Where'd you learn to do such a thing? The library? Wow, think our kingdom had access to this knowledge. Yeah, I'm not buying it. How'd you really find out that? It's a long story. You're not sure if she'd believe you even if you told her. Anyways, the defense's argument is such. Marinath was acting... The defense's argument is such. Marinath was acting alone, the defense not to blame. However, take a look at page 7 of this blood contract. It specifies Marinath is prohibited from killing any and all humans. There's only one scenario where he can do so, and that's it when Beatrice Frege designates someone exempt from this rule. Ew. Beatrice, you didn't directly order him to kill your father, but you implied by telling that he could. Not only that, you did so within the 24 hours of the Lord's Ball. Your intent was clear. You brought Marinath into Frege Manor with full knowledge that he could and would kill William Frege. And that is checkmate. Just when I thought the surprises were over. But in the end, we've arrived at the truth. I suppose I can't disagree with that. What do you have to say for yourself, Lady Frege? Not call me that. It's almost funny you hate your name so much. Your entire plan depended on your claim to the Frege estate. Do you have any idea what you just cost me? Everything's ruined because of you. Why should I care? You're another noble trying to steal power for yourself. Don't you dare lump me together with those tyrants. We wouldn't have just liberated House Frega. We'd have liberated everyone. Miriam, Life even asked her. Our system's broken. The only way I can fix it is burning it down from the inside. As long as King Oliver's on the throne, this suffering will only continue. Lady Frega, as a prosecutor, I should warn you, you don't want to add treason to your list of crimes, even though you'd like to see the king ousted as much as she does. Doesn't matter, I'm done either way. Heaven's born, look at page 46 of the blood contract. By accepting this pact, Beatrice Frega forever binds her soul to the abyssal hells. If she plays to play her death by claiming of all of its assets, her soul, mind, and life will be claimed by the Empress of Discord. The contract goes on to name several parts of the holdings. There's very little room for ambiguity. Arya was almost right. She just jumped to the wrong conclusion. My debts were never the eye taker. It was to the abyssal hells. Why would you agree to something like this? Because I miscalculated. In this folder are records of your many plots against House Steelwind and the Crown. It would be a shame if this information fell into our hands. We think this a feeble attempt to blackmail will frighten me. I've dealt with far more formidable adversaries than you. There's nothing I can't solve with House Frega's resources. What are you talking about? Lucio Steelwind isn't a person you can buy. It's clear time away has taught you nothing. Everyone can be bought. Before I left, he controlled every aspect of my life. I saw him as an unstoppable, tyrannical force, but I never even considered one possibility, that William Frega was a sheltered moron. He honestly thought he could pay off Lucio Steelwind? Anyone who's met him would know that would never work. I could have sent this information out to Steelwind and the king, but I was running out of time. I needed to inherit it as soon as I could. I felt trapped and angry. I wanted something to change. Something about this feels wrong. Something deep. Then he was crying in anger. A blood contract's a legal... Well, it's still a legal contract, isn't it? If it's a contract, we can dispute it. We can find a loophole to get you out of it. Wait, what? Trying to redeem your enemy you just defeated? You really are heavens born. I'm sorry, Mr. Cuthbert, but I will not accept your help. Wait, why? We can at least try, right? Do you seriously come this far just so you could die? Dispute a blood contract is to bet your own soul. If you fail to render it null, your soul will be dragged to hell alongside hers. Even your divine blood cannot save you from that fate. But still, I can't... You've beaten me, Mr. Cuthbert. I won't drag anyone else down with me anymore. Not you, not Leaf, not Miriam. Despite everything, I have my dignity. I believe there's no further need to prolong this trial. Bailiff, escort Lady Frega and her familiar to a holding cell. I'll be passing my verdicts shortly. Hey, are you okay? Yeah, as okay as I can be. You feel uneasy about how things turned out, but it doesn't quite feel like the victory you were hoping for. You fought the demons and can't help but feel like you lost. Cuthbert, we need to talk. What's done is done, but the boss isn't going to take kindly to what you've done today. I know it's a long shot, but if you talk to him... No. Cuthbert, this is serious. He's going to send people after you. Dangerous. You can't ignore this. How old are you when your mother was executed? 10. Tamora was the adult. What did she do? She fed your anger and hatred, allowing you to process grief instead of allowing you to process grief healthfully. She took you from million friends and isolated you. As a result, you never formed any relationships. She's isolated because she wanted to use you. Please listen to me. Shut up. Tyrion, how could you do this? How could you work with criminals? Cuthbert, Everything you told me, those ideals about protecting the weak, it was all a lie. Everything Commander White said about you is true, isn't it? I don't want your help. As you yell at her, voice echoes throughout the lobby. Several people turn silent. I gave up everything. My childhood, my home, my happiness. After all behind, chased the ideal you told me you were fighting for. But it was never real, was it? You made me throw away everything, all for a damn lie. I'll make it real. I'll do it without you. Tyrion, She reaches her hand out, you step away. You never cared about me, did you? All I cared about was using the Eye of Horus. That's not... Shut up, I don't want to hear any more of your dumb lies. Go away and get the hell away from me. I never want to see you again. Without a word, she walks away from you. Tyrion. She reaches out her hand to hold yours again, but she hesitates this time. I honestly think Celeste will ever love you. If you understand, she can only afford to pay exorbitant salary because my father. You already burned that bridge. Where do you think Crimson Demon will go when she can't afford it? Do you think she'll has the luxury of paying services for free, or do you think she enjoys? Tyrion, you left to look this rationally. Any support or affection is given to his employer. No. What? Can't believe it. We actually won. Tyrion, Celeste, there's no way for you to avoid checkmate next turn. Surrender. There, what about that? A checkmate. Damn it. You've been acting weird since we arrived in Arano. Does it have something to do with your mother? Please, talk to me. I'm your friend. Your hands are trembling. Why are you so scared right now? You feel Celeste holding your hand. Same sensation of fate. Felt. Your anxiety fades and take a deep breath. I'm not going to do that, Miss Tamora. As she hesitates, you reach out and grasp it. She smiles to take hold of it. She seems glad you didn't pull away this time. Without thinking, you pull her into a hug. Huh? Sorry, I just really need this right now. Should I stop? No, it's just staring at us. Who cares what they think? They're nobles. They're gonna hate us no matter what we do. You're still unsure what you're going to do next. Perhaps you don't need to, even if Tamora's idea was a lie. Celeste, there's been something I've been wanting to tell you about. What is it? It's hard to explain. Where do I even begin? It's about an ability I have. It's called the Eye of Horus. Even if that deal is a lie, you have the power to make it real. And even if you can't trust Tamora anymore, you have people in your life you can trust. Severed ties. That was a roller coaster. I'm exhausted, but dang. What a fun mess this is. That kid had completely and utterly ruined everything. As much as Tamora hates it, we're gonna have to put him in the ground. I don't think that will be necessary. Sorry, love, I know you're fond of him, but can't let an insult like that go unanswered. He's gonna have to pay the price. I think you misunderstand me, father. I mean, this facade's no longer necessary. What? What the hell? There's something wrong, father. Who the hell are you? You look nothing like my daughter, so I... Happened centuries ago, I believe. Your great ancestor hated the monarchy and needed a weapon to fight the mages of the noble house, so he made a pact with me. What are you talking about? Things didn't turn out like you wanted, I'm afraid. Poor Lord Leiron's plot was discovered, and his noble house was stripped of its rank and status. His very name was stricken from the annals of history. He was supposed to give me waving guard, but I had to settle for claiming his bloodline. How do you know about my name? No one knew about the name, not even my real daughter. It's been centuries, but I haven't forgotten John. Everyone in their bloodline belongs to me, including your daughter. You bastard, what'd you do to her? What did you do to all my prey? Made her suffer. Did you know she was crying out for you for months? I made her watch, watch as I took her place. All while the father that she desperately called out to forgot who she was. All while my minions slowly and painfully tore her apart. You monster! You damn monster! I enjoyed her torment while it lasted, but even that can't satisfy me. What I truly crave is the blood of a Celestial. That's what this is about, that stupid kid! But I can't let you kill my dear Tyrion just yet. Not until I'm done with him. Goddamn demon, I'll kill you! That man is your enemy. This man is your enemy, your life's goal. Always to exact revenge on him. What are you talking about? You, I lost everything because of you. They kicked me out of the Inquisition because of your false testimony. Wait, what? Let go of me. You killed my family. I want to get away from this. What are you talking? I didn't do anything. Hey, isn't that noble killed those children? I got released by paying off the judge. What are you talking about? Get away from me. Let us. We know what you did. No, no, stay away. Ah! Finally entered the final act, my dearest tyrant. From what I've seen, I know exactly how I'm going to break you. I hope you're just as excited as I am. Seems like the final deductions are going to be on our way. That's going to have to wait for next time. Until then, thank you for watching, hope you had a good time, and I'll see you later.